Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Dutchie, congratulations, a proud honour to be named Leicestershire captain and a very exciting time for the season.
Yeah, no, it's a real honour to be named captain for this last month, and really looking forward to what's in store. It's been a really great year so far, and I'm sure we can finish it off on a really good note.
Big boots to fill, but obviously you're close to Pete. What have you said to him, and what will you be channeling from the way that he's led this side?
Yeah, Pete's been amazing all year, just the way he's been really consistent with the group and the structure that we've played our red ball cricket with. Yeah, he's been amazing as a captain, and for me it's I think a really seamless job to go into now with the amount of senior players we have in the group and the consistency we've been playing our red ball cricket. So yeah, I think yeah, Pete's done an amazing job, and it's just sort of more or less of what we've been doing so far this year.
And Ian Holland, the captain, what qualities will you be looking to take onto the field and in the changing room as well?
Again, I think much of what I do normally I'm not going to change, and like I said, there's a good group of senior players out there, and yeah, I mean, always want to be someone that leads by example with the way you play and being competitive, and I think yeah, as long as we can just continue as a team to build on what we've done this year and really hone in on the process of how we're going, I'm really confident we'll be fine.
You've had a bit of time to rest and recover after the end of the One-Day Cup. How important was that? How much did you need that break?
Yeah, I think it's a long season. We know county cricket, unfortunately, we didn't get into the playoffs for the One-Day Cup, but the silver lining is having a few days to rest up. of what we wouldn't have had if we'd played in the finals. So I think that hopefully will allow the squad to be nice and fresh leading into a really big 3 games.
As you mentioned, it is a really exciting time to come back, 21 points away from promotion, so a chance to reward all that hard work from the previous 10 months or so.
Yeah, I mean, we had a chat this week as a squad and we sort of zoomed out and had a look at, you know, how the season's gone and where we're at, and it's been obviously a really good year to date, and now it's just time to go back into, you know, ball by ball as a team and really focus on the way that we're playing, and if we can continue to do what we've done this year, and I'm really confident we can, that, you know, at the end of the year we'll be having some good celebrations.
And a chance to do that in the next 2 games here in front of our fans who have been with us all the way through this season. How special would it be to achieve that accomplishment together?
Yeah, it'd be amazing to give the fans something here to really remember, and they've been amazing all year, supporting us up and down the country, and I reckon, yeah, we've got the best fans on the circuit. They're certainly nice and loud, but yeah, it's great to play in front of them, and hopefully a memorable couple of weeks here.
You'll be boosted this week by a couple of new additions in Stevie Eskenazi and Johnny Tattersall, and Sean Masood also continuing as well. What will those 3 provide you with?
Yeah, it's really nice to have Esky and Johnny come into the squad on loan for this last month, and obviously both great players in their own rights with a lot of experience, but also really good people. And I think, yeah, they're great characters to come into our change room, and yeah, we're really excited to have them on board.
You also got Logan Van Beek back as well after he had a break in the One Day Cup. You formed a really fantastic new ball partnership with him. What's he been like to bowl with?
Yeah, Logan's been amazing all year, and I think a real credit to him with how he just keeps coming and coming. As an overseas player, you feel like you get every single bit of him, and I know he's had a month off and his energy levels are already really high, so I'd expect him to be fully charged for the next 3 games.
In Gloucestershire, the visitors to Uptonsteel County Ground this week. What do we need to do in this match? What do we need to replicate to give us that best chance of victory? Yeah,
Gloucester are a really good side in their own right, and the way they play, they're really hard to beat, and you probably have to beat them a couple of times in a game to win the game. They just keep coming. So we know that, and I think, again, not really going outside of our game plan of the way we've played all year. We've had good success as a group, and yeah, whether it's with the bat or ball, building that pressure and partnerships over a long period of time, I think we can come out with a good result.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
long last. It seems to have been some little time, but well, a crucial period of the season coming up, especially for Leicestershire, but also for Gloucestershire. Both sides with differing perhaps chances of winning promotion. Leicestershire look almost nailed on. Gloucestershire still with an outside chance if they can win 2 or maybe 3 of their last 3 games. Who knows? Well, commentary being brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Bristol, and obviously all the other stations with an interest, including BBC Gloucestershire. Richard Ray, Ed Seaborn, and we're expecting even to be joined by Nikesh Ragani, and we're also with you on BBC Sports Extra 3 throughout the day. Leicestershire gathered below us because they lost the toss, and Gloucestershire, unsurprisingly, we've had a good look at the pitch, have chosen to bat first. It looks quite dry and there's a lot of grass left on it. Looks to be a lot of sort of plates on it as well, suggesting there might be a lot of turn as the game goes on. The 2 umpires, Paul Baldwin and Hassan Adnan, are heading out into the middle, and they've both got their white Panama-style caps on, which will tell you that, or hats on even, which will tell you there's lots of blue sky and lots of sunshine. It's a good forecast for today. Not so good for later on in the game, but we should get full day's cricket today and hopefully tomorrow as well. We'll see where the game is. Ed, good morning to you.
Good morning, Richard. Can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. I can hear me as well.
That's good.
So, Gloucestershire, the margin in terms of second place is 34 points, which in 3 matches is quite a deal to make up. So, it's a maximum bonus point wins worth plus 10. So, yeah, mathematically they may still be in with a chance. They're going to need an awful lot of help, and as you say, they'll have to win at least 2 with a really good draw in the other one to have any sort of a chance. And the weather isn't quite as reliable as it was in the early part of the season. We've had such little cricket lost throughout the whole summer, but it does seem as though, if not today, hopefully not, as you say, the forecast looks pretty good, but to rely on the forecast being good for 3 games and then having to pick up so many probably batting points, bowling points, etc. as well, it's a tall order. But anyway, Gloucestershire, in terms of their side, there are a few big headlines. Cameron Bancroft has returned to Australia, which means that James Bracey takes up the mantle as captain, so wicketkeeper and captain and key member of that Gloucestershire middle order. Joe Phillips then moves up to open the batting with Ben Charlesworth. They're out in the middle together, and Jack Taylor plays his first championship game for 772 days, and he will slot in to the middle order, down to come in at 6 anyway, ahead of Graham van Buren.
Well, Leicestershire going to open the bowling with Ian Holland. Holland is captaining the side for the first time because, a bit like Bancroft and Gloucestershire, Leicestershire's usual captain, Peter Hanscom, has had to go back to Australia to prepare for the Australian season, so maybe he'll be watching and listening. Hello, Pete, if you are. In goes Holland and bowls to Phillips, an outswinger, inevitably, but started wide, went a little bit wider, and Phillips, tall right-hander, had nothing to do with it. Holland, big smile when I had a chat to him briefly this morning, said good morning, looking forward to captaining the side. He does have some captaincy experience, Ian Holland. Actually also in Australia for Ringwood, his side in Melbourne, where he has played a lot of club cricket. In he goes, shortish run and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Phillips, just carefully defending, blocking it out into the offside. And there is no run. 2 debutants, or 2 championship debutants at least for Leicestershire in this game. Shan Masood, who's been playing white ball cricket for the club in the absence of, well, not in the absence of Hanscom. Hanscom was involved in most of the white ball season. Holland is in and bowls. Phillips tries to leave, I think, and got a little bottom edge to the ball. It bounced short of second, third slip burst through the hands of, not sure, is that Rishi Patel at second or Masood, and it went a few feet back. So Phillips picks up a run, a little bit inadvertently, a little bit fortunately. He had a little sort of nibble at it, then decided to leave, I think, and was just a little bit late on it. Thickish edge, let's have another look at that one. Yeah, well short of third slip. And bring the left-handed Charlesworth down on strike. He's forward to Holland on off stump, pushing the ball out towards point, while Sol Budinger is the fielder. So one without loss, Gloucestershire. The other debutant is Steve Eskenazi, the South African-born, well, man of many parts really. South Africa-born, brought up sort of partly in England, partly in Australia. Entitled to 4 passports, he tells me.
Wow.
I don't know if he's actually got 4 passports, I suspect not. Holland is in and bowls. Charlesworth leaves outside off stump. That just goes through quite low into the gloves of Ben Cox. Cox keeping wicket for the Foxes. There was some wondering whether another recent new signing for Leicestershire, John Tattersall from Yorkshire, who's a wicket-keeper batsman, might be going to keep wicket because he's come in for, they brought him in sort of on loan for the last 3 games of the season. Holland is in on off stump. Charlesworth is solidly forward, playing it out towards Chris Wright at mid-off, end of the first over. Relatively innocuous, I think. Not quite as much movement as Holland might have hoped for, but sometimes isn't early on. And to be quite honest, Ed's been coming here a fair few years now. You know, whatever the pitches look like here, they usually play fairly innocuously. So, understandable perhaps that James Bracey, on winning the toss, chose to bat first, one without loss.
Yeah, I must say, I was wondering what I was going to see here in terms of Leicestershire basically know, I guess, that bonus points keep them in the top 2. So do they think, well, let's just almost back ourselves to maybe take 20 wickets on a batting strip and ensure that we get those batting points? Or do they just go, well, we're the best side in the division, so we're going to prepare a pitch that's going to allow us to win the game against the side that we feel we're better than? So we'll see what we get. But Phillips facing Chris Wright, who has been a tormentor of Gloucestershire over particularly recent years with Leicestershire. Running in now over the wicket to bowl to Phillips, and that one flies through behind the stumps to Ben Cox, as Phillips this time very deliberately leaves the ball alone. Just 21 years old, Joe Phillips, who is one of seemingly an increasing crop of Cornish players in the county championship. It seemed to be quite rare, but now there seemed to be a good sprinkling of them. Right bowls to Phillips, who taps this one defensively into the offside, and there's no run. But I say, coming into this game off the back of his first championship 100, that was in the last championship game, but that well over a month ago now. So in the meantime, Phillips has been part of quite a few squads in the one-day cup competition. As Wright goes in now, he bowls, and that has been squeezed off a thick edge down to deep third, but wide of the cordon and not in the air for long at all. And Phillips will take his second run. Gloucestershire to 2 without loss. He did play actually against Leicestershire in the 50-over fixture at Bristol. That was his only game in that one-day cup competition for Joe Phillips. So he's making back-to-back appearances against Leicestershire, and then played in the second 11 game last week against Worcestershire. But there wasn't a great deal of play possible in that. Opened the batting and finished 14 not out in the first innings. Right bowls to Charlesworth round the wicket to the left-hander, and there's a sturdy looking defence out to point. But Charlesworth won't take his first run yet.
Yeah, this just Wright's 4th championship appearance of the season, partly due to injury. He's 40 now, bless him. But also, obviously, because Leicester have had a reasonably settled and successful seam attack, and a certain amount of variation to it as well. But Ben Green are not available. We'll come in. We'll get to that.
Right, Bowles, that's crashed away, short and wide, and Charlesworth leathers it through backward point for 4, and that is just what you want as a batter on naught. A nice friendly delivery to put away like that, so 6 without loss as Charlesworth is underway with the boundary.
Yeah, that's set up very nicely, isn't it?
Yeah, his first 4 deliveries didn't suggest that anything like that was on the way, and you don't imagine that anything like that would be on the way with Chris Wright, but you certainly want to tuck in if you get any opportunity like that. 3 slips in place, big gap at cover, backward point and mid-off, deep third on the boundary, the offside field. Right, Bowles stepping into the drive, Charlesworth out through extra cover, the outfield should still be pretty quick, and although it's a large playing area, the ball has plenty enough pace on it to cross the boundary for 4, so 10 without loss after the opening 2 overs, I should say, and Charlesworth getting his innings moving with a cut and a cover drive. 4 seamers for Gloucestershire with the configuration of the side, I suppose, plus Ben Charlesworth, who is now doing much more bowling this year, which is great to see. Actor, Matt Taylor, Shaw and Singh Dale are those 4 seamers, but as Richard has mentioned, there may well be some turn in this surface. Graham van Buren, Ollie Price and Jack Taylor would be spin options, and Taylor's inclusion in the side almost maybe as much, well not as much, but in addition to his batting, his leg spin option could well be another factor there.
Holland in, Bowles, maybe just a little bit of seam movement back in towards Phillips from slightly short of a length. He covers up, drops it out into the on side. No Benny Mike back in the side as well, picks up. He's recovered from his hamstring issues, which sort of kept him on the fringes really throughout much of the middle part of the summer. Holland, a characteristic run, sort of kicks up his heels, comes in, Bowles fuller this time, inviting the drive. Phillips accepts the invitation, just leans into the push, and as Ed said, the outfield is still very, very fast, and he steered it into the gap in the extra cover region, and it just kept going. I mean, both fielders gave it their all, but they had no chance of chasing it down, and that is a very nice first boundary of the innings for Joe Phillips. That will make him feel good and encourage him as well. You would have thought there are runs to be had, it looks like, on this pitch and with this outfield in particular. 3rd boundary in 4 balls, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
2 at the end of the right over, and now 1 off the usually very frugal Holland, who is in and bowls straighter. Phillips is no big stride, he's a tall man, tall right-hander, the Cornishman, just leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. The 3 slips, Logan van Beek is at 30. Been taken the new ball for the most part for the Foxes in the championship, but it's gone to Chris Wright today. Eskenazi has slotted in at 2nd. Rishi Patel is at 1st alongside Ben Cox, the keeper. Holland is in and bowls middle and leg line this time, trying to get it to shape a bit. It doesn't really. Phillips very careful, just covers up, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Mike moves across to his left to field. Few people in the Uptonsteel stand alongside the meet, basking in late summer sunshine. September's often a good month, isn't it, for cricket. In goes Holland and bowled a little bit short, waited for it nicely, Phillips, and just guided it carefully down towards 3rd man. Josh Hull is down there. So Leicestershire, plenty of seam options, but we were just talking about the spin options on the Gloucestershire side. You have to say they're somewhat limited on the Leicestershire side with respect to Rishi Patel, who is an occasional off-spinner, the opening batsman. He's developing it, he's working hard on it, but other than him, William Tavascus unavailable due to injury at the left arm spinner. Holland is in and bowls outside off stump. Charlesworth just leans forward and then lets it go through to Cox again. An over relatively comfortably negotiated by the Gloucestershire opening batsman. 15 without loss after 3. But Patel really is pretty much the only spin option as far as the Foxes are concerned in the side. So as throughout the season really, they've put their faith in Seam, but Rahan Ahmed unavailable due to drinks carrying duties for England, it would appear.
I was wondering where you're going with that for a moment.
Just can't seem to get a game, the lad. We thought he'd play yesterday for the 50 over side, but no.
Yeah, it was a strange one. We were expecting, I think, there to be changes given how the first 2 games had gone. Right bowling Phillips, forward and push driving, tumbling stop at cover point will prevent runs. Shorter side of the ground out towards that Uptonsteel stand. So you certainly go. I think you're going to get value for your shots everywhere, even though it's a bigger boundary on the other side. The outfield being so quick almost helps the batters again. With it being such a large playing area, you probably get 3s where you might have got otherwise 2s. Right into Phillips, who pushes it out into the covers and doesn't get a run. And I'm imagining Cameron Bancroft, who would be Gloucestershire's regular opener there, that would have been about halfway down the pitch almost the instant that left the bat out into the offside. But I think Phillips and Charlesworth maybe not quite scampering in the way that Bancroft would. Right goes in, bowls, and Phillips plays that one from the crease and turns it towards mid-on. He will do that sometimes, Phillips, and you certainly can't argue particularly with the output so far. It clearly works for him, but just sometimes you can get a little bit trapped to deliveries on that sort of length that aren't really...
Looks a bit of an LBW candidate on that basis, isn't he?
Not really back of a length enough. Turns it away towards mid-wicket, and there was a little bit of a tandem effort in the end from Van Baker, deflected it towards Hull. Mid-on, Phillips was eyeing a single that wasn't there. But yeah, exactly, those balls that just hit maybe the top of the stumps, or an inch or so below. Sometimes he can get a little bit trapped there, but only very rarely. That's left by Phillips through behind the stumps. He's already batted in he's already batted in a few different positions in his Gloucestershire career through the last couple of years now, and he's going to get a run of 3 games, you would imagine, to open the batting here with Bancroft gone. As Wright is in and bowls to him, and he touches that one towards mid-on. There is no run. Is that the end of the over already? There was a quick one. 15 without loss. It
First
was
maiden,
the maiden, yeah.
Well, an average of over 50 suggests he deserves a little bit of a run. A century and 2 50s in his 7 championship innings prior to this season.
Yeah, I will be accused of putting the mockers on him, but there's no such thing. He can't hear me. He has so rarely not got a start in his career. I won't bore you by reading out the numbers, but I think he only has 1 single figure score in his first class career so far.
He kind of looks calm at the crease, and as opposition bowlers start to get to know him a little bit, he might find it a bit harder, but a lot of promise. In goes Holland and bowls outside off stump. It just is allowed to go through by Charlesworth. Phillips has faced 17 deliveries, Charlesworth just the 8. If you want to get in touch with either Ed Seaborn or myself, you can do so, and we'll be delighted to hear from you. We'll keep an eye on the stream as well, Foxes TV, and the comments on that. Give you the various social media options in a moment. In goes Holland and bowls. Charlesworth does use his feet, gets forward more decisively, so to speak, than Phillips, and strokes it out, similar in height, the left-hander and the right-hander. Very obliging of them to be left-handed and right-handed there, just in case. I shouldn't mix them up on that basis. It could happen. Holland almost wanders to the crease, bowls, and that one does just hold its own, just a fraction outside off stump. Charlesworth went forward and played missed at the delivery, maybe anticipating a touch of in-swing.
Maybe that lacquer starting to come off. We're back to the Duke's ball in September, so there will be that little period, as we've seen, where the ball hasn't really done a great deal, and then you'd think there'll be some swing.
Holland is in again, outside off stump, stylishly down on one knee and looking to chop it away through the offside, sort of a front foot choppy drive from Charlesworth, but doesn't quite time it, or not sufficiently so to get it past Budinger, who moves to his left from, well, he's in front of point anyway, he's almost in the covers, but he is quite deep. There's Sol Budinger. A good chat to Sol this morning. Always cheerful, always optimistic. In goes Holland and bowls. Beautiful deliveries, an appeal for a catch behind. Not really from Holland. It did plenty, bounced and left Charlesworth, taken sort of on the rise almost by Cox, who instinctively appealed and shouted loud. Rishi Patel likewise will always do so if ball beats bat, but Holland's appeal was very much a sort of raised arm in response to the excitement behind the crease. It did too much, but it did plenty.
Yeah,
that's encouraging.
I think it's almost the bounce as much as the movement there. It's interesting to see.
Holland is in, and that's a shout for leg before. Looked a bit high to me as it swung back in, but that was a testing couple of deliveries, or they were a couple of testing deliveries for Ben Charlesworth. He's got through them, but that will encourage Ian Holland and Leicestershire. Second consecutive maiden, but marked movement for the first time in the game.
Yeah, that over rather more like what I was expecting from Ian Holland, but as I say, you get used to watching the Kookaburra after 4 rounds, where if it's going to do anything at all, which it usually doesn't, it's going to happen straight away, but that's not the case with the Duke's ball. You will have that spell where maybe you can get a couple away, but now possibly the movement starting to happen as in goes right bowls to Phillips, and there's no strike there as it carries through. Behind the stumps, Holland's figures in the reverse fixture, I mean, it just caused Gloucestershire fits, absolute fits. 18 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 36 in the first innings, and what was it, 17.4 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 32 in the second. It was masterful, really. Right in bowls, Phillips is forward to defend that ball out into the offside.
It's been a joy to watch him all season, really. Pete Hanscom says he reckons he can leave it on glass. Holland, that is. And it's been lovely, as I say, watching him, because there's something quite old-fashioned about him, the movement. He gets his prodigious swing, mixing it up. And he's been very, very successful.
Right, in to Phillips. And there's a push out into the offside. And there's no run as it's picked up at point. So, other than the change with Phillips up the order, it's a pretty standard looking top 5 for Gloucestershire, with Ollie Price due in next, Miles Hammond at 4, and then James Bracey at 5. And then a little bit of a shuffle given as right bowls to Phillips, and that's clipped down to long leg. Will just be a jogged single as it's fielded by Lewis Hill on the boundary. 16 without loss. Phillips joins Charlesworth on 8. Bracey has come in at 6 at times this season, but I suppose back to 5, because in the last game Phillips coming in at 3 with Charlesworth and Bancroft at the top, so the main question I guess was who was going to bat also in that middle order. Right round the wicket bowls, punched away to the offside. Charlesworth takes a couple of steps down but doesn't go through for the run. Kamran Dariwal was in the squad as well as another young batting option, somebody who's been signed to a rookie contract relatively recently. I believe he's studying medicine at the University of Bristol, so it's fair to say he's got options that I think a lot of us would would quite like to have. He's in the squad but not making his debut today. Right bowls, and Charlesworth very careful in defending that one back to the bowler. So just the single from that over, and Gloucestershire after 16 without loss. Tommy Borman is another young batting prospect who we saw plenty of in the One Day Cup, and fair to say he impressed, and Leicestershire followers will remember him as well. So there's plenty of young batting talent seemingly in the pipeline for Gloucestershire. The issue for them, as we know, there are several Gloucestershire players leaving already and rumblings around a couple of others as well. The issue is more around the bowling.
Holland is in and bowls very straight batting response from Joe Phillips. I've just changed my microphone because a few people have said my other one was crackling a little bit. I don't know if that's any better, folks. Do let me know. I sound a bit faint in my own headphones now, but well, fingers crossed we'll get there. Holland is in and bowls fuller this time, and the leg stump, and looking to clip it away. Phillips doesn't get anything on it, hits the pad and rolls out towards leg slip. Cox moves quickly across the field and there's no run.
Yeah, so from this 11, Ajit Singh Dale and Zaman Akhtar already confirmed as departing. Singh Dale signed by Lancashire and Akhtar by Essex.
Holland bowled a little bit shorter this time, on off stump. Phillips just waits for it, dabs it down into the offside. Moving across to his right this time is Budinger, and again there is no run. Sounding much better now. Say a few people, the audio is better anyway, it's probably the same old nonsense, but at least you can hear me properly now. Patel rubs his hands together at first slip, then puts them down on his knees as Holland goes in, bowls very straight. Pushing slightly across the line is Phillips, but competently and solidly enough, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike picks up. No run. Lewis Hill is at mid-off. Masood is at mid-on. Budinger just in front of point, trying to cover both point and cover. Ben Mike mid-wicket. Third man is the very tall figure of Josh Hull. Holland is in and bowls again on towards the legs, or leg stump, and slightly walking across is Phillips, trying to work it into the onside. Again, doesn't get anything on it. Ball thumps into pad, trickles out into the onside, picked up by Mike. Holland just started to think about a possibility of an appeal. And the only other fielder I didn't mention previously is of course Wright, who's down there in front of the electronic scoreboard. Tree's still in a splendid leaf behind it. As Holland is in, bowls again full and straight, and a bit of an inside edge from Phillips, who's half forward and call for the second, as sliding back is Ben Mike, gets his throw away quickly, but it was a good call by Phillips, judged his run to perfection, and although Cox took the ball and took the bails off, he had comfortably made his ground. End of the over. Not as much movement for Holland in that over as his previous over. 7 overs down. Gloucestershire's start continues to be solid enough. They're 18 without loss. Phillips has 10 now.
Charlesworth 8.
Yes. Phillips has 10.
Oh,
Everybody
yes.
listening at home.
Indeed. And again, another double figure score then.
So you can't blame me for anything. I could feel them lining up, keyboard at the ready. Here's Chris Wright. No real change in the field. The only change is that backward point's gone to more of a cover as Charlesworth across his stumps, turning the ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run there. Ground with happy memories for Ben Charlesworth because he scored his maiden first-class 100 on this ground in the fixture between these sides last year, and Charlesworth went on to score his maiden double 100 later in that year, also against Leicestershire. Right bowls to him, and that's cut away, a sort of slicing shot from Charlesworth. Will get 4 for it. A fielder who is not quite a deep backward point, but floating somewhere in between there and the deep third boundary, and because Charlesworth sliced it so much, it would have gone straight to a conventional fielder down there, but he'd moved, so it's 4 runs, and the ball has gone flying off towards, I think, maybe some spare bits of cover and netting, etc. So it's been fished out of those, and Charlesworth himself moves into double figures, dealing in boundaries so far, on to 12, and Gloucestershire up to 22 for no wicket. Right, approaches and bowls, and Charlesworth steers this one close to his body, but he played it late right underneath the eye line and will no longer be dealing in boundaries because he'll take a single to that deep backward point fielder. And Gloucestershire on to 23 without loss. That game between these sides last year at Grace Road was probably one of Gloucestershire's more successful trips to Grace Road in recent times, coming away with a draw. It's been a long time since they've won on this ground. In fact, it's been a long time since they've beaten Leicestershire in 4-day cricket full stop. I don't think they've done it since 2021. Right bowls, Phillips just plays this one late and softly out to backward point, and again there's no run. That game in 2021 as well, I remember that in the COVID year. It was one of those games where if Leicestershire had wanted to play for the draw, they could have done. They were in control of it until an extraordinary final day chase from Ian Cobain, who scored 100. So really you have to go back even further to the last time Gloucestershire really had the better of a full 4-day fixture against Leicestershire, back to 2019. Bright bowls, and Phillips defends to point. There's no run. That game at Cheltenham Festival would have been the last time before then that Gloucestershire beat Leicestershire in a 4-dayer.
How was the festival this year? They said we used to be there quite regularly, but...
Yeah, well, I fear unless there's a 50 over fixture next year, or they have T20 games there, and Leicestershire are one of the teams that are assigned to Gloucestershire as the wild card team in that competition, as Phillips is forward and defending the ball away to mid-off, and that ends the over. 23 without loss, 8 overs gone. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks as though the odds are on that Leicestershire could get a 4-day fixture there next year, that's for sure. But I think there were feelings from many, and I think in particular the likes of Chris Coley deserve an enormous amount of credit for this. I think there were many people who felt that the Cheltenham Festival was back this year.
Holland from the pavilion end is in and bowls. Charlesworth drives expansively, didn't really get to the pitch of it, but got on top of the bounce, but didn't get it past Masood as it bounced towards the former Pakistan international captain. Made the stop at mid-off.
But I think in terms of actual raw figures, I'm guessing we're going to be getting those fairly soon, but the general impression I get is that it did do what it needed to this year.
Holland bowls outside off stump, and this time it is stylishly cut away by Charlesworth. It does look good, those left-handers, when they play that shot. Got on top of the bounce, hit it away square with his weight on the front foot. No big stride, but just waited for it, and no chance at all for Wright running up the boundary from third man to get to backward point to cut it off. So another boundary for Charlesworth. He moves on to 17, 27 without loss. Just checks his guard again from umpire Baldwin. Umpire Baldwin standing at the pavilion end, first half of the game. Umpire Adnan at the Bennett end. Still got the 3 slips in, Captain Holland. It's good to be back. Seen a few nice comments on the stream. Round the wicket goes Holland and bowls. Charlesworth head right over the ball as he leans forward into the forward defensive press, pushes the ball out towards Shan Masood. Hello to Ian Furno, Trotter Watch, Middo, Dan Maxton. What a game this could be for the Foxes. 22 years since they've been in Division 1. Round the wicket goes Holland and bowls. Charlesworth again drives and connects nicely, but doesn't quite get it out of the middle. It runs straight out towards Salt Budinger, who's well placed for that particular shot. He makes a stop at that forward point position, deepish again, and just rings his left hand slightly. So when I say it didn't come out of the middle, it was pretty close to the middle, just didn't get it past Budinger. 27 without loss. The sun goes behind cloud momentarily as Holland is in, bowls foolish again, the in-swinger from round the wicket again. Charlesworth plays it solidly on the front foot, pushing it out to mid-off. No run. There'll be an update coming up shortly for BBC Radio Leicester. The top of the hour. Holland coming to the end of his third over. None for 12 at the moment as he wanders in. No, fifth over I should say, and forward again goes Charlesworth to the foolish delivery, blocking it out to Masood. Food for thought for Ian Holland as he comes to the end of that fifth over. None for 12 for him. 27 without loss after 9 Gloucestershire, and here comes the update as Ben Mike gives the ball a thorough polish on the back of his waist. They lost the toss. Gloucestershire chose to bat first on a pitch that looks like it might take a bit of spin later, and the visitors have made a solid enough start. Joe Phillips, he's 10 not out. Ben Charlesworth is 17 not out. There's been a bit of movement for a changed Leicestershire side, which has 2 debutants in Shan Masood and Stevie Eskenazi, but at the moment no breakthrough for the Foxes. Gloucestershire 27 without loss.
And perfectly timed as Wright starts a new over, and that's let go. Phillips through behind the stumps, 27 without loss. Just continuing that chat about Cheltenham, I think it's fairly widely acknowledged that really the threat to Cheltenham is twofold, really. Wright goes in now, he bowls, and Phillips drives out through extra cover. Didn't really fully follow through with the shot, so he won't get a boundary. And the ball's just flicked back into that short boundary, and Phillips has got to go charging back into his crease. There's no chance of a third out to that shorter side. And Gloucestershire move on to 29 without loss, as Phillips is on to 12. I'll return to Cheltenham in a moment, but it's a very good morning to Nikesh Ragani. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Ed. How are you?
Yeah, all right.
Nice sunny day here in Leicestershire.
You couldn't ask for more, could you?
Always
Sunshine,
sunny out
county
here.
championship cricket back. And from a Gloucestershire point of view, it's been an ideal start so far. Right bowls to Phillips, and there'll be more, well, I said there'll be more runs, there'll be one more run, in fact. Same shot, just punched out into the covers, but not quite enough force to get more than a single. 30 without loss, Phillips to 13.
Tidy start here for Gloucestershire after winning the toss. They'd certainly have taken this at the start of the day. Looks like a good track early on, but like Richard said, might take a little bit of turn as the game goes on, so it could be a very good toss to win.
Yeah, I trust Richard Ray's pitch report implicitly. I haven't actually been out myself, but
he's been here and seen it enough.
He has, yes. He would know what he was looking for much more than I would anyway. Right round the wicket to Charlesworth with a cover now in place. They've taken a slip out, and that's plopped down straight into the ground and only about 2 feet away from him, and there won't be a run. So they've got rid of one of the slips now of Gloucestershire. There's still no change in the bowling, and well, the likes of Hull, Van Beek, first change options, Mike as well. As Richard mentioned, they're not short of, yeah, exactly, not short of seam bowling options. Right in and bowls, and chopped away by Charlesworth. Third slip might actually have had a chance of fielding that one. He played it quite fine. Patel's got his hands clasped behind his head, as that was quite close to pad, but plenty of wood on that one. 31 without losses. Charlesworth takes a single and moves on to 18. Yeah,
no Rehan Ahmed today. You know, we're talking about turn later on, perhaps.
Yes,
that might be something which Leicestershire miss as the match goes on. They've got Rishi Patel though, haven't they?
They have got Rishi Patel,
who took a fifer in the Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Right, last ball of the over in, and steered away to cover point, and that ends the over. 10 gone, and it's 31 without loss for Gloucestershire. Yeah, I must say, I neglected to realise that Rehan Ahmed wouldn't play in this game, and I was waking up this morning with a spring in my step thinking, yes, get to watch Rehan Ahmed play today. Oh, of course, yeah, he won't be playing, will he?
He's with England.
Yeah.
Which is obviously great for him and for the development that Leicestershire put into him over the years, and it's paying off now, but he's been in the limelight recently in the 100 over at Trent Bridge, and those performances have earned him a recall to the England sides as Ian Holland continues here. Round the wicket to Charlesworth. It's full and it's driven through the covers for 4. No need to run for that. A genuine half volley, which was put away with the usual elegance from the left-handed Charlesworth.
Yeah, he really is one of the better drivers to watch with that extra cover drive, or he hasn't brought out the on drive yet, but Gloucestershire supporters will know that does tend to get me purring, but
as it should.
His technique is terrific.
Holland bowls and goes a little bit straighter, pulls back his length a touch, and it's defended by Charlesworth to mid-on for no run. So in terms of Rehan Ahmed, we were talking earlier, not so much with the ball that they're going to miss him, it's with the bat, although they have got Shan Masood in the side today. Wasn't the case earlier on in the season, so perhaps they can look to somebody like him to make up for some of those runs as Holland bowls. Another very full delivery on off stump, defended away by Charlesworth to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, I was trying to think back. I mean, you look at that middle order and you see those names of Shan Masood and Stevie Eskenazi that were there before, and you sort of think, well, it looked pretty strong anyway. Where's that come from? Of course, no Hanscom. That's one player that from the side that took on Gloucestershire earlier in the season. Hanscom not there.
Holland bowls, and that's another lovely drive out towards extra cover. Another boundary there for Charlesworth. It races across this quick outfield. Not quite a genuine half volley, slightly on the up on that occasion, but such a beautiful player to watch when he's in full flow. As are a lot of these left-handers.
Yeah.
It's unfair, isn't it, how good they look?
Yeah, why is it that they do look better?
And I immediately spoke to you as if you are a right-hander. I've never seen you play cricket, Ed, but I'm just
you are seeing
assuming I'm
my
seeing
pencil is in my right
pencil's in
hand,
the right
yes.
hand, but that often doesn't mean
No, that's true.
that you're a right-handed bat. Holland with a change of angle here over the wicket. And a little bit of swing there back into the left-hander. It's defended by Charlesworth for no run.
No, I think it's fair to say it almost wouldn't matter which hand I batted with, but yeah, I don't know. There must be something in the lines, especially when you've got a right arm seamer bowling to a left-hander. There must be something in it, because left-handers do tend to look better.
Holland in again, and that's another defensive shot into the offside. No run, couple of boundaries off that over then from Ian Holland. Gloucestershire making the way to 39 without loss. Do you think it's just the right-handed kind of bias that we just see?
Maybe.
As it looks different,
Yes.
so it's good.
Yeah, that could be it. I was sent, this must have been last year now, I was sent an article, which I may attempt to dig out if it's online as well. I'm sure it was in the Financial Times. There was an article there which it was really good. It was about the aesthetics of batting. What makes one batter look better than another? Straight lines seem to be something which is quite naturally appealing to the human eye. So the fact that a drive is dead straight is more appealing than one that goes through wide extra cover, although not always. And then it's about the sort of the straight lines and the angles that the batter moves in as well. Somehow these things seem to combine to make some players better to watch than others. Well, better to watch, perhaps more elegant. Here comes Josh Hull, change of bowling, and oh dear, that's a fairly innocuous, let's put it that way, delivery to start with. Down the leg side, yes, that really was a proper loosener, and there is quite a lot of Josh Hull to get loose, so we'll give him that one. And also what's important sometimes is to bowl one that's so loose that the batter's not really got a great deal of a chance of doing anything with it, and that was the case. It was so far down the leg side that Phillips, well, he might have had a chance if he played a swing round the corner, but not really in the frame of mind for that in the Championship. Hull bowls, no ball, so it'll be 2 runs onto the total, although the ball is just defended out into the onside, so that will make it 41 without loss.
Yeah, that first delivery was lucky to get away with a wide not being given. Next one is a no ball, so Hull just trying to work up some rhythm here early on into his spell. Looks absolutely massive, even though he's on the far side of the ground,
Yes.
bowling from the opposite end.
It looks about as tall as the sight screen. In comes Hull. Long strides bowls to Phillips, who with an angled bat plays this one to the left of mid-wicket. And they don't scramble through for what would probably have been an ill-advised run to Logan van Beek. So for Phillips, as I mentioned, coming off that century against Middlesex's maiden Championship 100, it was a rain-ruined game really at Cheltenham, that one, but we did get some drama on the final day with Gloucestershire charging for 400 and getting there right at the end of play, and Middlesex getting 3 bowling points at least. Hull in, Phillips forward and defending, and it was an innings that really, I mean, he does seem to know his game already, Joe Phillips, and you do see this more now, I think, with young players. They already seem to know their scoring areas. They know how they like to go about things, and Phillips, he's a very strong offside player, especially back foot drives, punchy shots. We've already seen those bring a majority of the 13 runs that he's scored, and there's already a deep point out on the boundary for him. Hull bowls Yorker. Phillips comes down on that, plays it almost nonchalantly back to the bowler. Worth a try though.
He does bowl a good Yorker, Josh Hull. He's one of those fringe England players, and obviously has got a test cap, didn't go to plan, was perhaps way too early in his journey to be at that level, but the way Rob Key still talks about him, he's very much in their thoughts for the future.
Yeah, he played in that, it was the third test, wasn't it, against Sri Lanka at the Oval? Hull in now, and that's clipped down to fine leg, very fine, and out to the boundary. It almost actually went through the gate that the players walk out from, which has been left open, so would have had a chance to make it toward the dressing rooms, but it just missed that. It was a no ball as well, so that's 6 more runs onto the Gloucestershire score. And that is one thing that can happen when Hull comes on. It wasn't as though actually they were in complete control anyway with the openers. Gloucestershire were finding ways to score, but already 8 runs taken from the first 4 balls of Hull, who is in once again and bowling, and Phillips again with that. He doesn't really take a big stride into the ball. He does allow the ball to come to him, which I guess has its pros and cons.
Absolutely, yeah, but he's playing solidly at the moment, 17 from 41. It's Charlesworth doing the bulk of the scoring at a quicker rate.
So it's pretty hard to argue with the returns in his early career,
Of course.
Joe Phillips. There's 3 consecutive half-century scores coming into this one. Another no ball. It looked as though Hull was in a little bit more rhythm with that delivery, but in terms of the way that it went through, but obviously not in terms of where the front foot's landing. 2 more onto the total.
21.5 yards, unfortunately, so it's not going to count. So quickly, Gloucestershire moving to 49 without loss. That run rate ticking above 4 runs and over. Bazball-esque.
The other thing is the over rate, which was cracking through the first half hour or so. Hull in, and a fair delivery and a full delivery is played off pretty much the middle of the bat by Phillips to mid-off, but just in defence he rehearses a handsome extra cover drive, which probably is better off not playing, given that they already got 10 runs from the over. Gloucestershire are 49 without loss after 12 overs. Good morning to Stewie Neal, by the way, who says bat, bat, bat. I'm not sure how many bats they've got through yet. Probably not 3 though at 49 without loss.
It does seem that kind of day, doesn't it? Win the toss, bat, sun is shining,
Yeah.
fresh pitch, looks pretty good, ball coming on nicely. And they're all well set, these 2 openers as well. Phillips has been out there for 43 balls, Charlesworth faced 32. And a change in bowling for Leicestershire as Logan van Beek is in from the pavilion end. A couple of slips in place for him as he comes round the wicket here to Charlesworth, who's off his back foot defending out to point, and there's no run. Excuse me. Yeah, plenty of options, as we mentioned there, for Leicestershire in that seam bowling department. I think that's been one of their strengths this season, not just the bowling options, but then those bowlers giving batting options way down the order, down to number 10 and 11 on occasions. Van Beek in again, slightly shorter, and an attempted cut by Charlesworth, but a play and a miss.
Yeah, it'd be a different challenge as well, Van Beek, because I'm not saying that he will bowl exclusively back of a length, but he will hit a different length to the likes of, especially of Holland, who we've seen from this end so far. And Charlesworth's eyes will potentially light up seeing that back of a length, but then if it's not quite short enough or wide enough, then plenty of ways that you can get yourself in trouble, as he wasn't far off doing there.
Van Beek bowls, and that's slightly fuller. It's driven away square, and it's going to beat the attempt of deep third, who was running away to his left. It's a lovely shot. Good bit of timing there from Charlesworth. Didn't try and overhit it, just made sure he got it into the gap there, away from deep third. And it's another boundary, and it's the 50 up for Gloucestershire as well. 53 without loss midway through the 13th over.
And he's scoring a lot quicker now, Charlesworth, even I think since the start of this year. Prepared to play his shots more in the Championship.
Van Beek with a nice delivery there, just past the outside edge of Charlesworth, who is forward looking to defend. It's a good comeback from around the wicket.
I say that actually it was a fairly attacking 100 that he made in the first match of the season against Derbyshire. 2 hundreds on the season for him, including his first Cheltenham 100 against Lancashire in the first game.
Next delivery is defended away to point. Seems to be just in front of square there. So point a genuine cover, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, couple of slips, deep third and fine leg. We're not right behind the bowler's arm, so I can't see how much the ball is swinging. Appears there's still a little bit of movement. This ball into the 13th over. Next ball jags back in at Charlesworth, and he does well to defend that actually. Off a slight inside edge, but safe enough. End of the over, 53 without loss.
I think you might say that Leicestershire probably haven't hit the right area often enough to get that movement. We did see one delivery from Holland that was bowled from over the wicket, I think it was, to Charlesworth, that looked as if it was one that he had to play at. Bounced and moved considerably away, but I think they've been driven quite a lot early, and you do want to see batters driving, I guess, but you probably don't want to see them driving to the boundary quite as many times as has happened. You want there to be some sort of payoff to the drive, and then at other times they've possibly been back of a length. Hull bowls, Yorker bowled him! So he tried that Yorker in his first over. Phillips was able to keep it out, but that one he couldn't do, so he got some bat on it, I think, but it's gone back onto the stumps, removed the bails, and, well, if there was movement there, which there may well have been, to help catch possibly the inner part of Phillips's toe end, it was really that change up from Hull, the at times unpredictability of him that can be such a strength, because you just don't know quite what's coming, and Phillips tried to jam down on it but was unable to keep it out. So Gloucestershire, after a really good start, have lost their first wicket at 53.
Yeah, as I say, he does bowl a very good Yorker, Josh. Hull nearly snuck one through in that first over, that extended first over with the no balls, but managing to get it right on this occasion. It was quick, it was fast, it was full, and it doesn't matter which form of cricket you're playing, whether it's red ball, white ball, a good quick Yorker, always difficult for the batters to keep out and play. So a much needed wicket there for Leicestershire. 53 for 1. Gloucestershire still, they would have taken this after nearly an hour of play. A good start, but perhaps an opening now for Leicestershire.
Yeah, forget hitting the traditional new ball line and length. Just whacking a Yorker at good pace from about 8 foot high. Get it underneath the bat and
Used to
take a
work
look
for
at
John
that one.
Garner, didn't it?
Yeah. So Ollie Price, the new batter, and the scoreboard with just one Price and one Charlesworth playing has just gone with Price rather than OJ Price or Price OJ. As Hull bowls to him, and this is guided out to backward point. Leicestershire still with a deep point, so they're not going overly attacking here to Ollie Price. Fine leg and a deep point, and a deep third as I crane my neck to peer through the balcony. So the 3 fielders on the bat. Yeah, there we go. One of them's coming up. I did think that was possibly a little defensive, given that they've got that wicket, and now deep point comes up into a cover point. There's quite a fine backward point as well on the offside. Hull bowls to Price. There's good carry taken right in front of the face by Cox behind the stumps, but no shot from Price.
He's standing way back as well, Cox, right on the edge of the, I guess what would be 30-yard circle. Was it limited overs game? Right by some of the other fast bowlers' run-ups.
Yeah, the contrast between where the slips are standing for Hull and for Holland. 3 slips almost standing next to each other and standing next to the batter, but different visual here. Hull bowls, there's another Yorker. It's well executed, but Price gets a firm push away to that cover point fielder, and he doesn't get off the mark as he would have done if they'd left that fielder back. So Ollie Price, who had that sensational 253 not out earlier in the championship season against Lancashire, meant that only Wally Hammond was a higher score against Lancashire for Gloucestershire. Back of a length and flying through to the keeper as Price drops the hands on it. It's another no ball from Hull, so the board continues to tick along. 55 for 1. Has been a leaner stretch since then for Ollie Price in the championship. Did get 100 in the One Day Cup though, century against Derbyshire at Cheltenham, and got mostly good starts. Other than that, did have a half century against Worcestershire, quite a lot of scores in the 20s and 30s as he drives off the inner part of the bat out into the onside. It ends up trickling to mid-wicket. I thought that was heading back onto the stumps as well for a moment.
Doesn't appear to like the sort of pace or the angle of Josh Hull here. He's picking the ball up quite late. Even that Yorker a couple of deliveries ago just about got down onto it. Same with this one off the inside edge of the bat, as you say. And those couple of short deliveries, he's negotiated them well, but he's had more time to see them. I think anything full and quick, he's not quite got his eye in yet, Price.
Hull goes in now, he bowls to Price. There's a better looking defensive shot, although he's still doing a bit of rehearsing and poking about. There's no run at the end of the over. First wicket for Leicestershire, and Gloucestershire 55 for 1. It's got to be a little bit of a different time for Ollie Price now, and his brother, elder brother Tom, who has been such a fixture for Gloucestershire when he has been fit, injured for the rest of this season and moving to Sussex at the end of this year on a 3-year deal, so that will be different for Ollie Price from this point on, really.
Van Beek continues then round the wicket here to Charlesworth. It's full, it's defended back down the track, and there's no run. Charlesworth has been starved of the strike a little bit of late, still going nicely. 30 for 39 deliveries. Price yet to get off the mark. Still got a couple of slips in place here. To Charlesworth has Van Beek, who bowls, and Charlesworth is forward in defence once more into the offside, and there's no run.
Certainly a few, speaking of Tom Price, a few of that group of younger cricketers that came through at the same time. I mentioned Singh Dale, an actor from this team, moving off as well. Dom Goodman also going to Sussex, so there's a different feel to what the squad will be next year.
Next delivery slightly straighter there from Van Beek. It's defended by Charlesworth to mid-on for no run. It's that time of the season, isn't it? Where you look around the county circuit and there's one or two who have either moved on or will be moving on at the end of the season. Time to rebuild ahead of next year. Leicestershire have been doing that reasonably well so far. Some business has been done.
Some good business.
Van Beek slightly shorter there. Attempted cut from Charlesworth, but sort of tame looking cut shot straight to the fielder there at point. Good feeling around Leicestershire at the moment. One good result away from that inevitable promotion, you feel. How's that gone down in other parts saying Gloucestershire, obviously the aim would be for yourselves to get promoted, as Van Beek is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump. But from a neutral perspective, is Leicestershire quite a popular choice for a side?
I think so. I think the smaller counties tend to stick together, really, don't they? And any success by a smaller club is welcomed. I certainly know who the neutrals will be supporting in the one-day cup final shortly.
Next ball is defended back down the track by Charlesworth, so maiden there from Logan Van Beek. Gloucestershire still 55 for 1, 15 overs gone, exactly 15 overs gone, exactly an hour of play gone, and Ed Seaborn is going to take a break alongside me, and Richard Ray will be in. We're just going to do a little bit of rejigging with the headset, so just bear with us. And here we are, and here's Richard.
Thank you, Nikesh. Good to see you. Good from Leicestershire's point of view to see a breakthrough being affected by Josh Hull. Never quite know what you're going to get from Josh as he comes down the slope from the pavilion end and bowls short and up on his toes. Ollie Price blocks it back down the pitch on the off side. I spent the last few minutes just sort of behind the bowler's arm. We aren't quite behind the bowler's arm, pitch being cut to the sort of meat side of the square, so we're at when the bowling is from the Bennett end, we're at sort of fine leg, but from behind the bowler it's not a quick pitch. It did not look a particularly quick pitch, but Hull has that extra little sort of half yard through the air that makes the difference. In he comes and bowls outside off stump. That goes through at a decent lick to Ben Cox, who takes it about waist high behind the stumps. Price having allowed it to bounce through, but he is very much a point of difference. Josh, it's been an interesting season for him. He's had one or two little niggles. Had a heel injury at the start of the season that affected him for a while, kept him sort of out of the picture. But he'll be hoping to get an injury-free run through to the end of the season, really get into his rhythm. In he comes and bowls. That's a good one that is taken brilliantly by Cox, diving to his right, found the outside edge of Price's bat. I wasn't sure it was going to carry, don't think it would have carried to first slip, but Cox dived across, put out his right glove and took it, an inch or so above the ground. Lovely take by Cox. Well bowled. Hull, another breakthrough.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant bit of glove work there behind the stumps. For a moment it looked as though the ball was just out of the reach of Cox, but absolutely splendid take, and I think Josh Hull there, along with Cox, they've put him out of his misery there. Price, he was struggling against Josh Hull, couldn't deal with the extra pace, particularly when the ball was full, and on that occasion just really stuck in his crease, just poked his bat out, and he's gone for a 9-ball duck. So Leicestershire with a couple of quick breakthroughs then. Josh Hull with both of them. You talked about getting into his rhythm there. The one thing I have noticed, Richard, of late, particularly since he's come back from that injury, he seems to have done a bit of work on his run-up. Looks a lot smoother now than it was perhaps when he first burst onto the scene.
It is. I think he ascribes that in part as well to the work he did with England as well, when he was obviously involved with the international setup, and he does this season look as he runs through the crease, it is a smoother run. Occasionally, obviously, coming down the slope, as we've seen already today, he will overstep, partly as a consequence perhaps, but I think that's as much to do with that slight slope from the Bennett end as anything. But, well, 2 huge breakthroughs for the Foxes this morning. And again, it's that point of difference. Still a lot of speculation about him as a potential Ashes candidate. Will they take him?
Maybe not Ashes, but if you listen to what Rob Key has been saying about him, you know, ever since he made his England debut, he's very much still in their plans for the future.
So you would think he'd go with the Lions on the sort of
Yeah,
shadow
of
tour,
course, yeah.
just in case. Anyway, he's going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond bowls, and it's a no ball, slightly short of a length up on his toes. Miles Hammond blocking it out into the offside, slightly angled bat. Is that fifth no ball? Sixth?
At least his fourth, if not fifth. And that's a couple too many at least. At this early stage of his spell, he has taken the 2 wickets, yes, but each of those no balls, of course, costing Leicestershire a further 2 runs.
In he comes and bowls. Hammond is horrid as he defends that one slightly. Defends it solidly enough. Started to get forward, went back, blocked it out towards Ben Mike. Talking of whom, I've got to tell you that the Ben Mike army is watching and listening. Matthew Lee, good morning to you, sir.
That'd be impressive, wouldn't it? An army of Ben Mikes.
Wouldn't always be all fit every time, but they're pretty good when they're in good shape. In goes Hole and bowls short and off stump up on his toes again. Hammond on the back foot blocking it out into the offside.
It's interesting whenever you speak to people on the circuit like I do, and you're covering other cricket, international cricket, and you come across people from different parts of the country, everybody seems to love a bit of Ben Mike.
Yeah,
he's a popular character.
Can't not. He's an exciting cricketer, and on his day a brilliant cricketer. An awful lot of class about him, but you never quite know what you're going to get from him. He's been great with the bat this season, but as I say, affected by injury with the ball. In goes Hole, bowls on towards middle and leg, stepping forward. Again, slightly hurried is Hammond as he closes the bat face on it, works it out into the onside, but not out of the middle. Applause for Hole. The end of his 3rd over. 2 for 14, his figures, and 5 no balls notwithstanding. Leicester will be delighted with that. 57 for 2, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's a pretty even sort of first hour and 5 minutes or so. Those 2 wickets, Gloucestershire were off to a fabulous start. Half-century partnership there at the top. Those 2 wickets have put Leicestershire back on even terms. As Logan van Beek has the ball back in his hands. He'll continue round the wicket here to Charlesworth, who's still stuck on 30. Seems like he's been on 30 for quite some time, and he'll remain on that number as he defends the next ball back down the track. Van Beek fields in his follow-through. Charlesworth with a slightly different role now, just to try and help rebuild this innings for Gloucestershire.
Hammond this season, 19 innings, 771 runs in the county championship, averaging over 40, which is pretty solid.
Van Beek into him, and that's a half volley on the pads, and a slight misfield there at short mid-wicket allows them through for at least a couple.
They were just praising Ben Mike to the skies.
There he is.
Most on Ben Mike alike.
Diving away on the square though, on one of those pitches, which looks very bare at the moment, so he's just examining his hands. He's got the long sleeves on, thankfully, so hopefully not too much damage done. Van Beek continues with the next delivery just outside off stump, defended away for no run. Charlesworth on to 32 now.
7 50s, but no century so far this season for Hammond. Two 50s, 2 centuries for Charlesworth.
Van Beek bowls, and that's a gorgeous shot there out towards deep backward point from Charlesworth. Will just be the single though. So elegant as he sort of rocked forward and then leant back just to get the angle. Wasn't quite a half volley, so playing it on the upper sort of half cut, half pull, half drive. half cut, half pull, that would be something, wouldn't it? Hammond then facing up to Van Beek for the first time. Readies himself and guides the ball down towards deep third, gets off the mark with a single.
Foxy Phil, Hull is bowling himself to a winter in Australia. Well, maybe. He also mentions that it's hammering down away to the southwest, which tends to be where the weather comes from, over the electronic scoreboard. Hopefully it'll blow itself out,
like
Foxy Phil. No, it looks okay from here.
Van Beek bowls to Charlesworth, who defends off the inner half of the bat towards mid-on. There's no run, so end of the over, 61 for 2. Didn't look like there was any rain forecast, but I guess this is the UK, and strange things can happen all of a sudden.
Holland gets a drink from John Tattersall, who's the acting 12th man, one of Leicestershire's 3 signings recently announced for next season, really, but here now for the rest of this season on loan.
It's great when you can plan for life in Division 1, isn't it?
Carefully. Still 21 points away.
Come on.
If it's hopeful. Well, we don't actually know that is definitely going to happen still, really, strictly speaking. Josh Hull is in, and bowling on off-stump forward goes Hammond, working the ball out to mid-off. I say that because it looks now as though any changes to the Championship first-class structure may now be delayed by a year, judging by what happened last week at the meeting of the counties.
We'll have a year in Division 1
which
then, at least.
would mean a year under the current structure. It looked for a while as though it was going to go to this sort of 3 groups of 6 with 2 first divisions almost. In goes Hull, bowls. Oh, and that cuts back in. Does it take the inside edge? Hull enquires. Cox is interested. Patel is very interested, but there's lots of hands on heads and nobody quite knows what happened. Seemed to seam back in. The thought was, had it taken the inside edge, but Hull, you could tell from his reaction, certainly didn't instinctively think so. And umpire Adnan gestures at his sort of waist. Did it flick the... It came back sufficiently just to flick the trousers of Hammond, but marked movement back in there from Hull at pace.
Yeah, maybe trousers, maybe a bit of arm, because it certainly died. So I don't think there was any edge.
Hull is in again. Hammond is turning it towards mid-wicket, but only as far as Ben Mike, who picks it up and makes as though to hurl the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, and then gestures to his skipper to make sure he's backing up, hopefully with a smile on his face. Won't be telling the skipper what to do, the new skipper. Ben, if you want to get a bowl later. Oh, causing problems though still. Hammond 1 off 8, 61 for 2, 17.3 overs down. Hull little sort of walk into his stride before he gets going down the slope over the wicket to the left-handed Hammond. Bowls chopped away in the air, steered away wristily through Gully. Gully would have been very interested there. There isn't one, just the 2 slips, and it runs down to Lewis Hill at 3rd man, and 1 is taken. Hill, one of the ever-presents this season in the Leicestershire side.
No ball.
No ball.
Another one.
Number 6, I think, from Josh Hull. But then you look at the wickets column and you very much forgive him. From Leicestershire's point of view, that is. In he comes again and bowls to Hammond. Fuller this time, trying to squeeze one under Hammond's bat. The tallish left-hander gets down on it, blocks it out to mid-off. No run. Hill and Budinger are now the only ever-presents this season for Leicestershire in the county championship. Obviously, the skipper was Pete Hanscom, Ben Cox has played 8 out of 11. Ian Holland 9 out of 11. He had a couple of weeks in America. Hull bowls short into the body, and he tumbles in his follow through and rolls quite gently really, sort of didn't completely lose control.
We talk about the elegance of left-handed batters. The left arm seamer didn't look all that elegant, did he? It is what was it, a sort of half forward, half side roll.
Yeah,
didn't go all the way over.
He didn't. He was sort of in control of the roll, so to speak. But it wasn't the prettiest thing you've seen on a cricket field, that's for sure. The most athletic. Turns. In he comes back, 20-yard run, and bowls onto the toes of Charlesworth, clips it away down towards long leg, and fine leg running up the ropes. Shan Masood can't get there, and it crosses the ropes in front of the meat. And that is a nice 4 for Charlesworth. Moves the score on to, he says, waiting for the scoreboard to confirm. They're disagreeing at the moment. I think the manual might have missed the no ball, which is unlike them. 68 for 2 Charlesworth on to 37. Hammond has a couple, 18 overs bowled. 2 for 21 now for Hull.
Yeah, 68 for 2 with that no ball. The manual scoreboard catching up, and Logan Van Beek to continue here from the pavilion end. So good delivery on off stump, just defended away to mid-on by Hammond.
So Hull now has 12 wickets at under 30s now. He did have 10 at 30 coming into this game in the county championship. Van Beek 31, also at just over 30. 31. At 31, in fact.
Van Beek runs in past the umpire, delivers, and Hammond is forward in defence once more, this time to mid-off, and there's no run. You mentioned the meat cafe and bar over there, the big glass windows that cover it. My dad always tells me that he was here for a match when the West Indies were touring. Must have been in the mid-70s, late 70s, something like that, 76 it could have been. I think Gordon Greenwich smashed one of the windows famously there. As Van Beek runs in, and another defensive shot there from Hammond to mid-on.
I believe it's just been repaired. No.
They're looking quite shiny, aren't they, the windows?
It's a brilliant view, actually. When you're in there, it feels incredibly close to the action, and it will be today with the pitch cut on that side of the square.
Yep, that side over to our right, the shorter of the boundaries. As Van Beek is in, short and wide, and cut away over backward point and away for 4. So just about managed to get it away from that fielder. And a hard slash at it, but if you're going to slash hard, and that's what Hammond did. First boundary for him. It's gone to 72 for 2. Partnership as well on to 17. There have been a few extras in there, but that's what they would have wanted after losing those 2 quick wickets. Van Beek in again. He's squared him up there, Hammond. It's off the shoulder of the bat. The ball trickles away towards a gully region for no run. It's a nice delivery, bit of extra bounce from Van Beek.
We ought to give people ways to get in touch. I don't think I've done that yet. You can email me if you like. Sounds quite old-fashioned these days, doesn't it? richardray23@gmail.com.
It's like the old fax system, isn't it, almost these days? An email.
Feels that way.
Van Beek runs in, bowls, and that's full and flicked away. That was a good bit of fielding there at mid-on from Hill. Keep it down to just the 1. Was a genuine half volley on the leg, so got away with that one slightly. Van Beek ended the over, 73 for 2. You're on social media, aren't you?
Blue Sky at RichR23, and yourself?
Is that on X?
Blue Sky.
Oh, on Blue Sky, sorry. Blue Sky's the
it's
flat
called.
platform. Sorry, I thought you were giving part of your use.
Well, it is a blue sky.
I don't
bluish
use,
sky out there.
Well, yeah, there is as well. I don't use that. How is that?
It's slightly less fractious, shall we say, than some of the other
Still
options.
up and coming, or still?
Yeah, well, it's, I think 30-40 million on it now,
Oh, wow,
something
okay.
like that. I don't know how that compares to the
I
others.
don't really
but
use the other one.
No, neither do I.
Formerly known as Twitter.
It's not much fun to be around, is it?
But yeah, Instagram at Nikesh Ragani. It's probably the best way to get in touch. You can use my X account if you wish. Don't really post on there much these days. Find Ed Seaborn on both of those platforms too.
Josh Hull has been taken out of the attack for now. An effective burst from the young left arm quick, and Ben Mike, who we've been talking about a little bit, is going to have his first bowl of the day from the Bennett end. He's going to come round the wicket and he's going to try and bowl fast. He's going to be bowling to Hammond, Miles Hammond on 7 with 2 slips as he passes the umpire and bowls straight-ish, middle and leg line really, and Hammond wristily turns it out towards Shan Masood, who finds himself occupying Mike's former fielding position at mid-wicket, which suggests that Hull will be down at long leg. Yes, there he is, hiding down there. Eskenazi at second slip, Patel at first. Mike turns, runs in and bowls again on towards the legs of Hammond. It's clipped out towards long leg, but Hull running up the ropes, gets down well, makes the stop, not cleanly, but picks it up at the second attempt, gets his throw away. Hammond takes 2, moves on to 9, 75 for 2.
To me, Eskenazi, great signing that. An experienced pro, nearly 100 first-class games.
What is he now, 31?
31, so still sort of in those prime years, you'd say, as a batter.
Mike bowls, looking to drive his Hammond, gone on top of the bounce, didn't quite get all of it or get to the full pitch of the ball, but as I say, got on top of the bounce and squirted it slightly off the thickish outside edge through point out towards Lewis Hill. Sweeper out there now, sweeping in front of the manual scoreboard. Milligan Road, the limes are starting to turn colour, a lot of yellow in there now, as I suppose you would expect at the beginning of September. Autumn not so very far away. Mike, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls outside of stump, grunt of effort, but effort wasted because it is too far wide to persuade Charlesworth to play at the ball, lets it bounce through to Cox.
So I just got in from Marrakesh in Morocco.
Nice.
Slightly delayed flight. Got in at 5:30 this morning.
I'm impressed.
Not the flight. I got home at 5:30. I think I brought some of the weather back with me.
Mike bowls Hammond. Beg your pardon, Charlesworth. Nice high right elbows. He blocks that one. Off middle and leg again, pushing it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. You got home at sort of 4:30, so
5:30.
5:30, so your flight must have landed.
Flight was
at-
delayed by a couple of hours,
Oof.
as is sometimes the case with some of these airlines. But yeah, no, I feel good. I was excited about coming here. I was trying to tell people there about cricket and how they can listen. So if anyone is listening in Marrakesh, hello, good morning.
Mike bowls, driving pleasantly is Charlesworth, gets it in front of point, straight out to the sweeper, Lewis Hill, who underarms the ball back into his acting captain Ian Holland. End of the over. Charlesworth keeps the strike, moves on to 38, 77 for 2, 20 overs gone. Game nicely balanced, really. One more
So-
before lunch would please Leicestershire. 36 minutes until lunch.
think if Gloucestershire can get through, add another 15-20 runs without losing a wicket, you'd still say it would be their session, particularly if Charlesworth is still there, unbeaten on 38, playing nicely. Hammond's looked pretty good since he's come to the crease. Van Beek continues then, still 2 slips in place as Charlesworth defends away towards point for no run. This pitch here, it's kind of got the vibes. I don't know how much club cricket you've seen across Leicestershire and the grounds you've been to, Richard, but Syston Town, one of my former clubs, just very slow and low. There's an old saying there, you never step back on a Syston track. Let's just get forward. Van Beek in, and another forward defensive there from Charlesworth.
Sounds like my sort of track, that. You're not going to be buzzing around your ears too much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're suggesting there's sort of Syston vibes about this pitch a little bit.
I think so, particularly as the match goes on. I think Van Beek in, and that's full and driven away to mid-off, no run. So yeah, apologies to Gloucestershire fans tuning in. You might not quite be familiar with Syston Town, but many around Leicestershire will. I'm getting those vibes from this pitch at the moment, although Josh Hull was the difference. A couple of his slightly shorter deliveries really carrying through, but that was just the extra height and pace of a Josh Hull. And Beek in once more. He's been on the money there last few deliveries. Another defensive shot to mid-off. Not much that Charlesworth could have done with that. Just on that off stump, maybe 4th stump line, just outside off. Partnership now worth 22 between Hammond and Charlesworth. Van Beek 87 on his back, running away from us bowls, and another solid looking defensive shot from Charlesworth.
The last Gloucestershire club pitch I saw was at Sheepscombe. That was a bit of a trek, but it was a sort of bit of a pilgrimage as well, just to see the ground that Laurie Lee had bought, I think, for the club essentially to preserve, really. Here's Slad.
Van Beek slightly shorter and wider. It's been punched off the back foot by Charlesworth, but in as far as deep cover, so it will just be a single.
Up on the top of a hill. It's a village ground really, but beautifully picturesque.
78 for 2 then. What I like about those old grounds is the pavilions, the sort of character that some of them have. Was it one of those, very sort of old and traditional?
It's certainly traditional. They look, the facilities look pretty good, I have to say.
How was the food? Did you manage to sample any of the food?
No,
That's what usually you should be judging a club ground on. Right,
it was.
okay.
I had to go when we were playing down there, so I had to go one evening just to find it. Hoped there'd be a game on, but wasn't. But it was just to see the ground really, as much as anything.
I think I remember from back in the day, Uptonsteel Town used to have a really, really good tea.
Round the wicket goes Ben Mike and bowls. Nice line and length. Draws Charlesworth forward, but he checks the drive. Steers it rather than drives it out towards mid-off. Wide-ish mid-off, where Ian Holland is trying to cover both mid-off and extra cover. Hill, as I say, is on the offside boundary now. A long way from the bat. Good 80 yards, something like that. Maybe 75 from the bat. And they have put Budinger into a sort of deepish gully position. In goes Mike and bowls full, and it is steered by Charlesworth. Waited for it with an angled bat, steered it along the ground to Budinger, who's there for the expansive drive, not getting to the pitch of it. Flies off a thickish outside edge in the air. Don't often see them taken there, but can happen. There was a third man as well. Van Beek down there, not directly behind Budinger, but not far off. is in, and Bowles cut away stylishly as ever by Charlesworth, but a good stop by Hill, who can't actually stop it in the end. He got there, got his right hand to it, pushed it along the rope, and the ball tantalisingly rolled away from him. He couldn't regather himself, get to his feet in time to pick himself up and get down the rope and stop it just trickling onto the rope about 10 yards from where he stopped the ball. And Charlesworth picks up another 4, another stylish 4. He moves on to 43. Nikesh departs for now. Top of the hour, there'll be an update for BBC Radio Leicester as Ed comes back alongside. 82 for 2. Mike, little stutter at the start of his run, is in, and Bowles off stump line. Charlesworth just leans forward and blocks it back up the pitch towards the Leicestershire all-rounder, and there's no run. .82 for 2. The run rate, sorry, the over rate, which was pretty impressive for the first 11-12 overs, has slowed dramatically. Hull with all the no balls, and Mike isn't particularly quickly, and he goes and bowls straight line, middle and leg, and back foot defence this time from Ben Charlesworth. Sees the ball run out towards mid-wicket, where Masood is the fielder. And now retreating Shan Masood from mid-wicket to deep backward square. Just behind square, in front of the little knot extension Benno stand, the little knot of faithful supporters always in there. In goes Mike and bowls full, trying to bluff Charlesworth, and Charlesworth waiting for it, blocks it out towards mid-on that occasion. End of Ben Mike's second over, none for 8, 82 for 2. And Ed is, I say, is back alongside. You been to Sheepscombe?
I haven't, no, actually. I can't remember why I did end up referencing cider with Rosie in the last game, but I can't for the life of me remember why. It's too long ago, but anyway, yes, I've not been to an awful lot of places in Gloucestershire. I mean, grounds-wise that I'd like to. At some point, I keep saying it, I need to get to Dumbleton, but I haven't got there yet. Van Bacon to Hammond, defended to mid-off, and there's no run.
Why Dumbleton in particular? No feed coming through, so I may have missed a cue there. Did I?
Yes, there was one.
You got some,
but it went again. Anyway,
apologies, folks.
Here comes Van Bacon, Mr. Neat Cricket. Anyway, Hammond will go for a quick single here into the offside. Say a quick single. I mean, it didn't end up actually being a shy at the stumps from Budinger. He didn't pick the ball up, but I'm not sure he actually would have thrown at the stumps even if he had fielded cleanly. 83 for 2. Hammond moves on to 11. Yeah, Dumbleton's produced so many cricketers on both the men's and women's side recently for Gloucestershire. I sort of feel it's somewhere I should get to. Cut by Charlesworth. He beats backward point, but there's plenty of protection on that offside boundary, and it's the finer of the two fielders that just about wins the race to field the ball, but both fielders would have got there. And Charlesworth on to 44, 84 for 2. Froster as well. I mean, all those sort of premier clubs in the county. I haven't even visited several of the clubs in Bristol. Van Beek bowls, driving is Hammond, and there's no run there to wide mid-off. Just having a look at some of the stories from elsewhere, I do often keep an eye on those sort of stories where you've got a player playing against their former county. Van Beek bowls, width on offer, but Hammond mistimes that forcing shot off the back foot up to mid-off and doesn't get a run. At one stage, Worcestershire are currently 54 for 6, by the way, against Nottinghamshire, but at one stage they were 37 for 5. Dylan Pennington had 3 wickets and Josh Tongue had the other 2. That's got to hurt at New Road. Mohammed Abbas kept wicketless, being bowled out by their old bowlers. Short ball, and he's climbed into that one as Hammond. He's hit it a long way. He's hit it for 6. Over backward square leg, helpfully signalled 6 on the boundary there. But is that Alfonso Thomas jogging after it? Yeah, well, it looked like him. So Hammond, not often one to hold back when he gets a short delivery, and whilst there's those 2 fielders deep on the offside, only a fine leg and a mid-wicket, really, the only 2 fielders that could have anything to do with that, and Hammond took those very much out of the equation. So 90 for 2 as Hammond is on to 17, and it has, with the exception of that 5-7 minute spell, it's been a good morning for Gloucestershire, but with those 2 wickets there's still that danger, and with a slightly different looking middle to lower order for Gloucestershire here as well, there is a bit of onus on this partnership to take them through at least until lunch.
Ben Mike is going to go back over the wicket and bowls on off stump to Charlesworth. Just leans forward and off stump and pushes the ball slightly wide of Ian Holland at that extra cover / mid-off position, and as a consequence it's a very comfortable single. He moves on to 45. 69 balls faced, 91 for 2.
Another thing I did notice was Dom Bess bowling to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Dom Bess for Yorkshire bowling to Tom Kohler-Cadmore for Somerset.
Yes, Worcestershire.
And of course another Worcestershire player.
Ex-Worcestershire players, yes. Mike is in and bowls fullish, outside edge, inviting the drive along the ground all the way, sprawling to his right. Budinger makes a stop at a slightly backward point, and there's no run.
I'm sure they'd have been pretty happy at Hove as well when Ali Orr was dismissed coming and playing for Hampshire. I know they weren't pleased to lose Orr, especially not to their rivals on the south coast. Very talented player, certainly saw that in the One Day Cup.
Mike is in, bowls, bouncer, banged it in very short, and Hammond was almost down on one knee as it thudded into the pitch and rather looped over his head, not sufficiently high to be signalled a wide by umpire Adnan. Hammond wanders down, prods at the pitch, round about where the ball pitched. Budinger, ever enthusiastic, claps his hands at backward point. As Mike gets into his stride, comes in down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls fullish outside off stump, inviting the drive. Hammond obliges, accepts the invitation, drives it away in the big gap in the covers out towards Hill on that cover boundary, really. So just a single.
Was another no ball as
Another
well,
one.
although it's not gone on the board yet, but the umpire had his arm out for quite a while. Yeah, it's gone up on the board now.
8 or 9 for the session as a whole. No wonder the over 8ers dropped dramatically. As I say, Leicester have been very good with their over 8s so far this season, but they're not going to get the 32 in this session, that's for sure. Mike is in and bowls on off stump, leaning forward. Charlesworth blocks it out into the offside, and there's pretty much a single to be had as long as it gets in front of square. Hammond taking the single, but Holland even is deepish because he's trying to cover 2 positions as well, so he's absolutely in no man's land, and easy single taken as a consequence. Charlesworth on to 46, 95 for 2. Again, the manual scoreboard. Up there he goes. Just hadn't quite picked up the no ball. Has done now. Partnership up to 40 now for the third wicket as Mike is in, and Bowles inviting the drive. Hands go up to heads as Hammond looks to drive, gets a thick inside edge, and the ball runs out towards deep backwards square. Not where he was looking to hit the ball.
It was a bit of a whoosh from Hammond, and he is somebody that will like to deal in boundaries, and actually sometimes having a deep cover out. For Charlesworth, he's been happy just to block the ball into that gap and take ones, which can get annoying as a fielding side, but you might actually feel that because Hammond wants to hit a boundary, that field position can maybe bring a wicket.
Mike is into Charlesworth, short, outside off stump, nice take. High, one-handed above his head by Ben Cox. Must have swung back into him a little bit because he was almost wrong-footed there, the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. It was allowed to bounce through by Ben Charlesworth and just swung back a little bit late, and Cox, slightly wrong-footed, just stuck up his right glove and took it clean as a whistle. 96 for 2, end of Mike's third over, none for 14 his figures, and Van Beek is done for now. The captain is bringing himself back on, just trying to nibble an extra wicket before lunch.
Last ball, not exactly ruining Van Beek's figures, 6 overs for 22, but take that 6 off the last ball out and it would give you maybe a better impression actually of what Van Beek was doing, because he did tie Gloucestershire down at that end whilst Hull took the wickets from the other. Holland over the wicket bowls, that's very wide outside the off stump, and Hammond has absolutely nothing to do with that one. Just looking at the scores from elsewhere in this division, Glamorgan 88 for 3 against Northamptonshire with Asa Tribe on 54, but a couple of wickets for Luke Proctor and one for Justin Broad. As Glamorgan look to shore up second place. Holland bowls in swing, but working with that swing and just brushing it down to fine leg Miles Hammond. Moves his score on to 20 with a single, 97 for 2. Glamorgan, as it stands, 24 points ahead of Derbyshire, so it's going to take more than a round for that to be made up. It's rather hard to see anybody coming away from a match with 0 points, never mind the others coming away with 24. It's turned into the onside. Good call of no in the end from Charlesworth as Hammond was advancing at him, and Charlesworth himself took a couple of steps down but was too close to that forward square leg fielder. And they avert what from a Gloucestershire point of view would have been a disaster. But there's plenty of sides, I suppose including Gloucestershire, who are in that mix behind Glamorgan. As this is turned backward a square by Charlesworth, there'll be 2 here as it's played right between forward square and fine leg. One running in, one running out. 99 for 2. Charlesworth to 48. So I guess a Glamorgan defeat helps all of those chasing teams. They'll be wanting to see, even though it would bring Northamptonshire up, who are currently below Gloucestershire in the standings. You want to see Glamorgan losing at this point. Holland in and bowls Charlesworth a studied defence to mid-on. Derbyshire 92 for 1 against Middlesex, so that is an encounter where you'd probably say whoever loses that one is out of the running, but if somebody could win, and especially if Glamorgan were to lose, then winner of that game's right in the hunt. Derbyshire off to a decent start there, just losing Rees for 11. Holland bowls that slam straight of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4, and Charlesworth in one fell swoop brings up the 100 for Gloucestershire and his personal 50. 75 balls it's taken, and probably fitting that he's got there with a drive, his straightest drive of the innings so far, but it's a shot that's brought him a good chunk of these 52 runs. 103 for 2.
50 came to 75 balls and included 10 fours.
10 fours, wow.
High proportion, but that was dismissive, wasn't it? He looks in good touch.
The other score, by the way, from Canterbury, rematch of the quarter-final the other day in the Blast, which was won by Lancashire, Kent 96 for 1. And Mitch Stanley's playing in the championship. The rather injury-prone quick bowler for Lancashire. He's got the only wicket of Jane Denley for 8, and it's Compton and Dawkins at the crease.
Mike is going to try around the wicket again. 2 miles. Hammond bowls onto the hip of Hammond, and he can just turn that down towards long leg, running across from backward square. Masood gets there in front of Hull, running up from fine leg. Either way, it was only ever going to be a single. Hammond onto 21, 104 for 2. At the moment, it's beginning to look as though it's going to be Gloucestershire's morning. Certainly will be if these two can get through to lunch without being parted. 104 for 2 off 25, so a good run rate as well. 4.1 as Mike is in. Bowls outside off stump. Well, almost always add.
Quite pleek off his head and landed on the ground, but he didn't release the ball, but saves. Probably only would have been a single actually, because they've still got that fielder out on the boundary. Hammond well down the pitch there, big stride, and he was already pretty much walking at Holland to defend that one. Cox could come up, but I guess at this stage still
He
mostly
hasn't really
thinking
done it
movement.
to Holland this season.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you think of the way that Holland moves the ball about, you wouldn't want to sacrifice a caught behind. Oh, there's one past the edge from Hammond, and I thought that was an exact example of actually why sometimes you do want a batter just walking a little bit, because Hammond, his feet weren't really still as he was trying to play that ball. He was still on the walk. The ball left him. He took a hand off the bat, I think, there as well, and that was perilously close to that third wicket for Leicestershire. And a third wicket, as you say, that I think balance of power at the moment. It's still only one session, and Gloucestershire are only a bad session or even half an hour away from not having control, but at the moment this partnership's worth 61, and they could, as I said when it came together, really do with it sticking there until lunch and beyond. 116 for 2.
2 overs, maybe 3 until lunch. I suspect 2, especially if we get a couple of no balls in this Ben Mike over. He's continuing from the Bennett end and bowls from around the wicket to Ben Charlesworth, who turns his wrists on the defensive shot, pushing the ball out to Chris Wright, who's at wideish mid-on. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's still playing, Shannon Gabriel still playing domestic cricket in the West Indies, but 37 years old now. I didn't realise he was quite that advanced. Hasn't played a test since 2023.
Ben Mike is in and bowling on off stump. Charlesworth also sort of walking forward slightly, almost after ball had hit bat. Came off the inside part and wasn't entirely sure where it was.
Ended up kicking it at least once, I think
he
inadvertently.
Yeah,
as he sort of
down
walked
into
with
the
the ball.
ground and walked towards it, and not being sure where it was.
Dribbling. It's either with the keepy uppies, so I don't think I've ever seen anybody. I don't think I've ever seen a batter actually doing that. I'm not sure it would go down very well with the field.
No,
side.
I
Even
think
with a Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, a few words would be exchanged. One suspects. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. There is that sort of slightly expansive. Well, it wasn't really a drive, really. It was a little bit of a waft from Ben Charles, a thick outside edge, and it flew in the air through about fourth slip. There are only the 2 slips now, down to third man, and Van Beek was the fielder down there. So he picks up a single, but that was just given we're only 4 minutes away from lunch. It was A little bit loose from Ben Charlesworth, but he's gotten away with it. He moves on to 56, 117 for 2. Perhaps just a slight lapse in concentration. 82 balls faced for Charlesworth. Mike is in to Holland. Keep done that already this morning. To Hammond even, who is forward solidly on off stump, playing it out to Holland. It's going to be in my mind now. Inevitably, Hammond played it to Holland. Out to mid-off. And there is no run. Still plenty of blue sky around the Uptonsteel County ground. But quite a lot more white clouds, and one or two of them sort of have dark undersides. Beginning to just build a little bit up the cloud from the southwest. Mike is in, bowling, and looking to drive is Miles Hammond. Along the ground all the way to backward point, where Budinger, who's been busy today, he is probably the best fielder on the Leicestershire side, and he's in that key position of point. Makes the stop. Right goes wider. Oh, he's going wider because he wasn't able to take the ball when it was thrown to him, so he's only going to retrieve the ball. I thought he was maybe going to sort of deepish mid-wicket position. Nobody close other than right at mid-on in front of square on the on-side. For Ben Mike, bowling round the wicket to Miles Hammond. Hammond is forward on off stump, pushing the ball back past Ben Mike, who lets it roll out to Ian Holland. It's the end of Mike's 5th over, none for 27. It was a little better in terms of consistency, but no breakthrough in it for the Foxes. Holland hands his sweater to umpire Baldwin and his cap, and this will, I'm sure, be the last over before lunch. 117 for 2 of 28.
It's quite funny, it gets to the last 5 minutes of a session and all of a sudden everybody starts running that little bit harder between overs, but then the clock ticks to 12:28 and there'll be the sudden realisation that actually it's too late. Extra over, they have to make this one count. Holland bowls, strays down leg side and is clipped for 4. Down to fine leg by Charlesworth. Just a fine glance, and the fielder's probably still, you call that just about a fine leg rather than a long leg, but Charlesworth playing it a good deal finer than that. And it's this is my new favourite score. I've gone off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. It's 1, 2, 1, 2. As Charlesworth moves on to 60, you have to take your kicks where you can get them. Holland in now, and Charlesworth with a big stride gets towards the pitch of the ball almost to knock that one down into the ground. There's no run.
They do look a little bit like a side that hasn't played red ball cricket for a few weeks, Leicestershire, at the moment.
Yeah, I did feel as though with the new ball there was... I'll try and articulate it in a moment, as Charlesworth is facing now and dabbing towards point for no run. There wasn't quite that relentlessness of hitting that same line and length, even from Holland, that you would expect and you come to know that Holland will do. There were just a few which were over-pitched, and he was driven quite a few times in the early going that helped Charlesworth to get his innings moving. Holland bowls, Charlesworth drives, and that's gone to the left-hand side of mid-off, just a controlled, almost check drive, but he knew that that fielder was in pretty close and, well, not exactly floating between mid-off and extra cover, but wide enough that he didn't have to hit it dead straight to take a boundary. And at the moment, and it will definitely be the final over before lunch, Charlesworth finishing the session with a flourish, but there are still 2 balls left in it. Holland in to Charlesworth, who drives on drive this time, and that's 4 more. He doesn't bother to move other than to take a couple of satisfied steps over to the leg side, and it's a 3rd boundary in the over. 129 for 2.
It's most, as you say, most un-Holland-like, really. 7 for 40 from 8.5.
It's not as though he's been dropping it in short or anything like that, but he has struggled with his length. Last ball of the session. Holland into Charlesworth, and he has to play, but he plays it very confidently in defence to mid-on, and it's the end of the morning session. Gloucestershire winning the toss, deciding to do the decisive thing and bat first, and they have lost the 2 wickets. It was a bright start from the openers as Phillips and Charlesworth put on 53 for the opening wicket. Bancroft has returned to Australia, in case you missed that up front. So Phillips opening the batting with Charlesworth. Phillips made 17, was yorked by Hull. Ollie Price edged and was caught terrifically to his right by Ben Cox without scoring. But since then, 74-run partnership between Charlesworth and Hammond, but it's been Charlesworth who has been the mainstay on 68, Hammond 28. And Gloucestershire will be pleased with their progress this morning, whilst knowing that they have got to make sure they don't undo that progress in the afternoon session.
Yeah, much for Leicestershire and their new skipper, or their acting skipper, Ian Holland, to ponder during the lunch interval. Holland leads the players off the pitch, the Leicestershire players that is, Messrs Charlesworth and Hammond having preceded them correctly. And Gloucestershire will be very, very pleased, I suspect, with their morning's work. We'll be back with you, Ed Seaborn, Nikesh Rukhani and myself, Richard Ray, in around about 35 minutes' time. You will possibly hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester just after 1 o'clock if I get the feed through on my headphones. But in the meantime, back with you shortly. Enjoy your lunch.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Claude, it's been a busy time of the year for you, so how big are those 4 additions that we've had signed and sealed over the past week or so?
Oh, it's great news for the club. The team's done well this year. We're pushing for promotion. That will be amazing news, and it's also very important that we keep building and strengthening our squad, looking at the future.
So talk us through that process, when the groundwork kind of starts for these signings and how those conversations transpire.
Yeah, look, you first try and work out what you need. Those discussions, it's not just myself, it's coaches, analysts, and we make a call on what do we think the future looks like and what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club. And then you deal with agents, and you start conversations and make contact and see who's available, and then you look at those names. And the names we've signed, we've looked at their history, we've looked at the characters, we've looked at their performances on the pitch, and it fits the bill for where we're going.
We'll start with Ben Green as one of those signings. He's been an integral part of the 4-day stuff in the past year or two. So how big a signing is to have him for all formats? Oh,
it's fantastic. He's loved playing for Leicestershire. He's fitted in so well in the dressing room, and he's a very popular player already at Leicestershire, and it's great news that he's going to be with us for the next 2 years, covering all formats.
And obviously we've seen him in red ball cricket. We know how formidable he can be in that arena, but also in white ball cricket his record is fantastic. I think he's helped Somerset to 4 consecutive finals days. He's won both limited overs trophies with them, so a player that can add something in every format.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not in the 100. He's a match winner with the bat and the ball. Hopefully Leicestershire gives him that platform to show what he's really worth and deliver in T20 cricket, and if not in 100, play for us in the 50 over comp.
Another familiar face is Josh Davey. Obviously had 1 game with us in that 2023 season, a very experienced campaigner. What will he add to the group?
A lot of experience, as you said. His real skills really white ball cricket, which he hasn't played much for Somerset, and we know what he can do with the red ball. But again, great character, very hungry to deliver. His career actually started quite late. We look at his age and we go, oh, fast bowler, but he's still a young bowler if you don't look at the age, but the amount of cricket he's played. So good addition to the squad, good bloke, comes with good skill, bat and ball, and really exciting.
And Johnny Tattersall, a promotion-winning captain with Yorkshire. What excited you about his abilities?
Just his character again. Johnny, of course he's a backup keeper for us, but he will come in as a top order batsman or middle order batsman. He's shown he can do that in all formats. Good character, really hungry to do well, and he wanted that opportunity, and that really stuck out for me was the eagerness to come and prove what he's really worth, and Leicester's given him that opportunity.
And last but by no means least, Stevie Eskenazi, a man approaching 10,000 career runs across formats. How big a coup is that for the club?
Great again. Experienced batsman. He's going to compete to get in that top middle order in 4-day cricket. And again, white ball cricket he's done really well. And good bloke. He was a leader at Middlesex as well. And I really see him fit into our changing well.
And that seems to be a trend, across the editions, the leadership theme. We've seen Green have experience with Somerset in white ball cricket, as I mentioned, Johnny Tattersall with Yorkshire to promotion, and as you mentioned just there, Stevie Eskenazi with Middlesex. Was that an intentional prerequisite?
I think it's a bonus. It wasn't intentional, but it is a bonus to have leaders in the changing room. It shows their maturity, their cricket knowledge, their understanding, working with players around them and staff. So it's a big plus.
They all obviously come in at an exciting time of the season. 3 out of the 4 of those in Tattersall, Eskenazi and Green will be joining us on loan. So how big will that be for September?
No, brilliant. It's an opportunity for us to bring him into the club, get familiar with the players, the staff and the club, and really important and great time for us. September, exciting time, probably the biggest month this club's seen for over 20 years. So hopefully it goes well, and we just try and add value and make it worth our while.
Just finally, I know the phone never stops for you, so how will those conversations continue now with additions maybe overseas, and how will that look for next year?
Yeah, look, we're still indecisive on what we want to do with the overseas scenarios, and this time of year individuals do pop up, names do pop up, and you've got to look at it, and obviously I'm running a tight budget, but at the end you've got to do what's best for Leicestershire County Cricket Club, so it's exciting times.
for Amy Jones, back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones, back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Lunch down here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and it hasn't been the greatest of mornings for the Foxes. Gloucestershire, who won the toss and chose to bat first, are on 129 for 2 off just 29 overs. Only wicket taker Josh Hull, the young left armer, picked up 2 for 21 from his 4 overs. But otherwise the Foxes looked a little bit like a side that hasn't played red ball cricket for a few weeks and going to have to improve dramatically in the afternoon period to get themselves back into the game. Gloucestershire at lunch on day 1, 129 for 2.
Once again, match applies Paul Baldwin and Hassan Adnan. Not out Gloucestershire batsman, number 64 Ben Charlesworth, not out 68. Number 88 Miles Hammond, not out 28.
Good afternoon, folks. We're back at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Afternoon session on this first day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire about to resume their first innings on 129.42. Miles Hammond 28 not out. Ben Charlesworth 68 not out. We are just fiddling around with our mics at the moment. They had to be used for other purposes during the lunch interval, so hopefully we'll get ourselves sorted out. I'm using an old-fashioned hand mic. I feel like Raymond Glendenning, someone like that. They are quite, I think they're still used in some parts of the BBC. I think the football particularly use them. Not so much in the cricket. So Logan van Beek is going to open the bowling for the Foxes, who didn't have a great morning session really. They conceded runs at 4.5 runs per over. He's going to open the bowling from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Miles Hammond, who is solidly forward, playing the ball back down the pitch to Leicestershire's all-rounder. Van Beek takes the ball in his follow-through, and there is no run. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Ed Seaborn, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucestershire, and alongside me at the moment, Nikesh Ragani from BBC Sport. Well, I think everybody agreed, didn't they, Nikesh, really, that Leicester just weren't quite at it in the morning session as Van Beek bowls straight to Hammond, who covers up, turns his wrist on it, pushes it down into the ground on the onside. Masood picks up.
Yeah, a little bit flat. I mean, there was that moment of hope when Josh Hull took those 2 quick wickets, and perhaps there was an opportunity for Leicestershire to crack open Gloucestershire middle order, but it wasn't to be. Hammond came in and played nicely, and this partnership going along really well. 74 it's worth.
Van Beek is in outside off stump. It's left by Miles Hammond, who steps forward, leaves it. It's interesting to see them as they came off the pitch, these two batters with the helmets off. Helmets make batters so sort of anonymous really from a distance. They're also sort of similar obviously in appearance, with the faces to a certain extent covered up by the grills and the sort of size of the helmet and the side of them. Van Beek is in and bowls outside off stump, and again it's a leave from Hammond. But two young blonde batsmen, the bespectacled Hammond, I believe, is one who wears glasses.
That's right.
And he has his hair sort of bleached slightly as well, and it's suddenly they become individuals when the helmets come off, much more identifiable.
I was a little bit keen to get my lunch, so I was standing downstairs as they came off the pitch.
Van Beek bowls outside off something that does, I think, beat the bat. You could almost see him roll his fingers across the seam, and there was that little bit of movement away, and Hammond acknowledges as much. He was drawn into the defensive press and beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah, he's got a bit of an Australian look about him when he takes his helmet off, Miles Hammond, and quite cool looking sort of clear lensed sunglasses frames that he had on him. A lot taller than he looks as well, close up.
And Beek is in and bowls. He's pushing firmly at that one, Hammond, but essentially defensively. Comes off the inside part of the bat, runs out to mid-on. It's a decent opening over to this session from Van Beek. Indeed, it was a maiden. No, it wasn't a maiden, was it? Yes, it was. It just hasn't gone up on the board. 6.6 overs, 2 maidens. None for 22, his figures. So perhaps a little conversation, I'm sure a little conversation during the lunch interval, and go back to what they've done so well all season really. Top of off, try and get a little bit of movement, don't try too hard, doing something very different, and keep things tight, because they just didn't manage to do that during the morning.
Yeah, that's the one thing. If you're not taking wickets, try and control the stem of runs. Keep pressure on that way as Wright gets things underway from the pavilion end, and that's been defended away by Charlesworth for no run.
Hamish agrees. We didn't bowl very well. Was Scriven unavailable? Yes, he's injured at the moment, Tom. An integral part of Leicestershire's attack, Tom Scriven. But not available for this game.
Right then, at the top of his mark, runs in, delivers, and another defensive shot there from Charlesworth. So good areas from Chris Wright immediately. Just trying to hit that top of off, as you say, Richard. To the 31st over of the day, if you are just joining us, and this run rate from Gloucestershire will be of concern to the home side. 4.2 as things stand, 129 for 2. Just the one slip in place now as the field slightly more spread right in, and that's been defended away once more. You're going to continue with the lip mic, Richard, or I've got another option there for you with the headset? I think you're quite enjoying it, aren't you?
I don't know.
It's like you were at Filbert Street back in the days.
Or the boat race or something like that.
But you're right, you do see a lot of BBC football commentators still having the lip mics. John Murray, the football correspondent, always with his handy lip mic in his hand. Right in, and that's been once again defended away, dead into the pitch by Charlesworth.
Well, when I started 12 years ago, for the first couple of games, I just had a lip mic, and after 4 days of holding it up, my whole forearm was feeling it. It's not like sort of 90 minutes, is it? When it's 4 solid days at 7 hours really. So I may switch back.
Poor guys, you do some proper stints on county championship days, particularly when the likes of myself are not there to give you some sort of respite. As we see a play and a miss there from Charlesworth. Bit of extra width, just angling across the left-hander. Had a swish at it, looking to hit that one through the covers, but straight through to Cox, and there is no run. So still 129 for 2. Ben Charlesworth 68 from 93 balls. Miles Hammond 28 from 47. Chris Wright then running in once more away from us. Delivers, and another play and a miss. This time a defensive shot attempted by Charlesworth. So good stuff from Leicestershire these first couple of overs after the lunch interval. Gloucestershire still 129 for 2.
Yeah, much better from the Foxes' point of view. How much damage has been done though? Quite a lot already. 129 for 2.
The old adage, add 2 wickets to the score, and that gets Leicestershire back on an even footing, you'd feel.
Bit more cloud around, but it's passing overhead at the moment, pushed by the briskish breeze. In goes Van Beek and bowls. Sort of leg stump line, walking into the defensive shot is Hammond. Inclination, he's always sort of to turn his wrists on those, pushes it out to right at mid-on. There's no run. Foxy Phil, this Charlesworth chap gets runs against us every game. He does seem to. But it's not really surprising. In goes Van Beek, and Hammond defends a little uncertainly on the back foot, out towards backward point, and there's no run. But it's a logical thing. If a batter does well against the side, then there probably is a little bit more confident going into the next game, and that can be the sort of 1% that makes the difference. That and it becomes an almost circular thing.
Absolutely, there are those players who just seem to do it against certain
always
sides
do well
all the
against
time.
X or Y.
Yeah.
And it feeds through into the actual batting. Van Beek bowls, hurries Hammond slightly, is maybe a little bit of shape back in swing on the back foot, blocks it out towards mid-off. Still no runs since lunch.
It can also play on the psyche of the bowling team, can't it, when you've had previous experiences of a certain batter Sam Northeast, for example.
Van Beek outside off stump, nicely steered down towards third man wide of Budinger at that backward point position. Moving around to his left, Eskenazi is down there now. You have to get used to different sort of body shape. He's wearing number 4. That's the number he's going to be used. I don't know whether that was the number he wore for Middlesex. Eskenazi could have been.
Can't remember.
No. In fact, it's Ben Mike down there anyway, so wrong in every respect. On off stump this time from Van Beek, defended by Charlesworth down into ground. That single, obviously the first run post lunch.
There's Eskenazi at extra cover.
Yeah. Bearded.
On his back. Yep.
Slim, clapping his hands. Well, they're all slim, most of them. Some are sort of bulkier than others, so to speak. Van Beek down the slope, bowls, nice line, nice length. Ball treated with respect by Ben Charlesworth, solidly forward bat, nicely next to front pad as he plays it back up the pitch on the off side. Yeah, the one man I always think of scoring lots of runs against Leicestershire is of course Wayne Madsen, but he scores lots of runs against everybody really.
That's true.
But I think Leicestershire is one of his particularly favoured counties in that respect.
There are certain batters as well in international cricket who seem to do well against their favourite countries. That could be to do with conditions that they play in when they travel to these countries, but there's been quite a few who've done well in England over the years. A few Australians spring to mind. Steve Waugh, I mean, he averaged 50 overall, but in England averaged significantly more. As Chris Wright begins a new over. It's left alone by Hammond. A few oohs and ahs from the Leicestershire fielders. That one might have jagged back and not been too far away from the off stump. He had it pretty well covered though in the end, just looking at the replay there, Miles Hammond. Right, runs in, bowls, short of the length, and just worked off the hip by Hammond to short mid-wicket. No run. And you're talking about body shapes. Josh Hull is, I think, what you would describe as a unit.
Definitely.
Can spot him a mile away. No need for a number on the back of his shirt. Right, runs in, delivers, and he's on the front foot this time. Hammond, once again defending away, this time to extra cover. So just the one run added since the lunch interval. This is how pressure builds in long form cricket. Who's going to crack first?
Holland's runs conceded per over coming into this game was pretty much 2 for the entire season. So for him to go at over 4s.
Right, bowls. That's been defended down the track. So he's doing well here with his consistency, just keeping it in and around that off-stump area. Just the one delivery slightly leg-side-ish in this over. A couple of plays and misses. Hammond unbeaten on 29 at the moment. Partnership worth 75 between himself and Ben Charlesworth.
Ben Green, 2.23 runs per over conceded, 290 overs bowled.
Next ball is too full and driven away just past extra cover, and that's going to race away for 4. Ball just gathering pace as it gets onto that dry, hard outfield. No chance for the fielder to haul that one back in, so first boundary since the lunch interval. Lovely shot from Hammond.
Eskenazi might have got a hand to that as he dived across to his left, maybe being a bit sometimes you can tell from the body language of both fielder and the rest of the side that maybe they thought he might have just got a hand to that.
Shorter boundary over to our right as well. As Wright makes his way in, that's a better delivery, just pulling back his length. It's left alone outside off stump by Hammond to finish off the over. 134 for 2. Hammond into the 30s now after that boundary. Be interesting to see how long before they turn to Josh Hull again. He's the kind of bowler who bowls in short bursts, an impact bowler. The only real point of difference in this attack as things stand.
Van Beek casting a shadow as he runs down the slope, bowls outside off stump, and a bit of a waft from Charlesworth, and it beaten on the inside edge there. Did it just swing back a little bit? It wasn't the greatest of shots, and it was a little bit flat-footed outside off stump. Hammond comes down and with his right hand advises Charlesworth, who was probably quite aware that the ball had moved slightly. Van Beek is in and bowls on off stump. Charlesworth leans forward, blocks it out in front of point, but with insufficient velocity to get it far enough past Budinger to pinch a quick single. So he and Hammond remain in place. A sort of buzz of postprandial contentment around the ground, but the chatter level has gone up slightly. Those who've had their lunch down below us. As Van Beek bowls and edged by Charlesworth to a and that's an appalling piece of fielding by Ben Mike down at third man, and Van Beek can't quite believe it. Mike, well, just didn't get his body behind it, had all the time in the world really. He'd got in position, was going to try and hurl it in, it just went through his hands and over the ropes. So again, slightly symptomatic of Leicestershire not being quite at it in the way that they have been all season at the moment, and that's, well, 3 runs unnecessarily conceded. Van Beek couldn't quite believe that, and I'm surprised. Mike is very much one of the better fielders on the side. Van Beek is in again. 2 Charles, it swings back in a little bit. He manages to get a bit of bat onto pad, and it trickles out through the gully area down towards Ben Mike, and 1 is didn't get bat. Sounded very woody to me, but umpire Adnan raises his right knee to the scorers.
Maybe off the thigh pad then, but yeah, I thought he was inside edge onto leg or pad.
Indeed, so did I. Perhaps Ben Charlesworth is telling, and that's my run. You've taken away from me. In goes Van Beek and bowls onto the legs of Hammond, and that's comfortable for Miles Hammond just to stay on the back foot and help it around the corner down towards Hull. But fine leg, and 1 is taken. 40 for 2, partnership up to 85 now. Breeze stirs the trees that line the car park. Up behind the Turner Centre at the Bennett end, as in goes Van Beek and bowls on off stump. Charlesworth just leans forward and bounces the ball back down the pitch towards Logan Van Beek. Van Beek had a bit of a break during the One Day Cup, and he looked like he needed it really. He looked a little, he played pretty much every game up to that point, both the Championship and the T20s. It looks like he needed a break. Wonderfully fit player, but he too getting back into his rhythm now. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23, and he's definitely been better in these couple of overs post lunch than he was in the 5 overs he bowled before lunch.
Chris Wright then to begin a new over, running away from us. That's the umpire, delivers, and that's too far wide of the off stump, and Hammond leaves well alone. He's been pretty good with his line and length so far, Chris Wright, since that lunch interval. A couple of plays and misses bowling to Hammond. Seems to be finding a little bit of nip back into the left-hander. You'll have to be watchful, leaving anything too close to the off stump. Right in, and that's slightly short, and it's been cut into the ground. It bounces over backward point and down to deep third. Single taken. When you talk about the sort of atmosphere post-lunch, I mean the atmosphere in general from those that are in, as the season has gone on, I was here earlier on in the season and there was obviously a lot of hope and the team had started well, but now there's a sort of real spring in the step of some of these loyal supporters that turn in, week out. Right in, and that's another leave outside off stump, this time from Charlesworth. And I know you don't want to say it, Richard, but it's probably going to happen, isn't it? So, I mean, you've put in all the hard yards.
Sense, probably, yes.
You've put in all the hard yards over, what, 12 years now? You've watched some dire stuff, haven't you? Seasons without victories and...
Too solid, yeah.
I mean, I have as well, but I haven't had to sit here behind a mic talking about it. There's, right, it's in. It's another leave outside the off stump. It must feel good.
I mean, it does.
You are not going to celebrate until it happens.
No, absolutely not. No, but nobody should really. But
well, not celebrate, but you don't even want to say it. You don't want to put the mockers on it.
No,
I understand.
It would be disappointing if it didn't happen now. That is for sure. I'd like to see them go on and win the title. I think they've done well enough to deserve that.
Right in, and that one's defended away off the back foot to backward point, no run. Yeah, they certainly have in there.
To lift a trophy.
Yeah.
Obviously, the one-day cup 2 years ago was smashing, but nothing like a Red Ball trophy, I don't think. And
I've not seen the second division trophy. I've never really paid attention to it.
I'm saying that. I'm assuming you'd get one.
Yeah.
The first.
Yeah, Ed's nodding as well. You should, shouldn't you? For winning the title, surely.
Well, you see pictures of people celebrating, don't you?
Right in, and that's driven away gently by Charlesworth out to the sweeper on the offside. Single taken.
Obviously, it wouldn't be as big as the championship trophy, but one would hope there'd be some sort of shiny object.
Yeah, another one to put in the trophy cabinet here. See, we were used to that back in the day, weren't we? Well, I was growing up here. Championships in '96 and '98, and then in the early 2000s, those T20 titles.
And a couple of...
And then you came in to commentate.
A couple of the old B&H competition as well.
Yep.
Gillette, too. Van Beek over the wicket, bowls onto the legs of Charlesworth. He tries to flick it away down on the leg side, thumps into the pad and trickles down towards long leg. In comes Hull to field and the leg by is taken. 143 for 2.
Ed has just shown me a picture of a very nice looking silver trophy for the Division 2 winners.
Ah, does it look like the First Division one?
I think it does, but it's
smaller, basically.
Just silver, basically, not gold.
Oh, it looks very similar, actually. Van Beek bowls and defensive push into the offside on that occasion by Miles Hammond. So we are getting very much ahead of ourselves here. We haven't even secured promotion yet, let alone second division title. Remember, going into this game, Leicestershire 28 clear of Glamorgan in second, who didn't have the greatest of mornings down the road at Northampton. As Van Beek bowls outside off stump, good lift, but it was too wide, taken around, with his gloves pointing upwards, around about chest high by Ben Cox, as it was allowed to go through by Miles Hammond. And 52 clear of Derbyshire in third. 21 points would make them uncatchable in terms of finishing in the top 2. Van Beek bowls and Hammond takes his bottom hand off the bat as he slightly falls across himself, blocking that one out towards wide-ish mid-on.
21 points uncatchable, but that's based on Derbyshire getting full points as well. So
indeed. So that is obviously an unlikely prospect, given a bit of weather supposed to be around this week. Had a chat to head coach Alfonso Thomas before this game. In goes Van Beek, bowls Fuller this time, looking to drive, but he checks the shot slightly. Hammond steers it out to mid-off, and there's no run. And he said all Leicestershire, all they want is for it not to be a decisive factor for one team or another, for everybody to get roughly the same sort of weather. And with Glamorgan being not so very far away down the road at Northampton, there's a reasonable chance of that, I suppose. Van Beek bowls very wide, and he gets away with it. It's allowed to go through by Hammond, and Cox takes it running off to his left.
From memory, last season there were quite a lot of draws involving weather in Leicestershire, weren't there? A few more than maybe other teams were involved in.
There's a page in Wisden, isn't there, about how many days were lost to the weather for each county, if I can track it down. But this season, been pretty much
beautiful.
Perfect, hasn't it?
Even into September, the sun is still shining. Not quite as warm as it has been, a sort of breeze blowing across the ground, but very pleasant day for Championship cricket. Chris Wright then in, and that's been punched away out towards deep cover by Charlesworth for another single. He's ticking along nicely here. That's Ben Charlesworth. 74 he moves on to. Chris Wright into his 9th over. There he is, bowls, and another punch, this time straight to extra cover off the bat of Miles Hammond. He's done well as Miles Hammond. Oliver Price was the wicket to fall just before he came in. Price really struggling against the extra pace of Josh Hull, and Miles Hammond struggled with his first few deliveries off the big left armour, but soon got his eye in and is playing a really good hand here. Right, bowls, and Hammond defends. No run. I certainly don't think in next year's edition of Wisden there'll be too many days recorded of having been lost to rain.
Seems appropriate that the weather stats in Wisden are compiled by Andrew Hignell down in Cardiff, isn't it, really? However, the headline is actually Wet Leicester, weather in 2024.
That's what I was saying. Right. In. Oh, and thick outside edge there from the bat of Hammond down towards deep third. He'll help himself to a single.
In 2024, Leicestershire lost 85.5 hours of cricket. And it was, as you correctly surmised, comfortably the highest. Who did best, do you reckon?
Somebody down south. Ed saying Essex. Durham. I'm not sure about that. Oh, outside edge. No, appeal for a catch behind. Ben Cox thought that had found the edge of Ben Charlesworth, but there's just a bit of movement there off the seam away from the left-hander from Chris Wright. Good delivery. We get. Let's go Surrey.
Somerset.
Okay.
Somerset, which is a bit surprising given the South West doesn't have a particularly good reputation in that respect.
Right, back in. That's been defended back to him in his follow-through. So, end of another over. 145 for 2, Gloucestershire.
35.25 hours for Somerset. 85.5 for Leicestershire.
bet Surrey didn't lose many.
Surrey, 53.5, so somewhere in
Somewhere in the
between.
middle, okay.
Sussex, though, 36.5. Rarely rains in Hove, apparently. And actually, Glamorgan did all right, 39.
Wow. Spent many a rainy day in Cardiff. Although I did a couple of matches in Manchester at Old Trafford in August.
And Bake is in and bowls to Hammond, who's a sort of little bit late on that one outside off stump. Thick bottom edge bounces down into the ground. He's not entirely certain for half a second where it's gone. It's wide of off stump, and Cox comes running up to clear up.
Didn't rain for a single minute, and on one of the days there was not a cloud in the sky, and I've never done more than a day in Manchester without at least 5 minutes of rain, a little drizzle, something like that, a little bit of grey cloud. Absolutely nothing this time.
Van Beek bowls straight, a little bit short of a good length, maybe a fraction of shape back in towards the left-handed Hammond, who blocks it carefully, defends it carefully out into the offside. Eskenazi is the fielder. All those figures should be well down in terms of hours lost this season. Van Beek bowls an expansive drive, and Hammond misses it, and hands on heads behind the stumps, and Hammond is cross with himself and whacks at the air in self-admonition. Flung everything at that one, Hammond, and the feet were nowhere really. Lucky not to edge that one through to Ben Cox. But this tighter line and tighter bowling beginning to potentially pay dividends as Van Beek bowls, and this time Hammond leaves, but similar sort of ball, and he was tempted, you could tell, but once bitten he wanders down the pitch. But just an element of frustration. 36 off 72 for Miles Hammond now. Charles with 74 off 109. Van Beek is in, a little bit short of a good length on off stump, and Hammond can just wait for it on the back foot and guide it carefully down towards Budinger, who's a deepish gully backward point. Almost catching position in bright sunshine, but with his sunglasses perched on top of his cap. You can actually see that many fielders wearing them. They all have them perched on their caps. In goes Van Beek, little bit short, well, bottom edge. There's an appeal for a catch behind. No, says the umpire. It was almost a celeb appeal, as it's been termed by Van Beek. Pulled over the top of the ball. Miles Hammond, so a couple of close escapes for him in that over. One for the drive and one for the pull, but good from Van Beek. Much better post-lunch. No joy yet for Leicestershire in terms of taking a wicket, but they look like they're a little bit more, not necessarily in control yet, but like they know what they're about. Again, 145 for 2.
Van Beek not happy with that decision at all. He just sort of marched straight back to his position there at deep third for the start of the next over. I was about to say he didn't even take his cap back off the umpire, but he's left his cap down just beyond the boundary rope in his fielding position, so didn't have to. Didn't even make eye contact with the umpire after the appeal was turned down. Chris Wright continues then, one slip in place. It's short of a length, defended away by Charlesworth, no run.
I wasn't sure whether that was because he was slightly ashamed at the appeal, or...
Well, they all went up, didn't they, even behind the bat?
They did, but Hammond looked a sort of bit nonplussed at the effrontery of the appeal, and Adnan immediately sort of slightly shook his head.
Right in once more, and slightly fuller, defended by Charlesworth into the offside.
From the attack that has formed this, well, has been the basis of the attack for much of the season. Leicestershire missing Ben Green, Rehan Ahmed and Tom Scriven. Essentially have bowled a lot of overs between them, those three.
Yeah, absolutely. The good thing is they have got a lot of options in the squad, haven't they? I think Scriven, though, particularly missed today as the next ball's full and driven by Charlesworth, but straight to extra cover and there's no run.
22 wickets for Scriven. He's played in 8 of the games, bowled 196 overs. Ahmed 10 out of the 11, 164 overs, 23 wickets at 19s. Green 290 overs, 31 wickets at 21, or just under.
Right then, in once more bowls, and another defensive shot there from Charlesworth. So Leicestershire continuing to dry up the runs somewhat after the lunch interval, which is good to see.
Yeah, what was it, 4.5 the run rate at lunch, now it's 3.8. But when you've had a start like that, you can be patient.
Of course.
And Charlesworth can just dig in, try and play his way through the afternoon. And
both well set, these two batters. Oh, well, he's bowled him on that occasion. That is an absolute beauty from Chris Wright. He's got a couple to jack back in, bowling to both Hammond and Charlesworth. And this one sort of starting on just outside off, nipping back in through the gate, hitting the top of off. And that is almost the perfect delivery for a right-hander from over the wicket to the lefty. And Ben Charlesworth on his way back for a very well played 74. Gloucestershire now 145 for 3.
it looked an absolute peach of a delivery from Wright. Charlesworth will feel he didn't do too much wrong. Everything looked to be in position. Straight, as you say, through the gap. Didn't actually do too much, really. So he clearly did do something wrong there. But it looked from our angle at sort of long on to have just moved a little bit, but essentially he looked to go straight on. Let's have a look. Just before the replay finished there.
Either way, Richard. You can have a little break if you like.
Okay. Well, that is 1 point nearer promotion. Now just 20 points.
Go off and celebrate with a cup of tea.
I even have a banana.
145 for 3 then. Mars Hammond still there on 36. James Bracey comes out to join him at number 5. A lot of left-handers in this Gloucestershire lineup. The breakthrough Leicestershire needed to crack open this Gloucestershire middle order. Extra slip has gone in place, as you'd expect for the new batter. Bracey just marks out his guard as the fielders get into their positions. Chris Wright then in to James Bracey, who's off the front foot, driving just past the bowler and gets through for a single to get off the mark immediately. So Ed Seaborn tries to reattach the microphone to his headset there. I think Richard was saying that one's slightly dodgy, so just keep an eye on it. Let it hang.
I'm just going to hope that it's just about audible from here.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, that's all right.
You are sitting about a foot away from me, though.
It is dangling somewhere near my chin.
Yeah, might need some gaffer tape.
Yeah, that's dodgy.
At some point.
I'm not going to sit here holding it.
I've
never seen anything like it. It's all falling apart here. This chair's almost it's tipping me forwards all the time. How on earth was Richard sat here?
You go off and sort that out. As Logan van Beek begins a new over from the Bennett end, full to the new batter Bracey, who defends away to mid-on. And there's no run. You might have to go for the lip mic, Ed. Go old school. It's okay, you fellas have got me here today. You can have your breaks, you're not going to be constantly holding it throughout every single over. Van Beek in, short and wide, and cut away to deep third. This time Ben Mike pulls out the long barrier after his previous mishap in that position. It's good to see. Nice long barrier, a throwback. Don't see many of them these days.
Lip mics.
Long barriers.
Ah, yes.
Lip mics,
Okay.
yes. Sorry, you're just still in that headspace, aren't you? Trying to get all your technology sorted, but I think we're there. As Van Beek is in, and that's punched off the back foot and then guided into that region where Ben Mike is at deep third, so another single onto the total.
It's also about 5 degrees warmer in this seat than it is in that one. That's the other thing I've noticed. At least whilst the sun's out.
I guess so.
But anyway, yeah, timely wicket that for Leicestershire. And it hadn't felt as far from coming as at times that wicket has felt with that Hammond-Charlesworth partnership.
Van Beek in, that's full, and that's nicely driven past mid-off. It's running away towards the boundary, and it's going to get there. So first boundary for James Bracey. And that brings up the 150. 152 for 3.
Having another excellent season is James Bracey, already, I think that won't have updated yet, 844 runs certainly, and counting anyway, for the championship. 1,000 runs last year, broke several keeping records.
Van Beek goes very full once more, and Bracey defends back down the pitch for no run.
300s for Bracey, including an unbeaten 151, but also a massive score in the One Day Cup at Trent Bridge, 186 I think it was, which means that he now owns the 2 highest List A scores for Gloucestershire after his 224 last year.
Van Beek offers a bit of width on this occasion. And Ben Mike once again back in the action down at deep third. Another long barrier as he prevents the ball from crashing into the boundary rope. And that is the end of another over, 153 for 3.
Sorry, year before last, of course, it was for that Bracey double 100, but anyway, he has had another record-breaking season. Tell you what, I did see a long barrier yesterday covering a game at Taunton Vale. There was a security guard who absolutely stole the show. He seemed to be determined to try and field as many balls around the ground as he could. Stuck in the massive long barrier. I don't think it hit his hand, but that's the point. You've still got something there in the way if you don't misjudge it.
Literally that.
I've never seen anybody look so pleased at fielding a ball as well. Chris Wright into his 11th over, 1 for 28 balls, and tempts Bracey into a push outside the off stump away from his body, rehearses the leave that he knows he probably should have played, but they have stuck to their guns noticeably more this session, Leicestershire, in terms of their lines and lengths. We haven't seen so many of those obvious drivable balls or cuttable deliveries, and it's been harder work in general for Gloucestershire as Wright bowls, and Bracey squeezes that one up to mid-off, goes for a quick single, and he'll make it, and then Ian Holland almost went careering into him, and they get the 1. So 154 for 3. Now, I brought up this map of UK rainfall. I'm absolutely perplexed. I know it's only 1 year, small samples, etc. But how on earth? I mean, where Cardiff is on that map, it gets some of the most rain probably of any city in the UK. How on earth have Glamorgan lost the fewest number of hours, or some of the fewest? Right bowls, that's turned into the onside by Hammond. Bracey has to get back at the non-strikers end as Hull stoops down from his considerable height to pick up.
Well, Somerset's not too far from there either, is it?
It's coloured in helpfully blue, I suppose. It's sort of
basically the whole of the
watery,
west side of
and then,
the UK, isn't it?
And then you've got this sort of earth, muddy, dirty colour on the eastern side. And that's why I was thinking maybe Chelmsford, because they're almost, in general, the further east you go, I tended to think the drier it was, with the exception possibly of Canterbury, as Hammond comes forward and defends to mid-on. Although you certainly wouldn't know it from trips that Gloucestershire have had to Chelmsford over the years. I think it was 4 consecutive away T20s Gloucestershire had that were washed out at Chelmsford without a single ball bowled.
Not ideal.
But, you know, as you were saying, Manchester have covered 2 championship matches at Old Trafford and a game last month. Absolutely fine. Not a single moment's interruption, I don't think, in either of those championship matches, and beautiful weather last month. Right, bowls, and clipped away through backward square by Hammond. There should be a second run available here, and very comfortably taken as the throw's hurled in off the boundary. 156 for 3.
Who's the fellow who always welcomes us at Old Trafford?
Dave,
is it? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Such a nice man.
I'm not sure what Dave will be doing today.
He's been wearing his shorts throughout August, I noticed.
Yes, he'll have his suit back on for Lancashire's next home.
Oh yeah, for championship games, of course. Yeah.
I don't
The
know.
bucket hat on as well.
He did, yeah. Be listening to the Lancashire game at Canterbury. On drive from Hammond, picks out mid-on, slide across from Van Beek, and that ends the over at 156 for 3. Lancashire struggling a little at Canterbury, with Kent 166 for 2, 64 for Ben Compton, and Ben Dawkins, who's not somebody I've actually had a chance to see yet, made 60. Mitch Stanley's taken both those wickets and almost did a double take on us. Saw Mitch Stanley playing full stop and then playing championship cricket, but Kent going well. Bottom of the table, although they've actually won 1 more game than Gloucestershire have. It's just that they've also lost 2 more and almost had half the number of batting points that Gloucestershire have.
Right, change in bowling here as Josh Hull is reintroduced into the attack. Took 2 wickets earlier on, of course, in quick succession. Also bowled a few no balls in that spell, but made the impact his side needed. But he starts with a short and wide one, which is cut away out towards the sweeper at deep backward point. So another single to Bracey. Real mixed bag so far from Hull. Some quick short stuff, some good Yorkers. 2 for 22 into his 5th over. Slightly expensive, but they won't mind that if he keeps taking wickets. Here he comes down the hill from the Bennett end, short, and that's been slashed away in the air, but safely into the gap out towards deep cover for another single.
Yeah, it must be so tricky facing Hull, because never mind the height and the unusual, I guess, combination of the fact that his left arm and bowls quick, which you don't see too often anyway, but you're also waiting for about half an hour for him to run in. You're standing there facing up, and then you're still facing up seemingly 20 seconds later. That must be odd.
It feels like he's running in almost from the sight screen at the far end as he delivers once more, and Bracey taps and runs to extra cover. Those bowlers are the most difficult, where you just don't know where they're going to bowl 9 times out of 10.
And that's the other thing, isn't it?
The unpredictability of it.
You could be getting the shortest, widest ball that you've got all day, and then all of a sudden you've got to try and hit that, and then you could be getting a leg stump Yorker next ball.
At potentially 90 miles an hour, so reaction time, I guess, is being relied upon a little bit more when you're facing somebody like a Josh Hull. And he is, and well, that's a genuine half volley, and it's, well, try and talk us through that fielding effort, Ed. Steve Eskenazi, who ends up on his backside, the ball almost hits him in the face, and he somehow prevents a single and a boundary.
It was almost like the force of the shot from Hammond knocked Eskenazi off his feet, but it wasn't really quite like that. I don't know if he was so concerned about what that ball might do as it hit the used pitch that he's standing on, but it was a strange bit of fielding.
Another dot ball as Hull makes his way in, goes for that leg stump Yorker, gets it slightly wrong, and it's a nice flick out towards deep mid-wicket by Hammond, and it gets all the way to the boundary for 4. Out to the shorter boundary over to our right, and well, you can't bowl there. Most left-handers good in that area. Hammond on to 44.
Yeah, he's certainly going to get value to that shorter side as well. The ball just does not slow down. Some outfields I've seen around the country have started to look a little greener, but here it still looks like it did in, well, I don't know what it looked like, but it looked like some outfields did, I should say, in July.
Yeah, very barren. Lots of brown patches. Next ball from Hull is slightly shorter, and it's been just worked away wide of mid-on. Another quick single taken, end of the over from Josh Hull, 164 for 3. This partnership building nicely as well now, worth 19 between Bracey and Hammond.
Yeah, I still think, even at 164 for 3, this is another important partnership for Gloucestershire as far as doing what they would want to do, which is, having batted first, really put a commanding score on the board, not just get a score, but really make use of scoreboard pressure and get that score up towards, you know, if they could push 400, that's what they'd want to do, to try and attempt to dominate the game from there, rather than it, you know, be late 200s, early 300s, and that gives Leicester the opportunity to bat well and pass them. Ian Holland is bowling, and he's bowling wide of the off stump, and Hammond does not offer a shot. Glamorgan 164 for 5 against Northamptonshire, so they've just lost a 5th wicket. Asa Tribe. What do you call somebody from Jersey?
That's a good question.
I don't know what the demonym for Jersey is, actually. I only just thought that. Holland in, and Hammond watches that go by as well, a little bit
The
fuller.
Jersey lad.
The Jersey lad.
It's not a Jerseyan or something like that, is it?
I don't know. They have some odd ones. Some of these. What should I say?
From the Isle of Man.
Slightly
called
further.
Mank, can't they?
Yeah,
So
you've got that. You've got the Isle of Wight's slightly unusual one. It's something like Vectensian is supposed to say, or something like that, for somebody who's born in the Isle of Wight. Left alone by Hammond for a 3rd consecutive time. Corkheads, I know you can call them, because I had that discussion a while back. I can't remember why, but
doesn't sound particularly polite.
no, it doesn't.
No.
That's exactly what Kevin Howells thought as well. I should know that. Anyway, he's batting well, is Asa Tribe, wherever he's from. Holland in, and bowls driven by Hammond, but won't beat mid-off. It was a good-looking shot, but doesn't bring him any runs. No, so there we go. Actually, that's because, according to the oracle of all things, there is no standard demonym for Jersey people. Jersey man, Jersey woman, Jurier, something like that anyway.
Nice
Brackets
attempt.
the native language. Or simply an islander. comes Holland and bowls, and Hammond touches that one gently to backward point, and again there won't be a run. It does also follow up by saying they're sometimes also colloquially known as a couple of things.
Let's not get
by
into
people
that.
from Guernsey, but I'm not sure if I should. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I know what that word means. It's just got a slightly concerning start to it.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that word
Going with the
means toad
pronunciation
in
wrong.
French. I think that's the word for
Right.
toad. Holland bowls to Hammond, and that's pushed away to mid-off. And yeah, I think I'm
say
just
it
going
in
to
an English
refrain
accent.
from saying that word completely. But
I think so.
if you do want to, this is really going way off piece now. But if you do want to know what that word is, then just look
Just
up the French word
Google
for
it.
toad, and you'll see why I'm refraining from saying it. It's 164 for 3 at the end of what was thankfully a fairly uneventful over from Ian Holland, allowing us to move off somewhere completely off into the distance.
So what are we calling Ace a tribe then?
Jerseyman.
There we go.
Glamorgan 165 for 5. So yeah, sort of hanging in there thanks to tribe really.
Josh Hull begins a new over, short and wide and cut away by Bracey in front of square. There's a bit of work to do for the fielder there, running around from deep point. Allow Bracey back through for a couple of runs. We were talking about neutrals earlier on, weren't we, in Division 2, and sides perhaps not minding one of the fellow smaller counties like Leicestershire doing well. There doesn't seem to be a lot of sympathy for Lancashire this season, does
I
there?
don't think so, no. I think it's fair to say that Schadenfreude was in full swing with their start of the season.
Jimmy Anderson and all as well.
Oh, they cheer when he's bowling, even at Headingley.
They do. In comes Hull, and that's been punched away out towards Ben Mike at deep third. Single taken. That was amazing, wasn't it? That was amazing. The reception that he got at Headingley. No ball from Hull as well. Another one, so another couple of runs onto the total. And even in the 100, the match I covered there, the Northern Derby as
He's
they
there
call
for
it.
that one.
Yeah, you were with me, so you got.
No, I was there for that one.
Oh,
but
you weren't there for that.
Yeah, no.
He got a massive cheer as he came into bat, of all things. And then he was out first ball, and he got a massive cheer when he went back as well.
I bet he did. I can imagine him getting a cheer there.
Hull back in once more, and another short wide delivery. He's not getting his length right here, is Josh Hull. Gets away with it though. Another couple of runs out to the sweeper at deep cover. Hammond this time.
At least he's inadvertently bowling to the longer side, because that could have been a couple of boundaries in addition to the no ball to the shorter side. Yeah, got a great reception at Cheltenham as well to Jimmy. His first game at Cheltenham, I think, since 2003.
The year he made his England debut.
Yeah, it was, because he came in as an injury replacement. Not an injury replacement, he came in as a replacement, having not been picked in a test side. And I think he came in for Peter Martin.
Wow.
Which sort of shows you.
Those were the days.
Trying to remember back, my research goes
Peter
after a month and a
Martin
bit,
there.
but I think that's right.
For those that don't remember, very tall, blonde, almost Josh Hull-esque kind of build. Not quite the pace of a Josh Hull. In comes Hull, and that's worked away off the hip by Hammond, but straight to mid-on, no run. Well, you'd like to think it was a farewell tour that Jimmy Anderson's doing, but the way he's talking,
Oh no.
he's going to be around for a good few years yet. He's just put his name up for the SA20 auction. Played in the 100, of course, as a replacement player. Didn't do amazingly well, but did okay.
Be playing on finals day, I'm sure.
He will be playing on finals day, and that's a competition he's done very well in this season. The blast. Hull in, and that's been clipped off the hip once more, this time to square leg. But once again, no run. And when He put himself up for all sorts of franchise competitions in recent times, didn't he, in the IPL? I'm not sure he was ever going to get picked up in the IPL, was he?
No,
Having not played T20 cricket for however many years.
He could have been one of those
that.
star coaches that they seem to have.
He could have been one of the mentors, couldn't he?
But I'm not sure in
he
terms
still
of a
wants to play.
contract. Yeah.
Desperate to still play. Hull runs in, bowls short, and it's cut away on the bounce to Eskenazi there at backward point. No run.
But yeah, I think people are, when that happened, were going, "Come on, Jimmy, what are you on?"
But then he didn't get picked up in the 100 either.
Yeah.
Which was a little bit more embarrassing, but then
he's had the chance to prove that he actually can do a real job in T20 with Lancashire. Then he has got picked up at the 100, and from there, being the name and the draw that he is, you just think, actually, it would not surprise me if he didn't end up playing somewhere around the world in the near future.
Hull bowls. Looks like a quick delivery there, just short of a length, defended by Hammond to finish off the over. 171 for 3. Partnership on to 26. The last man out was Ben Charlesworth, who played really well for his 74 off just 114 balls. Set batter at the moment. Miles Hammond on 47. James Bracey with him off to a brisk start, 13 from just 12.
Can you imagine if Anderson started playing in those Legends series? These people who turned up to
It's
not
funny
quite
though,
see out their retirement.
With
but
the Legends, he could actually play in that and still play for Lancashire, because you've only got to be retired in that particular World Championship of Legends, which takes place here, from international cricket. You can still play domestic cricket.
Holland over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's got to be a wide. That's almost landed off the cut strip. When's Ian Holland ever bowled a ball like that? That's just obviously come out completely wrong, and he's grinning. I suppose he might as well grin, because he's actually saved himself a run just about by not bowling it so wide that it did land off the cut strip, and it was called a no ball. So there's only 1 for that, as opposed to 2 for a no ball. Wow, 172 for 3. Holland bowls and predictably straightens up his line. It would be difficult to bowl it wider, really. That's again let go, though, by Bracey.
So Ravi Bopara,
yes,
plays for England in the World Championship of Legends. So does Samit Patel, who played in the 100 for the Northern Superchargers and captained Derbyshire in the Blast. And Bopara then plays in that, then he goes and scores 100 for Northants in the Blast. You know,
it's obviously great preparation.
Yeah.
More people should do it. Holland in and bowls, and that doesn't really carry through to Cox behind the stumps, as again it's let go.
I mean, there are other players who are definitely clearly retired, like the Chris Tremletts of this world, who just looks like a giant bodybuilder these days. I mean, he looked pretty hench when he was bowling. About twice the size now.
Gosh, that's a frightening thought. Holland jogs up, bowls, and thick edge from Bracey, but controlled wide of now the only slip. Down to 1 slip in the 45th over, and Bracey will take a single as it squeezes down to deep third. 173 for 3. Yeah, Anderson was captaining Lancashire at the Cheltenham Festival as well. Marcus Harris back to captain Lancashire in that game. There's no Jimmy, I'm sure he's resting for finals day. That's been left alone by Hammond through behind the stumps.
He hates resting though.
Yeah,
absolutely hates it. Doesn't think he needs to.
Actually, I noticed that future Gloucestershire player Will Williams is playing for Lancashire in that game, so I think having almost effectively, from what it sounded like, been removed from Lancashire's plans, not just in terms of the fact that they were letting him go, but also he wasn't going to really play a part. Holland bowls, again it limps through to Cox back there, as this time Hammond plays no shot. But it's amazing what can happen when all of a sudden you've got finals day to think about as Lancashire, and oh yeah, Will Williams, he's still in our squad, we'll just trot you out in the championship. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're sort of lower middle table in the Championship, Division 2, not going to get promoted. I guess why not?
He bowled 5 overs, Williams, 5 overs for 24. Holland bowls, that's another very wide delivery, so there wasn't much bat on ball in that over, but also not a great deal of threat from Holland, and it still feels slightly unusual to say that, as it's 11 overs for 42 from Holland, and he has only beaten the bat a couple of times as well. It's in complete contrast to the game that we saw at Bristol earlier this season, where he bowled an entire over to Cameron Bancroft of plays and misses. Remember it well. 173 for 3.
Yeah, very skillful bowler. He's had a very good season once again, but just hasn't had that zip this morning and into the afternoon session. Josh Hull begins a new over into Bracey, who works the ball down towards deep third. Again, Ben Mike onto it. He's done well since that misfield a few overs ago.
I didn't actually see it, I must say. I would have craned over your neck, so I just
sort of ran in
I just
casually.
Heard the word appalling used, which
he was in a good
which summed
position
it up.
if he just managed to get his hands to the ball, but the ball just kind of flicked through, and we've seen some long barriers from him since to try and make up for that, but he's with that last effort just got his confidence back now. No more long barriers as Hull runs in bowls, and that's good delivery, well defended by Hammond. Back down the pitch.
Oh, there you go, it's raining at Taunton. The only place in the country that it's raining. The normal order of things is restored.
There we go.
It is actually the only place that I've seen a no result this year. Complete washout. I mean, there was a lot of time lost in the second game of the Cheltenham Festival this year, but well, I suppose that wasn't a complete washout at Taunton either, but a whole innings was lost. So I think that still represents the most, I suppose, directly consequential rain that I've seen, because with it being 400 played 400 in the one innings that we saw at Cheltenham, I think it's fair to say that the draw would have been the favoured result there anyway.
Hull runs in again downhill, goes for the Yorker, but it's down the leg side. Good take from Cox over to his right. A real mixed bag from Hull in this spell post-lunch. Lots of short wide deliveries, which he got away with, to be honest. Another no ball, couple down the leg side. Not quite found his rhythm.
Again, as we've said though, I guess the problem is it only takes one ball from him.
Hull runs in bowls, again goes for the Yorker, and this time it's dug out by Hammond to mid-on. No run.
It's Chris Wright getting down there at mid-on. I was thinking there's always that one fielder that gets that extra. I mean, it's not jeering at all, but just that extra little bit, the noise that they get once they've completed a piece of fielding.
To let everybody know what they've just done. 174 for 3, Gloucestershire. They won the toss, decided to have a bat first. Josh Hull, who's taken a couple of wickets, bowls once more, and he's cut away to backward point. Hammond helps himself to another single, goes to within 2 of a half century. James Bracey, he's played well in his 16 ball knock so far. He's already on 15. He's looked very busy.
Yeah, he was very much the form batter for Gloucestershire in that one-day cup campaign. Not just that 100, but I think it was a 96 he got against Leicestershire in the game at Bristol. It was the most substantial knock in that game.
Hull runs in. That's a hard length delivery, which is worked away defensively on the leg side. No run taken. 175 for 3. Partnership on to 30.
Yeah, so he certainly had an enormous amount of confidence at the top of the order, and I'm not saying it was entirely down to that, but Gloucestershire's playoff game against Somerset in the one-day cup, where Bracey was dismissed second ball, bowled by Jake Ball, things did rather continue to go downhill from there. So he's such an important player for Gloucestershire, whatever format he's playing. Holland continuing, and Hammond forward and defending to mid-off. Nikesh Ragani is taking a break, and Richard Ray is back alongside me.
The sun comes back out, so it may be raining at Taunton, but absolutely no sign of the weather being a problem here today.
Yeah, it looked as if it was just bubbling up at one point, and then it started to clear again, thankfully. Holland bowls and slashing at that one and driving it square on the offside in the air, Hammond, but getting it into enough space in front of square just about that nobody could get particularly close to it, but it was an airy shot from Hammond as well as being hit in the air. See what I mean? 176 for 3.
Just occasionally has a little rush of blood, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Especially outside off stump. That could easily have flown to Budinger at backward point.
On to 49 with that single, as this time it's Bracey attempting to be tempted.
Yes, I'd forgotten about that over. That was in the evening, wasn't it, that Holland bowled to Bancroft.
Yeah.
And we spoke about it, and that night, and Leicestershire, well, maybe we'll get the joy tomorrow, and they did. But my word, that was extraordinary.
It's just, I mean, it wasn't. There were so many overs as well where it was 2 or 3 or even 4 plays and misses. Other than that one, he's gone really chasing after that one as Bracey. That was another really wide ball from Holland, and judging by the way he's just gone to scrape at the crease, I don't think he meant it to be quite that wide, but sometimes those work, and it nearly drew the edge. Flashed at it and missed.
Un-Bracey-like. He wouldn't have been entirely surprised to see Hammond do that, but not Bracey at this stage. He's looked very sort of controlled and determined.
Holland runs in and bowls, and you could see that coming a mile away. The next delivery was always going to be wide of the off stump again from Holland, and Bracey he took a big stride toward the ball, and it was so obvious that he had no intention at any even microsecond of playing that one, so it's left alone. But it isn't an angle of attack that can work, even if it does bring a lot of leaves. You're just bowling for the odd one that is played at, and he's having to play a little bit away from his body there, but still this time is able to control it well down through the gully, and he'll take a single as it's mopped up on the boundary. So 177 for 3. Bracey will keep the strike on 16. Hammond has 49. This partnership worth 32, and looking to, I guess, make the most of the afternoon still in front of them. We've got 17 overs still to be bowled before tea, so plenty can happen either way there.
Yeah, it was that 18 overs post lunch, and Leicestershire have kept it much tighter. Just the one reward so far. That was for Chris Wright. Josh Hull is in and bowling to James Bracey, who defends. You heard the stentorian bellow of no as he pushed out into the offside. Again, he looked a fraction hurried by Hull's extra few inches of pace. Remains on 16, Hammond 49. Mentioned earlier that he's passed 57 times in the county championship without going on to 3 figures. Maybe today will be the day. I'm sure he'll be determined to convert, as they say. Hull very upright as he runs in and bowls a little bit short and pulled away all the time in the whirl. Really sat up quite nicely on to the sort of hip area, maybe just a touch higher for Bracey. Was in position very early and just sort of almost helped it over mid-wicket out to the boundary in front of the Uptonsteel stand, and moves into the 20s now on 220, 181 for 3.
was always so noticeable about Bracey's playing of the short ball in that one-day cup campaign. It wasn't just fours that he was going for. He was going for a 6, but there he checked it, but it still went in the air. He's happy to play it in the air and see that he could clear forward square.
Well, it's in to him again. He slashes outside off stump. It goes through underneath his bat, and he rehearses the crash away through the offside, but he rehearses it in annoyance with himself as much as anything, I suspect. A couple of slightly loose shots from him then in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, that was a bit of a waft. We've seen a couple of those. Charlesworth tried to cut one, and it seems to have become a little trickier to cut those ones that aren't absolutely right on the drag down.
Yeah, it didn't particularly get up, did it? Pitch again, a little bit low. In goes Hole, and bowls worked out to mid-wicket. Yeah, for a few feet, but well short of Van Beek, who's in there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I suppose also slightly older ball as well, a little bit softer, doesn't quite get up as much or come on quite as well as the new one, even with Hull's pace.
2 balls away from the halfway point in the day in terms of overs that need to be bowled, and almost certainly will be bowled today. Hull in, bowls slightly short of a good length, straight. Bracey just defends on the back foot, back down the wicket to Josh Hull. And it being the last ball of the over, they've decided to send mid-wicket out to deep backward square. Van Beek is out there. Maybe it won't be a bluff. Maybe they will bowl short. He hasn't bowled too many bouncers, not deliberately, I don't think. So far, Josh Holt. Pitch is a little bit slow for that as Hull is in and bowls, and of course it isn't. It's full and on off stump, and Bracey tucked up, pushes it out into the offside. Almost on the walk in the end, just went back and then went forward, weight forward. John Tattersall, he's going to field for Leicestershire for the first time. Lewis Hill, the veteran, is running off the pitch. Gets quite tricky at a certain age, doesn't it? Spend all the time out there. And Hill comes off, and Tattersall is on for the first time, wearing a Leicestershire baseball cap, not a cap, which he isn't entitled to wear, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose that's what I was just thinking that. I was going to ask you, I assume that very bright green is because he hasn't yet got the cap. Yeah. Sign somebody for 3 years, send him out as a substitute, and they're not even allowed to wear the cap yet. Quite right too. Yes, they need to be observed, these things. Holland goes in and bowls. Hammond cramped for room there and ends up nudging it to mid-on 49. You mentioned, and close the mics down, or hit the mute button if you're a Hammond family member at this point, because you're probably not going to like it, because they'll then get accused of putting curses on him as well. But it has been something over the last few years that as Holland bowls to him very wide and left alone, Hammond has time really to turn round completely and watch that one into the gloves of Cox as it takes its time to get through. But it has been something which has bugged him a bit. He was well on course to get 100 at Old Trafford this year, which really would have, I think, meant a lot to him. And unfortunately, he just tightened up and it was bowled eventually, as that's left by Hammond. That's the 97. So he had about 4 or 5 big booming drives to Tom Bailey. Kept trying to put him away, and of course Bailey, being Bailey, wasn't going to just give him a half volley. He just kept on putting it there on that length where it wasn't quite drivable, but Hammond just desperate to get one away, and eventually through the gate it went, and he was bowled. But in contrast to that, however, as Holland bowls to him and left alone again, he has once again had a really consistent season. You don't know exactly how Hammond is going to get there, but over the last several seasons now, you can basically pencil him in for about 800 runs. He'll average late 30s into the 40s, somewhere around there. He'll get a lot of 50s. He probably won't get a huge number of hundreds, but equally he'll put in some sturdy numbers, as that one probably doesn't quite carry actually through to Cox, as again it's let go by Hammond.
They're trying to frustrate him, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's an obvious ploy, but he does look as though he's getting frustrated. You know, he's not sort of shrugging it off with a smile.
There's a lot of wafting of the bat going around, and yes, what are you doing this to? Come on, bowl it to me where I can hit it. Last ball of this over. Holland in to Hammond, and Hammond can get bat on ball. He drives it through the covers for a single, and that is a half century for Miles Hammond. 109 deliveries, so he has been becalmed somewhat by this strategy of Leicestershire's, which has come close to providing the breakthrough, but it is Hammond who becomes the second Gloucestershire batter to a half century today. Charlesworth making 74, and Hammond with 4 fours and a 6 in that 109 ball effort gets there, and the score at the end of the over 182 for 3.
Well batted. Half century number 8 will this be the one? Sun back out, lots of blue sky now. Beautiful afternoon for watching cricket. Friends of Grace Road are open for business. Cakes available. Second last match here. Josh Holt is in and bowls outside off stump. Might just have been a hint of a way swing, but it started wide and swung a little bit wider, and once again Hammond is left with bat raised. Back from mid-wicket to deep square again goes Van Beek, this time after just 1 ball of the over instead of 5.
Hammond as well. We've seen it with Bracey. He's prepared to go in the air with the shorter ball, and well, actually we have seen it from Hammond as well, of course, because he hit that pull shot 6 off Van Beek over the longer side of the ground. Admittedly no fielder out there, but it is a boundary he might take on.
Holt bowls to him. He drives very airily outside off stump, and he says with his right hand that it moved away. May have done so a little bit, but it was a long way from the body when it started, and it was again a rather wide delivery at which to play.
Yeah, and certainly nowhere near full enough to be driving, especially not with, even if we have said there may not be as much bounce as there was first thing, but with Hull's height, it's got to be very full to drive it.
In he comes, bowls again, straighter, but a little bit short of a good length, and Hammond on the back foot can block it out into the offside to Eskenazi, who's at extra cover. So, yes, he's still out there clapping at. Hill hasn't reappeared as yet, so it's Tattersall out there at pretty much point.
I wonder when the last time he was that far from the bat was.
I was going to say, it's been a while.
I mean, never mind keeping, but he was captain as well, wasn't he, I think, for Yorkshire a few times when he wasn't keeping.
He goes Holt, bowls the bouncer, but it's too short, and you could kind of see it coming. He wound himself up a little bit there, Josh Holt. A little bit of extra acceleration to the crease, and a hint of malignancy in his gaze at Miles Hammond, but banged it in very short, and Hammond knew what was coming very early, ducked underneath it, let it go through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. Cox has company at the moment in the voluble form of Rishi Patel, chuntering away to him. Might see an over or two before tea from Rishi. A little bit of off spin as Hull is in, and Bolton is pulled in the air, and it could be caught, and is caught deep backward square by Logan Van Beek. So Hammond once again isn't going to go on to 3 figures, having passed 50, or having reached 50 on this occasion. And well, he was getting visibly more and more frustrated over the recent overs, and the Leicestershire tactics, simple enough, but I'm afraid they've worked. banged in by Hull, but not quite as short as the last time, helped in the air by Hammond. Not straight to Van Beek, but near enough to him for Van Beek to be able to move to his right and take a good catch. Hands pointed up, Australian style, although he was falling to his right.
Yeah, and you have to say that was on the cards, really, given the level of frustration from Hammond and the trap that was set for him, because it wasn't like Bracey where they just put the fielder back for one ball and then, as so often happens, it's a bluff, but that was always going to be the delivery that they were looking for. And actually, to Hull's credit there, very much so, not only did he bowl the right ball for Hammond to pull out to deep square, but actually, as much as we've been saying you don't quite know what you're going to get from him, he did set him up there. He bowled it wide of the off stump, he continued to frustrate him, he played and missed at one, and then late on in the over, the plan, I guess, was always going to be to try and bowl that one that brings deep square into play, and Hammond obliges. So that is Graham Van Buren, who has come out at number 6, so he has come in ahead of Jack Taylor, which I wouldn't have been surprised either way they did it, really, and Taylor did bat ahead of Van Buren in the one-day cut, but Van Buren does have the better 4-day record in general, so anyway, it's Van Buren who's out there.
And Hull coming down the slope to bowl 2. Graham Van Buren inside edge onto the pad, misses the off stump by not very much at all. Lots of hands on Leicestershire heads out there, but very, very nearly 2 in 2 for Josh Hull, and unsurprisingly a very generous round of applause from the Leicestershire faithful. 3 wickets for Hull now, 3 for 42 from 9 overs, and again we come back to this sort of point of difference, that extra little bit of pace, not always consistent, but he is making the difference for his side at the moment.
Yep, and whilst Holland maybe has not had his most threatening day, he's still played a big part
exactly
in
that.
and you
Exactly
it's
that.
why you still need, and this is the well, I'll come back to it because we've got a ball being bowled here by Holland and Bracey offering no shot to it. It is what Gloucestershire's attack has been missing the last couple of years when Tom Price has been injured, and unfortunately he has had a couple of significant back injuries, and Gloucestershire have missed that bowler of slightly lesser pace but metronomic that then the quicker bowlers can bowl off at the other end. Again, left by Bracey. That's one of the ones that does just bounce a little bit more, just pops up a bit from wide of the off stump, which is why you've got to be quite careful taking that on, and patience will have to be the name of the game, you would think, really, for Bracey, especially after seeing his partner Hammond dismissed. 37 runs that partnership was worth. It could be at a bit of a tipping point this innings as Holland bowls to him, and this is full enough that he can drive, but he can't get it past that fielder at mid-off, and so there's no run. But yeah, Gloucestershire have made that move to sign Will Williams, who is that sort of bowler. Of course, they are losing a lot of the young quick bowling that is either currently in the side or out injured, as Bracey lets that one go. So it just feels as though that sort of partnership is one that Gloucestershire haven't always been able to have. There's been runs that have been scored from both ends, and then the build-up of pressure can so often be the bowler that the batters feel they can score off that ends up getting the wickets in that situation. Holland in and bowls, and Bracey shoulders arms.
5 in this over, and actually over the last 3 or 4 overs from Holland, something like 80% of his deliveries have been out there, but it's a deliberate thing from him. He's just looking now to frustrate and see if the batters want to take a risk against Hull.
Economy rate's dropping as well. It was over 4. It's coming down to 3s basically, as this time Bracey does need to get bat on ball. Big stride in and blocks it back up the pitch. So 182 for 4 at the end of a maiden over from Holland, his 3rd maiden in 14 overs, and Hull, unsurprisingly after taking that wicket, is going to have, well, I think it's a 6th over in this spell. I think he bowled 4 in the first spell, so I suppose he bowled 4, but he basically bowled 5, didn't he, because of the 6 no balls that he bowled.
Correct, yeah. Just thinking for Holland, his first 9 overs went for 40, his last 5 have gone for 5. Much more Holland-like. Well, Hull will continue from the Bennett end. He hasn't got a 4-fer in first-class cricket as he comes in and bowls to Van Buren, who leaves a delivery that looked to me to be quite close to off-stump. Rishi Patel thought it trembled the stumps, but he always does. But it was close enough to raise an eyebrow, I suspect. Ish. Good leave, really, by Van Buren.
Checking that they're not using the zinger bails. Those don't come off with those little brushes.
Long-sleeved shirt for Van Buren, and no sweater. It's lovely out there actually now. Early 20s, I would say. Gentle, warm-ish breeze. Hull is in. Bowls Van Buren. Thought for a minute he was going to be a touch late on that. He was solidly enough behind it on off stump, pushing the ball out to Holland, who's at mid-off. Yeah, 3 for 13 earlier this season. I think Josh's first-class best figures. So obviously got the 3 for in his England game, but a 4 or 5 will just sort of lift his profile a little bit, put him back into the conversation as such. But it's just nice to get people seeing it again. In he goes and bowls. Van Buren looks to work the leg stump Yorker away, and does. It was just a fraction wide of leg stump. He waited for it on the back foot, managed to clip it away out towards deep backward square, running up the rope. Ben Mike still looking slightly shamefaced from that fielding. So unlike Ben. Field didn't get hit away, but Van Buren picks up a couple, moves on to 2. 184 for 4. Still 12.5 overs until tea. Oh, in. Oh, short pulled up into the air, but very, very firmly out towards deep backward square, and a no ball as well. So 6 runs from the delivery, 4 of which go to Van Buren, 2 against Hull. So is that, did he bowl 1 in this second spell earlier? Is that 8 now? So that's 8 now.
So.
8 no balls, but 3 wickets. An equation which captain would take, I'm sure.
Yeah, you take 3 for 50. I mean, this is so often a discussion about economy rates, but actually it's wicket taking rates that are the only thing that really matter.
Nicely picked up by Van Buren. Moves on to 6 with 19 for 4. Oh, that slightly angled run bowls 2 in. He pushes it straight out to mid on and immediately calls because he sees it's Chris Rice out there. Looked as big, absolutely straight to him, and a few eyebrows raised certainly around the ground, but he knew his man.
Yes, it's sort of bullying, really, isn't it?
It felt a bit like that.
He'd he'd been running down the pitch with a huge grin on his face, probably as well, just grinning at Wright, almost laughing at him for no blame. But
sure.
It wouldn't have been quite like that, you know what I mean?
But yes,
playfully, I'm sure there would have been a bit of that.
Something of the picking on him there, right after that fine piece of fielding from Wright a few overs ago. In goes Hull and bowls to Bracey, who leaves the ball outside off some little bit of shape away. Good bounce and carry through to Cox.
They're calling him Goob.
Goober.
Goober, yes.
Goober and goobs and variations thereon.
Oh dear. I'm not surprised, but it's just one of those things that happens, isn't it? He's very tall and...
I'm afraid so. It's kind of developed a little bit this season to a certain extent, but it does now seem to be fairly universal among the Leicestershire players. In goes Hull. Bowls a no ball that comes out of his hand and doesn't bounce as it goes above the head of James Bracey, who happily saw it early, and he'll obviously get an official warning now. It was a fairly classic beamer, to be quite honest.
Yes, thank goodness for that, in a way that it was such a beamer that Bracey could get underneath it, because that could have been really nasty if it just been that little bit lower, and Cox unable to take it as well, so 6 more.
Expensive. 3 for 4. In goes Hull, and Bowles looking for the Yorker over pitches, and it's clipped out low, full toss to deep backward square where Van Beek is the fielder. I don't think the scoreboard picked it up, did they? Because only given him. Well, no.
Well, yeah, it'd be all extras. Yeah,
it's 3. Yeah, 2 against for the beamer, and the 4 will go against poor Cox, I suppose.
Yes, exactly, because they've changed that back to being now that it goes as buys, whereas it used to be that they all went into the no balls column, but now Cox has conceded buys off a ball that I don't think anybody wanted to get in the way of.
No. 198 for 4 after 52.
It was a pretty good follow-up to a beamer, though, with the Yorker next ball. Bracey ready for it, facing up now to Holland, and guess what? You almost don't need to know what happened, although of course you do, because it's every ball of every game, as I remind myself, in the county championship, so it's left alone through to the wicketkeeper. But it is almost a case of, even on the radio, you may as well just call the ball when Bracey does have to play at it, rather than when he doesn't. But even Bracey, as we've seen, has gone for the waft. That is a straighter ball turned to the onside. There's definitely no run there, as it's Lewis Hill coming up from mid-wicket. Would almost have been able to run the ball to the stumps if Bracey had continued on that path down the pitch.
Ben Mike's doing all sorts of exercises now at mid-on. One assumes, therefore, that I would guess he'll come down the slope.
I think Hull may have been off if he hadn't taken that wicket in the previous over, because I saw Mike doing some serious stretching before that on the boundary. It's left alone again.
Well, he is inclined to do an awful lot of vigorous stretching, Ben. Not necessarily because he's about to bowl, but it's some really, even by his standards, vigorous warming up exercises.
It's like he's trying to start the lawnmower, but whilst horizontal.
Side planking.
Yeah, that's it. I think I tried one of those once, and I didn't try another one. Holland bowls, and Bracey dabs that into the ground. Pottinger comes up from point, and there's definitely again no run there. Yeah, now that looks a bit. Yeah, I could do with some of that. I think I've been doing too much sitting down on stools the last few days. Yeah, 6 months. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Well, 5 and a bit anyway.
A little bit of back rotating. Get the shoulders moving as well. Holland in and bowls, and once again Bracey plays it late and without any venom to backward point. So the pressure continues to be kept on in terms of runs being kept off from Ian Holland. Asa Tribe, the man from Jersey, has reached his 106 not out for Glamorgan, who at 207 for 5 at Northampton. Bracey forward to defend. Holland gets a hand on that, but was travelling pretty gently to the non-striker's end, so from Buren well back into his crease. End of the over. and another maiden over from Holland, 198 for 4. Middlesex have come back against Derbyshire in that game at Lords, where Derbyshire were 124 for 1, but they're now 172 for 5, with Roland Jones having taken 3, Higgins having taken 2.
Yeah, but Madson's not out.
He is, yeah.
One not out.
He might be running out of partners.
Yes.
They do bat pretty deep, Derbyshire, but they've got Anuj Dal in. Actually, I say they bat pretty deep. They're playing young Rory Hayden, who played in a 50-over game against Gloucestershire left arm seamer. Was actually the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers, I think, on a fairly tough day for Derbyshire's bowling at Cheltenham. But Aitchison, Morley, Hayden, the bottom 3, so could be a comeback for Middlesex, who've got Ollie Stone playing for them on loan from Nottinghamshire. Oh, and it's nice to see back playing red ball cricket, given injury record.
Then Mike does take over from Josh Hull, comes in over the wicket to Van Buren, outside off stump, moves away, but was rather sent in that direction by Ben Mike. Graham Van Buren has nothing to do with the ball, lets it go through, wanders down the pitch. How's Graham gone this season? Well, he's played 11 games, 19 innings. He's scored 515 runs at just over 30.
Yeah, it's probably not been the season with the bat that
quite
overall, although
he
you had that massive 170 against Derbyshire, but then there hasn't been a huge amount else. But the thing with Van Buren this year is he's been relied on so much more with his bowling.
But yeah, Mike is in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump. Late-ish decision to leave. He sort of got in position to cut it away, then perhaps realised that Van Beek had gone out to the point boundary and decided to let it go at this relatively early stage of his innings.
His role was seen much more as that spinning all-rounder this year, even before those Kookaburra rounds where he had to do a lot more bowling as well.
20 wickets for Graham Van Buren this season. Mike is in, bowls to him outside off stump, moving away, and an earlier decision to leave, a relatively early decision to let that one go through.
I would wager also that since maybe the opening 3 or 4 games, that whilst he's averaging 40 with the ball, I would reckon that is much closer to 30 once you take his work, once pitches have actually started to be a little more responsive to spin. He's done such an important job for Gloucestershire with the ball, not just in this format but in the One Day Cup as well.
He waits with bat raised as Mike is in, bowls to him outside off stump and left again. Grunt of effort from Mike, but too wide to play. Well, only Ajit Singh Dale has bowled more overs than Van Buren this season, and then only by 3.
Yeah.
So
And he's had his 35th birthday not that long ago.
255. No doubt he'll rack up a few more at some stage during this game. At the moment, he's only thinking about his batting, Mike. From a little shuffle, and he comes in and bowls outside off stump, a little closer to the off stump, but not that much, and not sufficiently so to persuade Van Buren to play up the ball. So 4 in a row. Similar from both ends at the moment. Outside off stump line, looking to frustrate as much as anything. 198 for 4. Innings again. Once again, you sort of feel it's in the balance.
Yeah.
They're going to be 350 plus. Is it sort of going to be 320? In goes Mike and bowls, and that one is cut away down into the ground, but a good diving stop or falling stop away to his left, two-handed by Sol Budinger, knocks the ball down and prevents Van Buren from taking a run. So I think that was a maiden from Ben Mike, only one delivery at which Van Buren decided to play. Wasn't the greatest maiden you've ever seen, but it was a maiden. 6 overs, none for 27. Sorry, yeah, 6 overs, none for 27 for Ben Mike.
And it's going to be a double change. I felt that Holland was probably going to have a breather at some point soon, and it's now as Logan van Beek returns, the New Zealand stroke Dutchman. As deep squares going back now for Bracey as well, longer side of the boundary there, but I guess just giving Van Beek the option to bang one in short if he wants to. Over the wicket he comes, starts full, and it's stroked away fluently by Bracey, but he can't get it past mid-off. He's quite wide in terms of his position, of course, I should say, and there's no run. Kent's still going well against Lancashire, and the other Division 2 game I didn't mention, 198 for 2, Ben Compton seems to have settled in as usual, 77 from 158 deliveries. Tawanda Moyeye's with him though. Stark contrast, that strikes Bracey up high on the thigh pad, I think, as he looks to clip it leg side. Ricochets off into the gully, and there's no run. In Division 1 there's actually been a cracking recovery from Worcestershire. They're still 158 for 8, but considering they were 86 for 7 and 37 for 5, it's a pretty good effort from them. Van Beek in bowls, and Bracey defends to the only fielder actually who's saving the single on the onside, Josh Hull at mid-on. The only other two fielders are the deep forward square and the fine leg. Gareth Roderick. Always good to see Gareth Roderick in the runs. He's 43 not out. Top scoring for Worcestershire. Tom Taylor made 40. Van Beek bowls a short ball. It's taken on by Bracey. Mistimed somewhat down to fine leg, but to that extent they were thinking of a second run, but ball has been absolutely gunned in by Ben Mike down there, and he can certainly only take one to that arm. 199 for 4. Bracey is on to 22. Hampshire 150 for 5 in what I think they dub El Clasicost.
Do they?
Sussex versus Hampshire at home.
Well done, whoever in the marketing department finally came up with that one.
2 for 41 for Ollie Robinson from 14 overs. Van Beek in now bowls, and just into the pads enough that Van Buren can tuck it away to wide mid-on. Come through for a single that brings up the 200 for Gloucestershire. It's a batting point in old money, but not at the moment. 200 for 4 as Van Buren moves on to 8. It's going to be a busy time for Hampshire. Finals day, one-day cup final, and whilst they may be 5th in the championship, they're only 15 points clear of Durham, who are in the second relegation spot, so they do have still to think about that a little bit. And Beek bowls, and Bracey with a defensive shot that didn't have quite the air of rigidity that others have, but still the ball goes out in front of him, and there is no run. 200 for 4 at the end of that over. Surrey struggling a bit at the Oval. I think some people already seem to have hung the championship medals around their necks already, but they've got Nottinghamshire to play in the next round, I believe, and don't look as though they're going to get a batting point against Warwickshire at 210 for 8. Pope and Burns made 50s. Ryan Patel approaching one as well, but it's been such a strength for them. That lower middle order has fallen away today.
Ben Mike over the wicket to Graham Van Buren, outside off stump for the 6th time in 7 deliveries, and left by Van Buren for the 6th time in 7 deliveries.
Nathan Gilchrist is playing for, I think, what must be his 3rd county in maybe even 3 games, because he played for Middlesex in the One Day Cup. Then he's played the quarter-final of the Blast for Kent, who he's still contracted to, and then he's playing this championship match for Warwickshire, who he's moving to at the end of the season.
Mike is in and bowls outside off stump, left by Van Buren. So why did he play the game for Middlesex then?
I have no idea. I assume they've got Ollie Stone, I guess, in as a loanee as well. It does seem a little surprising, given that I think Middlesex have young bowling.
Well, they came here and they're the only and beat Leicestershire comfortably a month or so ago. They looked impressive.
They seem to be doing quite well with the Kookaburra ball at the start of it. Didn't think they won the first 2 games of the Kookaburra rounds.
Mike in. Van Buren gets a straighter delivery that he plays not quite out of the middle. Carefully enough, solidly enough out towards Holland at mid-off.
Early tea at Taunton, so I assume it's either still raining or hoping that it's going to stop in time for them to resume soon after. 155 for 3, Somerset's score against Yorkshire.
Mike bustles in and bowls down the leg side, and Van Buren stepping across, tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, and taken on the run by Ben Cox, who famous last words. Well, actually, I suppose there was that Beamo, but that's a little bit harsh to ascribe any blame to him for 4 byes on that account. But he has kept pretty nicely today, including one outstanding catch to see the end of poor Ollie Price. Very low away to his right. Mike bowls. Van Buren leaves outside off stump. It's a better leave in that it is closer to off stump than some of the previous deliveries, but still a few inches with which to play with, or not to play with. Beautiful afternoon here now, in the East Mids at any rate.
Yes, must say. I was enjoying the view from my hotel room this morning. I'm on the 12th floor, overlooking Leicester.
And you was enjoying the view?
Yeah, it looked inviting actually. Yeah.
All right. In goes Mike and bowls straight, and Van Buren defends slightly on the walk. Everything nicely close together. They're pushing it out to mid off. Isn't the most salubrious of city centres, but there are some nice buildings.
Well, you can see a bit of the greenery and the distance as well from that height. So
that's fair enough.
It's all right.
That's fair enough.
I actually quite like it.
Bradgate Park and places like that. Yes, there are some lovely areas around the city.
I'd actually quite like it when you check into a hotel and you sort of think, you see that there's a lot of floors as you go in. You think, I hope I'm I'm one of those people that hopes I'm on the top floor rather than
with views.
Those with height issues. Van Beek over the wicket bowls, and Bracey runs that one out to cover. There's no run. There is a deep point still out there, but almost at the moment it's not quite irrelevant, but in so few deliveries wide of the off stump actually hit with a huge amount of force, even when they have been hit at all. It's still there protecting that boundary. Van Beek in and bowls, and well, he will be called into action just there. It wasn't hit with real power by Bracey, but just nudged out into the gap, and that will be a rare run for Gloucestershire, who are being tied down of late by Leicestershire. 201 for 4. Bracey on to 23. A bit like Charlesworth, where he sort of raced out to about, not quite, well, around about 20, somewhere near there, and scored too much since. Had to rein himself in. Van Buren, that characteristic hop, turns it to mid-on, where there's no run. Only other score I didn't mention was the game between Essex and Durham, which is, I guess, a little bit of a scrap. It's 8th versus 9th in Division 1. Van Beek bowls chopped into the ground by Van Buren and out to backward point. Rehearses that shot. It's a shot that does bring him a lot of runs. He won't like not getting that away for at least a single. But Ben McKinney has just reached 100 for Durham. 102 not out. Somebody who, by all accounts, is very, very close to getting an England call up. Van Beek to Van Buren and defended back to the bowler. I was told from quite a reliable source that actually McKinney earlier on this summer was the next cab off the rank if they decided to drop one of Crawley or Pope, and they didn't do that because they both got those hundreds against Zimbabwe, so they stayed. Van Beek goes in and bowls short and wide, clattered for 4 by Van Buren. That has been sent at a rate of knots, a rasping cut shot, and it's 205 for 4, and Van Buren may have been able to take out a certain amount of frustration on that ball. End of the over, 205 for 4.
Yeah. Just the ball that Van Buren was waiting for, really. As you say, he looked a little bit frustrated about the previous cut beating the field, but that was even nicer. Shorter, wider, sat up very nicely. No third man. He moves into double figures on 212.
Wind's starting to get up a little bit. Not bringing rain, but a few
Tide coming in up the river Saw. Bracey on strike now, the left-hander to Ben. Mike, who bowls straight, full, firmly down into the ground and bounces up nicely for Mike to field in his follow-through. Bracey just checks his guard with umpire Adnan. Looked fairly central. 205 for 4. Sun glinting off the extra grass that's been left on, presumably the strip that is being prepared for, again another used strip, for next week's game against Kent here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. In goes Mike and bowls, walking forward into the defensive presses. Bracey, nicely timed, but straight out to right, and Bracey, unlike Van Buren, decides to be kind and not suffer right too many indignities.
Archie Van Buren at 35 maybe may not have quite so much sympathy as others.
He's still quick between the wickets, isn't he? He looks very, very fit. Mike is in, bowls, again looking full and jammed out off the bottom of the bat as he went to drive the ball there. James Bracey ran it out into the extra cover region and then examines the bottom of his bat just to make sure that there are no cracks as a consequence.
I say this for Leicestershire listeners, possibly more so than for Gloucestershire listeners, but even I still do a bit of a double take because he's been around for so long. James Bracey's still only 28.
Yeah, seems to have been a permanent fixture really since I can remember. But that can't be right. In goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. It's a no ball. Cut down into the ground off a thick bottom edge by Bracey. It bounces quite kindly out to backward point, but no ball number 10.
It's
7 to
9 to Hull according to this. So I suppose there was the beamer as well, wasn't there?
There was.
So in terms of front foot.
So is that 11, 12 then now?
Yeah, 11 in terms of front foots and 12 overall, I guess, yeah.
It's a lot of runs and extra deliveries to bowl. Mike is in and bowls. Bracey is stepping across slightly, then plays the ball off the back foot down into the ground. It bounces towards backward point. Bodinger struts away, having fielded the ball. Bounce in his stride.
So this one for you, they always talk about the extra ball, and if it brings a wicket, is the extra ball the one that comes right after the no ball, or is it the one that comes at the end of the over? Because most people I think seem to see it as the one that comes at the end of the over. Which is the extra one, but technically it's the one that you bowl straight after it, isn't it?
I suppose it is, technically, yes.
I just thought of that.
Mike is in and bowls. Bracey is careful. There's something of a follow through. He was looking to get on the front foot, looking to drive. It was a bit too straight in the end, a little bit too close to off stump. Might have been a touch of movement. Played it down into the ground. Eskenazi is the fielder. For some reason, when he signed, I thought, oh, Eskenazi can bowl a bit. He can't. He has not taken a first-class wicket, and indeed it remains his ambition in cricket to take a first-class wicket. Yes.
Well, I'm sure that Gloucestershire will be quite happy for him to come on and bowl a bit.
Indeed, who knows? In goes Mike and bowls onto leg stump, turned nicely around the corner out towards deep backward square where Shan Masood, whose whites look particularly white out there. I don't know whether it's in the sun out there particularly. Looks immaculate. Fields and Bracey takes one, keeps the strike, moves on to 24, 208 for 4. And the two batsmen consulting mid-pitch, having built the partnership up to 26. Now, 6 overs remain until tea.
He just struck me as a sort of dapper, well-organised individual, Shan Masood, where he might know exactly the right place to get his whites.
When you're captain of Pakistan and so much under the spotlight, you have to be
probably
immaculate, don't you?
Logan Van Beek to Bracey, and hammered in on a length. Bracey plays it down into the ground.
Has local connections. Shan Masood, he went to school in Stamford, just 30 odd miles away. Stamford School.
I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that's Josh Hull and Alex Green.
There's two of their more recent graduates. Imagine those bringing in schoolboard batters.
Dean Headley was the cricket professional there, wasn't he?
He was.
Bake in and that's pushed into the ground back to the bowler for no run. I mean, the only reason I don't go studying this stuff, but I just know it because it's one that was closer. I think it's one that was closer to my patch growing up. I think we played the prep school of Stamford when I was growing up. Always lost. Over the wicket, Van Beek, one slip in place is there. He bowls a short ball, it's pulled away by Bracey behind him on the leg side, chased around the boundary for Hill again there. That's a long boundary there, so Bracey comes back for 2, pretty comfortably, 210 for 4.
Hill, too, has just announced that he's going to be doing some school coaching next season. He's going to be the pro at Oundle. And will continue to play for Leicestershire.
I'm sure Radders would be thrilled to hear that.
There was an immediate like from Andrew Radd. I saw that, yes, on the announcement.
Oundle connections. And Beek bowls driven back to the bowler. He did that from slightly round his front pad, did Bracey, which was the initial interest, and then as the ball is hit on the bounce back to Van Beek, you start to wonder about maybe either that little deflection onto the stumps at the non-strikers, or with Bracey a step outside his crease. I did wonder whether Van Beek might think about a throw, but they have to be so careful with that nowadays with the penalty system and the like. And it's just pushed back to the bowler again by Van Beek, who stops it dead, and Van Buren, I'm sure, did his due diligence in the non-striker's end, but wasn't in any danger of being run out backing up. 210 for 4.
Essentially, tea will be taken at roughly the normal time, probably 5 minutes early.
Yeah. But as Van Beek bowls, driven by Bracey, and this time it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. I don't think there was a touch on that from Van Beek, but it wasn't absolutely drilled by Bracey anyway. I'm not sure that would have gone to the boundary even if it hadn't been hit at the stumps, but the perfect straight drive in terms of line anyway. 210 for 4 at the end of Van Beek's over. But you know, these 10:30 starts, I love them. I can't wait till we get to September and start at 10:30. It just makes the day feel that much Well, not shorter, but it feels as though the day moves better.
It does, and I've really no idea why we don't do it all the time, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and never mind the argument
about
of, you know,
due or something like that, but
I think at times there was a chat about, you know, off-peak trains or something, but then they start the World Test Championship final at 10:30.
Ben Mike is in and bowls outside off stump, a little bit short, had to reach for it a bit. Van Buren did reach for it, managed to steer it really as much as cut it away to Shan Masood out there now on the point boundary.
Admittedly, that was probably a fair amount because of the Indian TV market, just get it half an hour earlier, but at the same time it proves that it can be done.
Exactly, it didn't affect the game conditions or in any way really.
No.
So why not? Ben Mike is in and bowls and beats Van Buren outside off, I beg your pardon, Bracey outside off stump. I was going to say this scoreboard hasn't clicked across, has it?
No, indeed it is. Bracey on strike. Yeah, I no, I'm going to say it. I mean, if we can't even agree on the number of matches that we're playing,
no.
How on earth can an agreement ever be reached on what time we start them?
Well, can you imagine? I can't imagine any county objecting as such. That's the problem, isn't it, with what's going on at the moment? Mike is in again to James Bracey, and Bracey walks forward into the defensive shot, bounces it out towards right at mid-off.
I don't think we're in the 60th over. I don't think we've really, and this is probably a good thing, it's taken us this long to make a snide comment about the about the schedule, so I think we've done quite well actually. Everybody should be pleased with this. Well, it was from me.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just a statement of fact, as far as I'm concerned, really. I can't imagine anyone objecting. In goes Mike and bowled, pulled away in front of square by Bracey. Little short-armed pull, really, almost with his weight on his front foot. There wasn't a great deal of foot movement, but he was almost leaning forward there. But once again, those quick hands, quick eye, and that little short-armed pull, and he connects magnificently out to mid-wicket for another of 4, bearing out what you were saying about the way he was pulling in one-day cup.
It just does seem as though he really backs himself now to just, if it's there, then I'm going for it. I'm not just rolling the wrists on it and getting one. There's an opportunity to score a 4 or a 6. I'm going to take it.
Moves on to 30 now. Bracey 215 for 4. Partnership up to 33. Mike, wicketless so far, is in and bowls to him short, and he pulls again. This time he didn't get all of it actually, because it was almost off the front foot, and it loops rather apologetically out to mid-wicket. Now there is no mid-wicket. Had there been a conventional mid-wicket, it would have been the simplest of catches, but then Bracey wouldn't have played the shot. Masood runs up the rope and fields, and Bracey picks up a couple.
But it goes back to the point that I keep making, that Bracey is still developing his game. He's so much better as a cricketer than when he got picked for England. Remember, we were here when he made his England debut doing a championship match, and he could point to so many things that he does so much better, not just with the bat but gloves as well.
Mike's in, bowls to him, gives it everything. Ben Mike flings himself into the delivery. Bracey is equal to it, straight, and he's pushed off middle and off out towards mid-off, where Hull picks up, and there is no run. 217 for 4 after 60. So the run rate has come down. It was 4.5 at lunch, now 3.6, but I suppose a slightly more balanced session, but really solid foundation built by Gloucestershire. Can they go on and make the most of it? It feels sort of 350 plus will be a pretty useful score.
Yeah, I said to Nikesh, I think having batted first, they'd really love to make this a commanding score, not just a good score, just really push it that little bit further into that sort of, really try and be there
Not gonna let you in
into
at all.
tomorrow, and if not, I'm not talking 706 for 6 as it was last year, because they didn't win that game anyway.
No.
But yes, still run that score up. Change of bowling. Chris Wright returns and hangs one outside Van Buren's off stump. Seems to shape away a little bit, but nothing too alarming from a batter's point of view. Just the vaguest hint of away movement. So right into his third spell,
Yeah.
I guess now, yeah.
So 5 overs in his first, 6 in his second, and the 6 in his second were all better than any of
Yeah.
those in his first.
He sort of started the squeeze a little bit as Van Buren comes forward and blocks this to mid-off.
First 5 overs went for 19, second 6 for 12.
Yeah. And that
Plus the
key wicket of Charlesworth, it looked, and there was the occasional false shot, but until he did get one that nipped the top of his off stump, and when you get out like that, I think most times you're walking off thinking, well, that's just one of those things. Batted beautifully for his 74th. Van Buren opens the face on this delivery, guides it down to Hull at deep third, and single is added to 18 for 4. So 74 from Charlesworth, 50 for Hammond. 2 to pass 50 so far, and despite the fact that this partnership has moved things along by 35 now, it's still at that stage where Gloucestershire, they'd feel they'd probably one more sizable partnership and then a few others from building that score to where they'd like. It's not, it needs that one bigger partnership still from their perspective. Obviously they're hoping for more, but Bracey clipping that one to deep square for a single, 219 for 4. But it in contrast, it is still the case that, especially if Leicestershire could remove Bracey before the tea break, as somebody who has so often been the main man for Gloucestershire in recent times. You get Jack Taylor in, who's playing his first championship match for over 2 years, and then Zaman Akhtar, who certainly can bat. You'd feel as though you're starting to get towards the bowlers then. Right into Van Buren, covers up and defends. Akhtar, Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw and Ajit Singh Dale, the remaining batting. So
Josh Shaw biffing a few against Leicestershire.
yeah, well, he was almost Gloucestershire's best batter in that game at Bristol earlier this season, wasn't he? Both innings. They wouldn't have had anything to bowl at all were it not for Josh Shaw's runs in that second innings. Right, in and bowls, and Van Buren looking to try and repeat what he did earlier in the over and access that area through the gully, but gets a bit too much bat on it and has to make the call of no run as it's picked up at backward. 0.2 from the over, 219 for 4. I think he got runs actually in that game in 2019 as well. I seem to remember that Gloucestershire were in danger of actually not even avoiding the follow-on, as Wright had ripped through Gloucestershire's top order, and I think it was Josh Shaw and Tom Smith who just about avoided the follow-on and even gave Gloucestershire a chance there. I think he got a 40 odd then.
2020 wisdom over there, should you wish to confirm, but I touch my cap at your memory, which is very, very impressive. I just have a vague one of Josh Shaw usually going pretty well against Leicestershire with the bat. I'm sure he hasn't in every innings, but he's scored enough against Leicestershire over the years to...
Well, I did
leave that impression.
Because I said 2020 and I meant 2021, of course, because 2020 was the COVID year.
We are going to see a little bit of spin, so
41 not out.
there you go. And you said 40. Oh, that's poor work.
Well, I was out by 1 on both the year and the score then.
Not too bad though. Round the wicket goes Rishi Patel to James Bracey, who just pushes the ball carefully back to Leicestershire's occasional off spinner. Rishi looking to add this string to his bow, and he went with deliveries like that because it's a loopy full toss that Bracey is well, relatively restrained, and the way he plays it just pushes it firmly through the vacant mid-on area out towards long on, but then rehearses a much more forceful shot, and well, I suspect the next full toss, if there is one from Rishi Patel, won't be dealt with in quite the same way. Patel stays round the wicket to the right-handed Van Buren bowls. Van Buren pushes the ball firmly back to him. I suspect Graham Van Buren will be inclined to use his feet on occasions against Patel, who's a tall right-hander. He gets some nice loop to it. He has the advantage of height, but it is a little bit inconsistent, understandably so. In he goes and bowls back goes Van Buren, seeing it is slightly short of a length, cuts it out to the sweeper on the offside, who's Shan Masood, and takes 1. 2 first-class wickets this season for Rishi Patel. Just the 27 overs he's bowled so far. Bowled a fair bit during the white ball season, the one-day cup that is. Bowls foolish to Bracey, who slightly oversteps himself, looking to clip it into the onside, and jams the ball into the ground rather, so it's quite slow on its way out towards mid-wicket. Patel spins the ball from hand to hand, steps past umpire Adnan and bowls, and that's a better line and length, and Bracey treats the delivery with respect, leans forward and plays a solid forward defensive out to the offside. End of Patel's first over, just the 2 singles from it. He'll get 1 more before the tea interval, which is now just 2 overs away.
Derbyshire continued to subside somewhat, and Wayne Madsen is out. Roland Jones has got 4 wickets. Madsen LBW for 25, Derbyshire 203 for 6. Having been 124 for 1. Chris Wright into Van Buren, who defends this one back from whence it came.
Doesn't look like they're going to get maximum batting bonus points then.
Yes,
so that's,
that's
another few off the equation.
It's the sort of, well, they call it in American sports the magic number, don't they?
Okay.
In terms of any points gained by you and lost by you. In American sports, it's more like wins. So there's the magic number column that appears at the end of seasons in various sports. I think nearly all of them work that way. Right, goes in and bowls, and on the pad he takes Van Buren, but going a long way down the leg side. Just a shout to warm up the lungs, possibly for future ones, as much as anything else. And Northamptonshire and Glamorgan tea time there, 2:31 for 5. Tribe 120 not out. Very much holding things together because he's with Chris Cook on 35, and Cook is the second top scorer, so a lone hand from Asa Tribe. Morgan look as though they'll be picking up at least 1 batting point. That's left alone, wide of the off stump. Right, looking slightly frustrated as he turned there, but that sort of delivery has been the plan. If Van Buren looks to drive that, then every chance he brings the slip or the keeper into play.
Chris Wright has a couple of landmarks coming up or within sight in terms of a number of wickets taken. So I'll tell you those in a minute.
1 for 33 so far. In now to Van Buren, who on drives. That is a really good looking shot. Stepped into it. Recognised that it was just full enough that he could bring the drive out. We've not seen a lot of straight drives of late, which again goes back not only to the lines that Leicestershire have bowled since tea, but also the lengths. There have been much fewer gift drive balls in this second session. Van Buren takes advantage of one there, 225 for 4.
Chris is on 594 first-class wickets, I believe, now.
Van Buren faces and shoulders arms very much bat above the head there.
But he's not far off 800 wickets in all forms.
We've got to have an enormous amount of respect for anybody who is still running in and bowling fast at 40 years old.
Yes.
Because he's, I say fast. I mean, he's not express pace, but he's not the slowest
no,
out there.
He's not, absolutely.
Last ball of the over, he's there and bowls, and a late cut from Van Buren, stayed down on that one, even though he is not the tallest in the first place, which I suspect not too many batters would be able to play the ball quite in that way, but even Van Buren had to stay down just to assist that one into the gap, and he just gets a single. That will mean he retains the strike for what will be the last over before tea. Gloucestershire 226, sorry, for 4.
And it will be bowled by Rishi Patel. And Buren on 20, looks around him, sees that Hull has been placed at sort of a slightly backward square position. Patel bowls straight and then gives away a run because it's just pushed straight back to him by Van Buren. Patel lets it go straight through his legs. He put his hands down, but it went through his hands, went 5 yards behind him, and Van Buren said, well, okay, I'll take the single, and did. So again, Leicestershire fielding not quite up to snuff. Round the wicket goes Patel and bowls to Bracey, who just works the delivery off leg stump gently out in front of square on the onside, and a comfortable single again is taken. This partnership could just reach 50 before tea. And again, you would say on balance that really would make it Gloucestershire's session. Tossed right up there by Rishi Patel, and thought it was a low full toss when it got to Van Buren, but again he didn't time it as well as he would have liked and punched it hard down into the ground, and it bounced up to be quite a comfortable stop at extra cover for Eskenazi. Patel is in again, that's very full, and stepping forward Van Buren pretty much gets to it on the full, clips it low along the ground out towards wideish long on. Mike comes into field, single is taken, 229 for 4.
So 100 runs since lunch.
Patel is in. That's a better delivery because it encourages Bracey just to drive, and he does drive through a vacant mid-off area, and then everybody stops for a couple of seconds, and before suddenly realising that there's a most comfortable single to be taken, he takes off and makes it down the other end with no problem whatsoever. Last ball of the session, Patel is in. It's played firmly back to him, and this time he gets 2 hands down to the ball. To field, end of the session, 230 for 4, so 101 for 2 in the session. And Buren finishes 22 not out. James Bracey, who has been patience personified, is 36 not out. And I think the visitors, having chosen to bat after winning the toss, will be pretty content with the position they've got themselves into.
Yeah, I think they're still not in a position quite where one bad session couldn't tip the day still, but they're getting closer and closer as this partnership moves toward 50. They're getting closer to that point where they'd still feel they've got plenty of batting left in the hutch, assuming that they've got the platform to bat from. And again, it's still these two who they'll be wanting to bat for a good amount of the evening for. But yeah, a couple of sessions, 100 odd runs, 2 wickets lost. Gloucestershire just about in control, but yeah, as I say, still the case, that old thing of adding 2 wickets to the score.
Ed and I will be back with you in around about 18 minutes or so time for the final session. As I say, the weather is set very fair, and every prospect of the session being played out in full. We'll be back with you in 18 minutes on BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol Gloucestershire, and of course Sports Extra as well. But for now, we're going to have a cup of tea and a slice of cake and steel ourselves for the final 32 overs. Back with you soon.
Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win. Finds the gap, and that'll do it for Amy Jones. Back-to-back hundreds. Is it a chance? No, it's all the way. And another one-day international 100 for Tammy Beaumont. England take the second one-day international here in Leicestershire. 143-run win.
Pete, you've extended your deal into next year. It's obviously been in the works for a while, but what made you commit your future to Leicestershire?
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be able to come back to Leicestershire next year. I think what I've enjoyed most about Leicestershire is the club aspect, the team aspect, and it's more than just what is happening on the field. There seems to be a genuine love and concern for your family, you as a person, and just being good people and being a good squad. So it is something that I really want to be a part of, and something I'd like to keep going for as long as possible, because both myself and my family are really enjoying our time here at Leicestershire.
Unfortunately, your stint this year is over as you head back to Melbourne, but with promotion in touching distance, I'm sure you'll be watching on from home.
I'll definitely be watching the games from home. With the jet lag kicking in, I'll be making sure that I'm tuning in. But on the season so far, the boys have played beautiful cricket, and we've been judging ourselves on our processes and not necessarily the results. So put our results to the side. Had we won or lost or drawn, I think what's been really pleasing throughout this year is that we've committed to the way we've wanted to play. It has been entertaining cricket, but it's been relentless and ruthless, and that's kind of something we really wanted to try and do this year.
And it would be a special way, wouldn't it, to round off the season for all that hard work if the team can get over the line and you can come back as a Division 1 player?
Absolutely, to come back as a Division 1 player and a Division 1 team and club would be something pretty special. Obviously, there's still a little bit of work to do with the final 3 games coming up, but the boys are in a really good place. And sort of like I've said already, it's just we'll be judging ourselves off what we do in terms of our processes, and hopefully then that the results take care of themselves.
You're 3 years into your stay now, I think, after what started as sort of a 5 or 6 game stint. You're very much part of the fabric here. Has Leicestershire got that feeling of home now for you?
Yeah, it's been the longest 6-week contract I've ever had. But it's been amazing to be part of Leicester. And each time I come back, and each time my family comes back with me, we start to find our homely things that we want to be a part of, and we're immersing ourselves in Leicestershire off the field as well, and little Jack's growing up around here, and we're finding some pretty amazing things to do, and massive thanks have got to go to the club for allowing us to have this opportunity and to be able to play for Leicestershire and represent the Fox the way that I have. It's been a special time in my career.
You've witnessed a remarkable rise in the competitiveness of the side over that 3 years, across formats. What do you put that down to?
I don't think you can put that down to just one thing. I don't think a club just gets better or a team just gets better because of one thing. I think there's been multiple changes that have helped the club. Obviously, off-field stuff in terms of what Sean Jarvis has done for the club has been great, allowing us us being the players to just focus on the cricket. Obviously, Alfonso and James Taylor have come in and steered the team and the squad in the direction they want to go. Claude Henderson has been incredible at running the cricket side of things and getting the squad and the people in the squad that he feels and the club feels can take us in this direction that we want to go. So you put all that together, and then the players start believing in themselves, and we start putting performances on the board, and then all of a sudden that snowball effect starts to take on, and the confidence I think in the squad has been pretty special this year.
And if you look at your averages, I think across first class and list A cricket, both above 50. So what's got the best out of you here?
I think what I've loved most about Leicestershire is that it's really allowed me to just enjoy my cricket on the field by taking away a lot of the stresses off the field. The club has been amazing at looking after my wife, looking after my family, helping us off the fields, which allows me to turn up and just play cricket. That's one aspect that's helped me play better. The training facilities here are arguably the best that I've had in my county stints throughout my career. So being able to actually work and train in an environment where you can figure out new things and how you want to bat, and you can actually tell whether it works or not because the wickets are good and the training block's good, and it's you know, the coaches are facilitating what we need. You know, that helps massively, and then also to the coaching staff, the facilitation I think has been incredible between getting what I need, but also allowing me to have time off when I need it to reset and you know, let my brain calm down a little bit and let the body relax, and then get back into cricket.
You arguably need that rest for your brain as well, because you're taking on the captaincy in 2 formats this year. It's a very familiar responsibility to you, but how enjoyable has it been to skipper this side?
It's been very, very enjoyable to lead these boys, but I've been very lucky. I obviously taken the reins after Hilly for a couple of years, and I think what Hilly started to build was something pretty special off the back of the One Day Cup win as well. You know, he started galvanising this group and getting it stronger and getting them to believe in themselves, and then I've been able to come in this year and sort of just work on top of that. But this group's getting to a stage now where they're running themselves, they're captaining themselves, they know what they want to bowl, they know what fielding positions they want. So it makes it a lot easier when the group and the squad starts to really understand their own game.
And looking ahead to next year, we've had a quartet of new recruits so far, and we've got the young guns of Rayan Ahmed, Josh Shaw, now Alex Green as well in that mix. So how exciting is the blend of youth and experience that's coming together in this squad?
No, really excited for the squad next year, and this goes back to Claude again for doing this hard work off the field to be able to get us a squad where we do have these young, youthful players, exciting cricketers. You know, the sky's the limit, and they're already playing for or have played for England, and then the experience that's also coming into the side, but the experience within the Leicestershire squad as well is just growing each year. So it seems like everything's trending and tracking in a nice direction, and you know, hopefully next year is just another chance to build on all the good work we've done this year.
And just finally, I'm sure this extension will come as very welcome news to the fans, always flying the flag for the team and for yourself as well. What's your message to them?
I mean, the fans are incredible. I reckon we've got one of the best fan bunch in the county competition. You know, they're happy to travel to all corners of the UK to come and watch us, which I think is incredible. But more the positivity. Every time we talk to them, they come up. No matter what's happened in the game, the positivity from our fans is something that's pretty special, and it feels like we've got their backing, we've got their support. No matter what's going on, they're going to be cheering for us, they're going to be singing for us, and that's pretty special to be able to walk out in front of.
Pete, see you next year.
Thanks, mate.
Leicester's got some sort of BBC meeting or something. He said that he was doing some meeting. Starting.
Hello again, we're back at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the final session on this first day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire resuming their first innings, 230 for 4, James Bracey, 36 not out, Graham Van Buren, 22 not out. They've so far added 48 for the 5th wicket of the innings. Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire. Myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Nikesh Ragani from BBC Sport, your commentators for the first 3 days of the game. Anyway, I think Nikesh is with us for. And was the ball being examined here all of a sudden? Could have been examined during the tea interval, but umpire Baldwin has got out the gauge, and it doesn't look like the ball's going through.
What have they done to it over tea? Where's that ball been kept?
I've suddenly, Leicestershire had a look at it all of a sudden and thought, oh, actually, it's a little bit out of shape. Ian Holland, the acting captain, the captain for the rest of the season, I suppose. Peter Hanscom having returned to Australia, showed the ball to the umpire. Didn't fit through the gauge, and Ben Mike has been sent to the boundary to bring back the case of replacement balls. So I guess we are back in Duke's.
Yeah,
Duke's
that's true. Yes, I hadn't really thought
Duke's
about that.
balls, so
although it's still.
See any kookaburras being changed?
Not really. I think there's
that's the point,
attitude, really, exactly, that they are what they are. And I guess that's also the point of them, isn't it? That they do stand up to being bashed about more than the Dukes, so they use them in the harder, bouncier conditions. But I still think sometimes with these Dukes balls, trying to get them changed, that some sides have taken the attitude of, well, it's just going to be changed to something else that's probably out of shape anyway. But I guess it reaches a point sometimes where you just think, well, anything's got to be better than this.
So 64 overs, make a note, folks. Ball change, will it zip around as a consequence? Looking at the scores around the grounds, everyone's about the same, aren't they? Everything's about 200 odd for 4 or 5 or whatever, for the most part.
Yeah, it hasn't really been a case of bat dominating or ball completely dominating, at least not in most cases.
You just wonder whether all the county's red ball sides are just taking a little while to get sort of back into the swing of things. Anyway, ball has been changed, and Ian Holland has it in his hand as he runs in from the pavilion end and bowls to James Bracey. There's an appeal from backward point for what? From Sol Budinger for a leg before? Who knows what? But
leg before wicket off the bat.
I was going to say 90% bat, perhaps a little bit of pad involved afterwards as the ball goes out into the offside, and there is no run. Do get in touch should you wish. Tony on the stream is talking about these magic numbers that they were exercising you earlier. In goes Holland and bowls. Bracey works it off his legs comfortably enough to square leg. Takes the first one quite quickly, but Lewis Hill does well to keep it to 1. I heard the commentators talking about magic numbers in America. I'm in Canada, where magic numbers are most common in baseball.
Yeah.
Talking about the number of wins needed to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think they still sometimes use them in some of the other sports, but definitely in baseball, because you're dealing with much larger numbers of games. 162 game season in Major League Baseball.
Holland is in to the right-handed Van Buren, who is slightly squared up by that one, so maybe there was a little bit of swing or movement for Holland on that occasion. He managed to keep it out, pushed it out into the offside. They do love their stats in baseball, don't they, with weird sort of batting averages. I say weird. We're talking about cricket. It probably looks weird to everybody outside.
Yeah. But definitely the statistical element is not one of the barriers actually to the American audience.
In goes Holland and bowls, slightly short of a good length, and the relatively diminutive Van Buren goes back, looks to cut, but it's a bit straight, and in the end he doesn't really time it and runs it out into the offside, where the newly capped Stevie, apparently quite content to be known as Stevie Eskenazi, is fielding rather than Stephen or Steve.
Sort of trips off the tongue, doesn't it?
Stevie
Eskenazi.
I suppose. In goes Holland and bowls. Van Buren stays on the back foot, delivery on off stump, defends it out into the offside, where the now sun-hatted Sol Budinger is fielding.
Yeah, my baseball team don't have a magic number because they're they're on the outside looking in.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Follow baseball.
like Dave Fletcher's.
Oh, Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletcher's.
Is he baseball? Is he now? Holland is in bowl slightly fuller. There is a little bit of swing, and the arm is taken on by Van Buren to mid-on, where Ben Mike is a rather better fielder than Chris Wright, and indeed his throw does hit the stumps, but the howl is not one of appeal. It's a sort of instinctive reaction to the bails coming off Van Buren, having comfortably made his ground. End of the over, 232 for 4, Van Buren 23 now, Bracey 37.
Should we be at all concerned about those dark-looking clouds off over above the tree line? It's just looking a little bit more threatening in that direction at least than it has, but I'm not entirely sure at the moment, trying to work out where the weather's coming from. It does look as if it's roughly in that area.
Over the indoor centre, direction of the cloud. So yes, it is getting a little bit of a build-up over there.
Hopefully it's one of those things where the sun is making them look a lot worse than they actually are. We're going to see some more of Josh Hull, so there could be a looming threat for Gloucestershire in that form. 3 for 54. His figures starts off with a short one. It's top edged in the air down towards fine leg and just over the head of Ben Mike, and it's gone for 6. And Josh Hull came oh so close, but just enough pace on it from Hull. Van Buren in no control of that whatsoever, and the flying top edge just clearing Ben Mike, who had no chance of a catch. 238 for 4.
He did actually get his right hand to it, but he was over the rope, if you know what I mean, at the time. Even if it clung on somehow, he was over the rope. So
he didn't even have a chance of batting that one back in.
No chance of a legitimate catch now.
Hull, more encouragement for him. He sends one fizzing on through to Cox wide of the off stump as Van Buren leaves alone. And he's somebody that does back himself again. Gloucestershire are a side full of players who take on the short ball, really. Van Buren would back himself with the cuts and the pulls. So I think he will continue to take it on. It's just he's a little bit fortunate that that's just exactly where the boundary just shortens a bit. Very top edged it too. Hull bowls, and that's tucked into the leg side, and there's a long chase in from deep square, so much so they were even thinking of pinching a second, but they're not going to be able to do that. Lewis Hill able to get to the ball in time. 239 for 4.
Just on baseball stats, Tony continues. He says that the number of stats, he says, is mind-boggling. He said he once had read an American sports newspaper and the baseball stats covered 8 pages.
Oh yeah, I what's it called? I baseball prospectus. That's like your Wisden. Well, actually, no, it's more like the Cricketers Who's Who. Actually, it's a great publication. Hull bowls, that's let go through to the wicketkeeper, because it gives you all the stats you could possibly need, a little bit of bio information about the player, and maybe a little bit about their previous season or whatever, and then it gives you things like prospects to watch and all that sort of thing. Yeah, that's one of the many reasons why it appealed to me as a sport, I must say. I know a lot of people don't. like it and consider that cricket is by far the superior sport, but each to their own. Hull over the wicket, bowls, and Bracey flicks that one off the hip out through square leg. The umpire doesn't quite have to move out of the way of it, but it wasn't too far away. 240 for 4 as Gloucestershire edged towards their first batting bonus point. Bracey to 38. Surrey fell short of a batting point, so yeah, I still don't think that title chase is quite as dead as certain sections think it is. Warwickshire starting their reply to that 2-4-6 from Surrey at 3 without loss. Hull ball, short ball, he has connected with that one as Van Buren out through mid-wicket, and that will run away to the boundary. That one just didn't quite get up as much, and that's always the thing, banging it in short on a surface where we have seen if it's into the middle of it, sometimes it won't quite bounce as much as others, and you're just sort of hoping that it gets up to that head height which caused Van Buren to top edge the ball and get a streaky 6, but such is cricket. Knocked the cover off that one and he gets 4 for it, but he kept it down and placed it. 244 for 4, end of the over.
Yeah, Hull going at 6s now, but given, as I say, that he's picked up 3 wickets, Leicestershire will forgive him, I'm sure. Holland continues from the pavilion end, bowls a little bit of shape back into Bracey, who is coming forward to that one and defending the head nicely over the ball out towards Mike at mid-off, and that is no run.
Rain at Taunton and rain at Worcester now,
which is about halfway between here and Taunton, isn't it, basically? So yeah, it is building. Holland is in again, a little bit of in shape to the left-hander who's walking forward and has to check his shot slightly, works it defensively essentially out into the onside. Holland fields off his own bowling, then throws the ball to his veteran, I don't think he'll object to the word, colleague Wright, to do the polishing. Holland is in and bowls straight line. He's bowling now rather than the one outside off stump that didn't require the batsman to play. The left-handed Bracey is having to defend these deliveries, and is. A little burst of scoring from Van Buren has almost drawn him level with Bracey. 34 and 38 respectively. Holland is in, same delivery, just sort of a little bit of shape in, stepping across his stumps and forward. Bracey works it towards mid-wicket, but Lewis Hill fields. He's had a nice break as well. Hill, although he did play the occasional game in the T20, certainly. Slightly to his surprise. Was anticipating an even longer break, I suspect. Holland is in and bowls. Bracey is forward. The call of no as he rolls it out to Eskenazi at extra cover. Now, yeah, beginning to... It's a sort of day you're going to get some good photos now with the dark cloud in the distance and the bright sunshine as well.
But tree line as well. Floodlights just framing it, maybe.
And it's dark green now. The trees over there behind the electronic scoreboard. Holland is in and bowls. That's just a little bit too leg side, and Bracey can lean forward and work it down towards long leg. Hull picks up at the second attempt, throws in well enough, but Bracey can take one. Means he keeps the strike. He moves on to 39, 245 for 4. 29 overs remain today.
Over rate has ticked to -2 rather than -1. It is something that they will have to watch a little bit. It may not matter quite as much in terms of
every point counting as it might at another point in the season, but they still won't want to lose any due to that. Hull 3 for 66 from 11 overs. Bracey will continue that scoring rate of a runner ball off Hull by just glancing this one to point, and field more of a backward point, so fairly comfortable single. 246 for 4. Bracey on to 40. Partnership now 64. Coming together at, again, a point where a couple of quick ones, not even 200 on the board. Wasn't exactly a perilous position for Gloucestershire, but it could have turned into one were it not for this partnership. Hull bowls to Van Buren, who looks for something similar to Bracey off the previous ball, but picks out a sun-hatted Budinger at backward point. Variety of regalia as far as the headwear is concerned for Leicestershire. We've seen the bright green cap.
Oh yes, we saw Tattersall's baseball cap.
The sun hat, and
for the most part it's the
cap, yeah.
traditional racing green, isn't it?
Hull approaches now, bowls. It's a wide delivery. It's also a no ball, but it's terrifically fielded by Budinger at backward point. I'm sure if Mike would have got there at deep backward point, because he used the pace of that ball, Van Buren with a late square drive off the back foot, but it is no runs off the bat, but 2 more onto that growing total of no balls and extras. 33 extras. That was a problem for Leicestershire against Gloucestershire last year as well, but wasn't quite expecting it to be the case this time. 248 for 4. Round the wicket, Hull to Van Buren. Full delivery, and that has been thumped through straight mid-off for 4. He, I guess, tried to bluff him, thinking that he was going to bowl another short ball. If it was the attempted Yorker, it was a half volley, and Van Buren gratefully accepted that and brings up the 250 for Gloucestershire, so the first batting point for them, 252 for 4.
Yeah, it was didn't quite come down with a bow on it, but it was a bit of a gift, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that was just trying to be a full ball or whether it was the attempted Yorker, but either way, with no straight mid-off. Oh gosh, now that could be real problems. Yeah, that is huge problems. It's a waist-high full toss, above waist-high.
Second.
It's been cut for 4, and that will be Josh Hull, I think, out of the attack.
Has to be, doesn't it?
I think so. The only way they could get round it is if they said it wasn't dangerous, but I think it's pretty much automatic, and so that will be 6 runs onto the total, and yet the first and final warning was issued earlier for that ball that was bowled over the head of Bracey, and that one, I think, again clearly over waist high, and that is Josh Hull removed from the attack for the rest of the innings.
Indeed. Well, 11.3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 79, so it won't be a maiden 4 for young Josh. Mops his brow, looks sort of puzzled. How did I do that?
Gosh, I feel for him, because he's obviously going to have to stay out there and field as well, because I suppose it's almost at that point where you just touch your side and you think, oh, I've just done something there. I suppose to his credit he's not done that, because he knows there isn't anything wrong there. It's just come out very, very wrong.
Ben Mike, who hasn't sort of been going through his usual warm-up routine, is having to go through his usual extremely vigorous warm-up routine extremely quickly.
Yes, of course, you've still got the over 8 to think about.
Could have given them to Patelvius, just those 3 deliveries, just to give Mike a chance to, especially as he's had injuries.
It's normally what you see. So he's got 3 balls this over to bowl. He starts off, I suppose, fairly predictably with a fairly loose delivery, because he's
not really loose. It's got away with though, because Van Buren's cut it on the bounce and it's been fielded by Budinger at backward point. So 2.58 for 4. In the meantime, Van Buren's moved his score into the 40s, and he has overtaken Bracey on 42 with the boundary that he scored, whilst really without doing Van Buren down at all. The more important story off that ball was the second no ball above waist height. Mike just taking his time. It's probably important that he does so for the remaining 2 deliveries of this over. In now and bowls. Oh, he's played that very late as Van Buren chopped it straight down into the ground and fielded by the wicket-keeper only a couple of steps to his right, so maybe just trying to get a little too cute there, Van Buren, because I think he was trying to... It's risk for the reward of only a single, that sort of shot. Fielder back on the deep third boundary, and then a backward point who's pretty fine as well, and a deep point, I think maybe just on the line, so you're only ever going to get 1 for that shot. It's a good delivery from Mike and just defended by Van Buren. So Mike has at least finished that over with 3 dots, but a damaging over as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 2.58 for 4 at the end of that over. It's time to get Nikesh Raghani back.
Problem now for Ian Holland, who'll continue to bowl from the pavilion end, but he is now 1 man down. A self-inflicted problem, if you like, on the part of Leicestershire, which kind of sums up the day so far a bit, Nikesh, doesn't it? Just hasn't really gone right for them.
Absolutely, yeah, just as you think they make a breakthrough at the right time and that could spur them on, it hasn't really happened.
Holland then in from the pavilion end, bowls and playing across the line slightly is James Bracey. Thick inside part of the bat, works it out towards mid-wicket, who plunges to his right to make the stop and gets all sorts of applause. Lewis Hill, the congratulations come from Josh Hull. Hill rather ruefully puts his hands on his knees and is rock hard out there, even though the square has been obviously watered rather more than the outfield. Holland is in again, a little bit wide and fullish, so he can just about get on top of the bounce with a degree of comfort. Bracey did have to reach for it a bit, but didn't try and overhit it, just stroked it out into the offside for a single.
The breeze has died down a little bit. I see some of it in the trees over there, but I've just had a little walk outside, and even the camera operator has taken his gloves off. He had some gloves on earlier on.
He's
unzipped his gilet as well.
I've seen him wrapped up to about 18 layers at times. I don't blame him. It can get very cold out there as Holland is in and goes past the outside edge of Van Buren's bat with a lovely sort of gentle, old-fashioned outswinger. It just moves away enough, but it, I suppose, doesn't. Just that little bit too much in a way, because it didn't flick the outside edge of Van Buren's bat. They have got a little bit more movement with this replacement ball. Holland in again, bowls, squares up Van Buren, and he sort of shovels the ball back down the pitch towards Ian Holland, but does manage to keep it out and walks forward and taps at the pitch.
77 the partnership worth now. Van Buren's come in and added a lot of impetus, scored quickly.
Waits with bat raised as Holland is in, bowls to him, waits for that one. It's directed towards leg and does move a little bit back towards middle, but Van Buren comfortable enough in just turning it towards square. Shan Masood has to come running into field, and Van Buren moves on with the single to 43, gets ahead of Bracey now, who's on 41.
He's playing a similar role to that of Bracey when he first came to the crease. Bracey's first 20 runs were almost at a run a ball, and has been more watchful since.
Holland is in, bowls the in swinger, yeah, says Bracey as he pushes it towards mid on. Right is the fielder, has to move to his left of field, and consequently a comfortable single taken by this Gloucestershire pairing. 261 for 4 after 69, and they're getting themselves quietly but steadily and ominously, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, into a pretty good position.
Yeah, absolutely. Winning the toss, deciding to have a bat first on a glorious day here in Leicester. Leicestershire bowler down at the moment. No Josh Hull for the rest of the innings. Could be a massive blow. Right, it's Ben Mike into the attack from the Bennett end. He runs in and bowls. That's short, and that's been pulled away for 4 runs in front of square. Just sat up nicely, that one for Bracey, and all he had to do was pick his spot.
Yeah, we've been talking about how well he's pulling the ball at the moment. Been doing it in one-day cricket, and he's done it here today a few times as well.
I think all of us might have fancied having a pull at that one.
Well,
It just sat up so nicely, didn't it?
But even on a genuinely quick ball, he's been pulling off the sort of almost front foot.
Of course, and he hit that one in front of square as well, which shows you how well he's seeing it. Bracey on to 46 then. In comes Mike. And next ball is defended away. Big shout of no run as it's knocked away into the covers.
Yeah, he's got to be a bit careful in Holland, because obviously Mike has had his injury problems this season, and one or two of those one feels has come from over bowling him, whispers it, but slightly over bowling him. His willingness to bowl when 2 niggles is admirable, but sometimes it's self-defeating, and they've got to be a little bit careful. They've got to manage him. That's the current vogue phrase?
It is, yeah. In comes Mike, and next ball is defended into the leg side for no run. Managing workloads, that's the one, isn't it?
Something in which I heartily believe.
When you're doing this job, there's nobody managing your workload, Richard.
Oh, I don't know. Having had most of August off.
We'll give you that. Mike running towards us. Bowls, and that's another short ball, and it's been hammered away in front of square once more for another boundary. There's only 2 fielders in front of square on the leg side, one at square leg on the boundary, the other at short mid wicket, and that was another one that just sat up nicely, and a pleasant way for James Bracey to bring up another half century. 50 from 92 balls, 4 fours in that innings.
Sort of unlike Hammond, you'd rather back Bracey to go on from here.
In fact, 5 fours with that last one that he hit just now. Mike needs to go slightly fuller, but no, he goes short again, and it's the same result. 4 more. So Ben Mike, not learning from his previous mistakes, digs another one in short, doesn't really get up much above waist height, and Bracey pulls off the front foot for his 6th boundary.
Well, the afternoon session, they looked something like themselves, but unfortunately they've started this session in the way they sort of played throughout the morning to a certain extent. They've lost control again, Leicestershire, and their run rate, which they had dragged back from 4.5s to close to 3.5s, is back up at 4s.
His umpire just inspecting that ball. It's taken a bit of a hammering in this over, clattering into the advertising hoardings over to our right, but all looks to be okay. And Mike runs in once more, bowls, and that's slightly fuller, and that's an under edge, past the stumps, past the keeper, and away for 4 more. Wasn't quite there to be pulling that one. Bracey had a go at it, And he gets away with one. So 4 boundaries off that over from Ben Mike. Rothesay on to 58. And they are now 277 for 4 Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Ben Mike can legitimately claim that was a little bit unfortunate, but the 3 previous boundaries in the over, there was nothing unfortunate about at all. Bracier's charged onto 58 now, as you say, of 70 overs, 277 for 4, and it's in danger of really getting away from Leicestershire here. Holland, can the captain drag it back? And they need a couple of quick wickets. In he goes and bowls to Van Buren, who's forward on off stump. A little bit of shape to the delivery again. He looks the likeliest. Well, yeah. Looks like the only one at the moment who is offering any sort of threat. None for 51, his figures at the moment though.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course Josh Hull, who's taken the other 3, can't bowl.
In he goes, and bowls a little bit shorter this time, so Van Buren can stay on the back foot. Rises a little bit to him and plays it firmly back down the pitch too. Talking about baseball, the America-born in Holland. Had 3 weeks there over the summer, playing Major League cricket. Washington, I think it was.
Is anyone able to watch that over here? I'm not sure.
He goes and bowls up, may have stayed a touch low. Van Buren stayed on the back foot and pushed it out towards extra cover. I mean, they had some channel it's on, weren't there? But you'd have to DAZN or something like that, I would imagine. Or
I think so. There's a lot of money in it anyway, so I'm sure he had a good time and got paid handsomely.
He certainly was smiling when he came back. In he goes and bowls a good leave by Van Buren. Well, he was anticipating the outswinger again, and it kind of held its line. It was taken by Cox reaching to his left behind the stump, so very nearly the one that you leave and it comes back on you and clips off stump.
Washington Freedom is the team.
They bowl Welshfire. In goes Holland and does bowl the outswinger, and Van Buren solidly forward on off stump.
Someone needs to do something at Welshfire the way they've been going the last couple of years. Glenn Maxwell, the captain there, hunting.
A Welshman would be quite useful, wouldn't they? They've not somebody from Wales. You would have thought.
You would have thought. Technically, they're the team for the southwest, aren't
yes,
they?
Yeah,
which
we mustn't identify in that respect.
No.
Holland is in and bowls. A little bit shorter of length. Van Buren nonetheless leans forward, waits for it, and just dabs it out into the offside, off stump. Another useful over from Holland. None for 51 from sort of 19 for him. So in terms of his economy rate, he's dragged that right back. His first 9 overs went for 40. So his subsequent 10 have gone for just 11. So he at least has managed to exert a certain amount of control.
Need someone to do it from the other end though. It doesn't look like Ben Mike is the man, the way the previous over went. Let's see how he gets on now. In he comes once more from the Bennett end, slightly fuller, that's a better length, better line, just a sort of hard test match length on that off stump, just outside.
Test match length?
It's the phrase that's commonly used. I guess it's probably more so used when it's a white ball game.
I mean, what, just fractionally short of a
just
good
short
length?
of a good length. So you can't get forward and drive. Shouldn't really be playing back to it. Defend off the front foot on that sort of 4th, 5th stump line. That's where he wants to be. Let the batter take the risks. Mike in once more. That's slightly too full, driven firmly, but straight to extra cover, so no run. Steve Eskenazi has been in the firing line quite a bit so far throughout the day. He's done well there at extra cover though.
I was thinking of talking to Josh Hull at the end of play, but possibly I won't now, given what's happened. So Stevie Eskenazi might be in line just to talk about his debut.
Mike charges in, delivers. That's very full, and it's been chopped away, squeezed out towards steep backward point. And they'll get a single. Van Buren back on strike on 43.
Great throw from Hill. Cox isn't one of those keepers who applauds fielders when it is a good throw, but he kind of looks, his body language approves, if you know what I mean. He just sort of stands for a moment and
firm look of
doesn't
appreciation.
nod, but yeah, there's yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
It's your job. Mike runs in, and Van Buren defends back down the track. Better over so far from Ben Mike. 2 balls still left in it. This is what Holland needs, just a bit of control from the other end too, to build that pressure.
Exactly. I'm just wondering whether that dark cloud just might go up the M1, just passing to the west of the ground.
Could do with a bit of shade at the moment. The sun's beaming through our window here. It's getting pretty hot. As Mike runs in, and it's chopped away, but straight to backward point, so no run. Not enough room to play a full-blooded cut shot. The partnership ticking along nicely though. 96 it's worth now. And they've done it in pretty good time. Van Buren steadied himself, and it's a fullish delivery which he check drives out towards deep cover. Helps himself to another run.
Well, John F. on Blue Sky has mentioned the dread words Devon lock. We're not going to do a Devon lock, are we? He says. It would be... It's not possible, John, I don't think, but... For those unaware, Devon Lock was winning the Grand National, wasn't it? It was the Grand National, and he was on the final stretch and about 100 yards from home and just belly flopped.
Yep.
As I remember, and just couldn't pick himself up. Then apparently the poor animal pulled all its muscles at the back by doing that, and therefore couldn't run anymore, and just had to be led home. Having had the Grand National.
I think in these parts they call it a Tottenham Hotspur, finishing third in a 2-horse race. 2015-16 Premier League reference for those wondering, when Leicester City lifted the trophy.
Is that nearly 10 years ago now?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Seems like yesterday, doesn't it? A lot has happened since.
Right, Rishi Patel is going to get another chance. Just the 2 overs before tea, and rather too many full tosses in those 2 overs for us to... Well, you wouldn't expect too much. We never really expect too much turn here. And that's on the famous occasion we made the wicket look something like Skegness Beach with sand, puffs of dust and sand every delivery. Round the wicket comes Patel, and bowls 2 bracey, just goes back and with all the time in the world just sort of pushes it away off the back foot through the vacant point area out to the sweeper and takes 1, moves on to 60, 281 for 4. There was no turn there, certainly. Who did that? Was it Andrew's team? Andrew McDonald's, one of his experiments. Can't have been. Australians would never do anything like that.
No.
Could have been Cozzy and Andrew. Round the wicket goes Patel and bowls outside off stump, dabbed off the back foot by Van Buren, but not timed. Didn't get it past Van Beek, who's at a sort of deepish gully.
If he's
Almost
willing
on
to
the
give
45.
Sorry, say that after this delivery.
Patel is... Oh, Bowles, a really dragged down delivery that is pulled down around the corner, and a comfortable 4 taken by Van Buren, who moves on to 49, 285 for 4. And the partnership is past 3 figures, 103 now. Graham Van Buren and James Bracey.
I was just going to say, before he bowled that absolute filth, if he gives it a bit of air, the breeze is blowing in the right direction for him to get a bit of drift. And then even if there's just a hint of turn, it just puts a bit of doubt in the batter's mind.
Steps in and bowls outside off stump, cut for 4, and I think that was a little bit unlucky. That was not dissimilar perhaps to the direction that I guess you're sort of talking about there, just outside off stump, but it was a little bit short. It sat up and it was cut. Quite fine by Graham Van Buren, but fine of the 45 down to the fine third man boundary for 4, and that is the run he needed, or indeed runs he needed, to go past 50. 53 of 71 balls for Graham Van Buren, 289 for 4. Run rate continues to climb. Patel is in, tosses it up outside off stump, and Van Buren, having picked up a couple of boundaries off each of the last 2 deliveries, or a boundary off each of the last 2 deliveries, just content to reach forward and drive it carefully, head over the ball out towards long off and take 1.
You can tell there's not much turn out there. He's bowling round the wicket to the right-hander as well, just trying to create a different angle.
Steps in and bowls, stays a touch low as Bracey goes back, but it's so slow that he's got time to adjust and push it firmly out towards mid-wicket, where it is fielded by Stevie Eskenazi, who's probably wondering what he's got himself into at the moment. 290 for 4 off 73.
Not as advertised.
This wasn't in the contract.
So when you see one of those holiday brochures and you know, top of the table, yeah, everything looks good. You get there and it's...
there's a lot of building going on behind
it. Yes.
Between you and the sea.
That's right, yeah. Beach walking distance. Well, it is the kind of walks you do, Richard. Or the marathons. Right, Ben Mike will continue from the Bennett end as a little bit of dark cloud hovers above, but the sun manages to poke through the middle of a couple of them. Mike runs in, bowls short to Van Buren, who helps it on its way down towards fine leg. Hill with the fielding. A little bit of chatter out there amongst the players. Need to keep their energy levels up. 291 for 4. Mike runs in, bowls full on the legs, and clipped away to deep square leg for another single. Richard's had enough. He's off for a lie down. Go and jog a marathon. They might have taken another wicket by the time you're back. 35 extras today as well from Leicestershire. Not really good enough. 73.2 overs. Mike bowls, and that's a good delivery, just on and around that off stump, defended away by Van Buren. Ed Seaborn back alongside me. Ed, looking rosy for Gloucestershire at the moment.
Well, yeah, they have built this big partnership that it felt as though they needed one really big partnership to make it squarely their day. I mean, you know, still 22 overs to go, but put themselves in a great position.
Mike runs in and again bowls a decent delivery on that off stump, defended away by Van Buren as the breeze picks up around the ground. Unless you're going to be saved by a bit of rain here towards the end of the day.
I did notice a certain element of the microphone being wafted in my direction by the Leicestershire commentator. Well, I've had enough of this, you take it.
Just dropped the mic and off he went. And not a good mic drop either.
Well, I was signalling to him he should do that. Look, he did everything but.
Mike bustles in. Oh, that's short, and that's been pulled in the air out towards Lewis Hill. What a grab that is, but umpire signalled no ball. And the fans just realised as well, there were some celebrations going on in the seats beneath us. And did he put it down afterwards as well?
No, he caught it, and then what he did was he drop kicked it away in celebration.
Right.
And then at least Lewis Hill, he's a great sort. He's smiling towards the crowd and then covering his face because he's
just giving away an extra run.
Well, I think in the end they didn't take it. I think Van Buren just took the one, but he then had to go sprinting after the ball that he just drop kicked away because it was a no ball.
What a grab it was.
It was a great catch. He judged it so well. It was going quickly at him off a flying top edge.
Mike tries once more into Bracey, who drives firmly but straight to Eskenazi there in extra cover.
It's another one. It's another no ball. And that's the thing about it, you know, I even thought it because I'm trying to think whether it was the game this year at Bristol or last year. I'm sure, no, it was here. Of course it was. It was here during the 706 for 6 declared innings for Gloucestershire. Josh Hull bowled, I think it was Ben Charlesworth off a no ball on about 60, and he went on to score his first class 100. I remembered Josh Hull doing that. And that's the thing about them, we didn't say, if you take a wicket off them, gosh.
Mike in, and that's been punched away to point. No run. He still can't believe it there, Lewis Hill. Just pulled off an absolute worldie. Running in to his left, diving full stretch with his left hand, grasping it just above those blades of grass. Drop kicks the ball in celebration, as you say, and then realises it's a no ball. We were just talking about the extras as well, weren't we, a moment or two ago? Far too many as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Next ball is slightly leg-side-ish and helped on its way with a flick out towards deep backward square leg. So another single to finish off 74th over of the day. Gloucestershire moving on to 298 for 4. Could have been 5, and it was a bit of bowling there from Ben Mike because he bowled a good few balls to begin that over. Set it up nicely for the short ball. He was fullish on that off stump. He was being defended away. Bent his back for the bouncer. Wasn't in full control of it, Van Buren, and spectacular catch, all in vain.
Yeah, and it was also a dismissal that we saw potentially slightly foreshadow because Hull had that one that was top edged over Mike himself down a fine leg very early on in the session, top edged it for 6. Rishi Patel round the wicket to Bracey, and that's defended into the onside for no run. So 298 for 4 and a bowler down, and with, I guess, as Patel bowls, that's a horrible drag down, but Bracey again, he's been very measured when he's got what I think you can only term as pies, but he hasn't really tried to belt any of them out the ground. He's just been happy to take a single. 299 for 4. He's just cut that one out to deep cover. Patel round the wicket to the right-handed. Van Buren makes himself room, cuts it away through extra cover. It's a shot that he likes, and with Patel bowling at the pace he is, he's got time to line that up and be able to hit it in front of square, and that boundary brings up the 300 for Gloucestershire, so a second batting point for them. 303 for 4. Van Buren on to 60, and these two, who do own a county record against all opposition partnership, did that against Derbyshire last season at Bristol,
think it was for the fifth wicket. And they do enjoy batting together, and they're forming a formidable partnership here. It's moved on to 122 now with a cut shot through the covers. 304 for 4.
What was the partnership?
That my memory is not getting to.
300 plus?
I don't think it was 300. I think it was 270 odd. That's just a guess. Into the pads of Bracey, and it flicks off the pad. Out into the onside for no run. 277.
277, wow.
For the fifth wicket. Against Derbyshire at
Wasn't that
Bristol last year.
Gloucestershire and Pakistan's Zahir Abbas's top test score?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Driven and, well, stopped by Rishi Patel down to his right. Bump ball, but well fielded. And end of the over, 304 for 4, 75 overs gone. Yeah, that sounds right.
Look it up. It's just one of those figures that sticks in your head for some weird reason.
Oh, I'm pretty confident you're right. Because
274.
Oh, it's 274.
3 runs out. What a player he was for
sounded right.
both Pakistan and Gloucestershire for many a year. Got his picture up at the county ground in Bristol.
Yeah,
along with many other legends.
Walkway, yeah, exactly. And he was at
legends like Melissa Story.
I don't think she's quite got her own pillar yet, as much as she might push for.
She's got a picture up there.
Yes, oh yes, she's got. Yeah, she's part of the mural.
Yes,
both the men's and women's teams. As you walk into the, well, I say into the ground. I mean, you walk between the club offices and the gym.
Yes.
Part of that new mural that has been done since Western Storm became no more.
As Logan van Beek is into the attack, and he's been knocked away for a single into the leg side by Van Buren. 305 for 4.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be angling for her own pillar, or try and do a Hartley, and
there's a while to go before she gets a floodlight. Yeah. I quite like the Kate Cross suite in that hotel at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
It's a little bit freaky that there's pictures of her all over the walls.
Gosh. Yeah.
Van Beek in once more, and Bracey's on the front foot, walking towards the ball but defending away for no run.
And the other thing they do at Old Trafford is they name Portaloos after players. So I'm pretty sure there was the Saqib Mahmood Portaloo. I'm sure. I think it's even current players as well. So yeah, I'm sure I was told that Kate Cross had a Portaloo as well.
Nice. I'll name anything after you there. Van Beek in, and has been driven nicely once more, but straight to Eskenazi, who certainly will have some warm hands.
I think it's the ones underneath the party stand. It's like a line of them. I've been told this by enough people, unless it is one of those urban legends. But this is not just one person who's told me this.
Permanent Portaloos.
Yes, the temporary permanent stand at Derby. Yes. That was my favourite.
Next delivery is driven away square past point by Bracey, away for a single. Josh Hull out there on the boundary, sweeping up. What could you name here at Grace Road? I guess there's some floodlights. There are some Portaloos way back over to our left.
Surely they've got to name something after Dick Puffer here.
In comes Van Beek. Short of length delivery and off stump, defended by Van Buren.
I think his bat is down in the Palmer suite, isn't it? Pretty sure I went to have a stare at that.
Myself and Richard have not quite had anything offered to us yet, but Portaloo might be a good shout. Van Beek in, and forward in defence is Van Buren. So dot ball to finish the over. Partnership ticking over to 124 as Gloucestershire make their way to 306 for 4. I'd quite like, if I was a former player here, if somebody like a Jonathan Agnew, I'm not sure if he has anything named after him here, but maybe a gate, or like the Alex Stewart gate at the Oval, or something like that.
You've got to you've got to aim realistic though, because at Gloucestershire you are not getting a gate named after you, and you've got the Grace gate. Of course. And Rishi Patel in, and off the back foot, Bracey will not get a run as he picks out cover. So you've got to be realistic. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what at Bristol would you want? Patel in, full ball squeezed out back to the bowler. Yeah, I'd like actually a space in the car park would be quite good. I mean, anybody can park in it, but it's it's named after, the car parking spaces have their own name, I suppose. This is played down to long on for a single by Bracey.
The problem is, a lot of stewards at cricket grounds, particularly when you're going there for an international match, know nothing about cricket. They will not know who you are, so you could be that player turning up and they won't have a space for you in the car park, and you're like, I've literally got my name on the space. Nope, sorry.
I think a sort of unique features of the Seat Unique Stadium. The fact that it has a car park on site most of the time is one. Cut away by Van Buren for 4 more. He's gone to the right hand side of backward point, sort of short third really this time. He's gone fine of that fielder. He's now gone square of him, and then he's hit one in front of extra cover, so it's not a place that you can bowl to Graham Van Buren.
Well placed that. Not a great delivery from Patel.
311 for 4. Van Buren and Bracey racing each other now through the 40s and the 50s, now into the 60s. Van Buren's just taken the lead again, although he goes back to quite a full delivery there and plays a fiddly defensive shot.
Making Rishi Patel look like Muttiah Muralitharan there. I don't think there was that much turn.
Spitting away, he's trying to create a bit of uncertainty for when he bowls. Last ball of the over, Rishi Patel bowls. That's a horrible full toss, which is well, it wasn't horribly played in that it wasn't an awful shot from Van Buren. It was just the fact that it didn't go for any runs at all, considering the quality of the ball. Knee-high full toss, and he's slapped it to extra cover for no run. 311 for 4 at the end of the over. There are 3 overs remaining until a second new ball will be available.
Yeah, that ball going straight in the direction of Leicestershire's new magnet there at extra cover. Steve Eskenazi once again in the thick of it.
Oh, I know what I want at Bristol. One of those picnic tables. That would be fun. The picnic tables they put out in front of the bar.
Yeah, that would be quite good. You mentioned the car park there though, but I don't think I've parked there for years.
No, of course, because you only
Park at
come
Bristol Rovers
for the international games, yeah.
But you used to, like, even for international games, they used to let you park in the car park. But obviously there's a lot more VIPs.
The one behind
days.
the flats?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's, where the enormous temporary stand is, the Mike Proctor stand, is where you normally park at a 4-day game.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice and close. In comes Van Beek then, to begin a new over. It's full, defended away by Bracey. No run. Bracey on to 65. Van Buren at the other end 66. Partnership 129.
And I should say, if anybody from Gloucestershire is listening, my head is not that big that I'm expecting anything named after me. I haven't got. I'm not sure about that.
Van Beek in. That's another solid delivery, defended back down the pitch.
I might name the far side of the door after me. But no, I'm just thinking in terms of what it would be fun to
things named after you. When I used to work for the BBC Asian Network at New Broadcasting House in London, I used to commute from Leicestershire to London every day, and I had to get my train as Van Beek is in, and it's another hard length delivery which Bracey can't get away. no run. He used to have to leave like 4:59 on the dot or 5:29 on the dot, depending on what hours I was working. They could name a clock after me, couldn't they, in the BBC Asian Network office? Just have it on 5:29 when I'm due for a 5:30 finish.
What's the clock above the manual scoreboard? Is that named after anyone?
And Bacon, full, driven, but straight to mid-off, no run. I'm not sure. Richard might know, but
also, what are those pod things to the right of that? Are they areas for people to sit and eat?
Yeah, you can have a beer and a pizza.
That's a great idea.
So a lot of white ball matches and international women's matches. Those areas get sold out. It's a lovely looking drive there from Bracy, but it's fielded at mid-off. So no run. Still 311 for 4, made it over. Yeah, so it used to be a sort of kids play area there. Sometimes a little bit in the firing zone, depending on which kids they're playing on. So I quickly realised it's probably not a good idea. We'll stick the kids' play area, behind the family stand there for white ball cricket. Temporary play area, inflatables, that sort of thing, when they have their family fun days. So that's out the way, and now you can have pizza and a pint.
Oh, perfect. Rishi Patel to Van Buren driven into the ground and back to the bowling. I just can't remember when were those put in? 3 years ago, wasn't it? 3 years. I don't remember them. I didn't notice them last time. Excellent, protect you from the rain as well. Patel bowls cut away, and just for a single this time to deep point for Van Buren. So you'd guess this will be Rishi Patel's last over before the second new ball is taken, but one of the many problems that's created by Hull's removal from the attack for the 2 no balls above waist height. As Patel bowls low full toss, it's driven down to long off for a single by Bracy, is that whilst it feels as though Ian Holland can bowl all day, he's bowled 19 overs already, and then he's going to have to take, you'd imagine, the new ball. Chris Wright 13 overs, but then he is 40 years of age. This is clipped away to mid-wicket, just without a great deal of force. There's no run, and Bake's got through 17 overs already as well. So
you imagine this will be Patel's last over there. They've surely got to take the new one.
Yeah. Patel bowls and that's defended back to the bowler. But with these second new balls late in days, there'll still be, of course, hoping that Holland can get some swing and some movement and get something going, but it's very different to taking it when you're pushing for the final couple of wickets with it. It's an almost flamboyant attempt to flick the ball down to long on by Van Buren will fail because Rishi Patel's got quite a sizable wingspan on him and is able to stop off his own bowling. So it was pretty tidy over in the end from Rishi Patel, only a couple of runs from it I think, and it's 313 for 4, 79 overs gone in the innings. Gloucestershire winning the toss this morning, deciding to bat first. 4 half-centurions so far with Charlesworth, Hammond and now Bracy and Van Buren, but with those 4 half-centurions they've built their score up already. Jack Taylor, Simon Actor, Matt Taylor, Josh George, each seeing the batting remaining.
As we see Van Beek continue from the Bennett end. Bracy on strike, makes his way in, and that's cut away but straight into the covers. There's no run. Rishi Patel with his part-time off spin hasn't really been the threat that Leicestershire would have liked him to have been. It's got that sort of club cricket feel about it, hasn't it? The part-time off he comes in, it's all very gentle, the odd decent delivery, a few long hops. As next ball is again just driven on the up towards point, no run.
yeah, there is that difference between somebody bowling off spin and an off spinner.
Yes. It seems like a very English club cricket thing. I mean, I've come across it so much in my days as well. The off spinner comes on, it's all very gentle.
The seam bowlers haven't worked, so let's just lob a few up and expect a few catches. So often works.
Van Beek in, and it's off a thick outside edge. The ball races away to deep third. They get themselves another single. Yeah, as opposed to the sort of overseas club cricketer who's from South Asia somewhere, wrist spinner always. They get it to spit and turn and offer a bit of threat.
Yeah, and everyone makes that sort of expression of, well, that's not fair, is it?
Yeah. But then the offies come on, and they're usually quite tall, experienced cricketers who've been around the block for 20 years, usually bat in the top 6. Van Beek bends his back for that delivery, ran in really hard and hold it full to Van Buren, who defends back down the track. He's better than that, Rishi Patel, of course he is, but there's not much assistance in this pitch. Bowled a couple of nice deliveries with the drift, which is going from right to left as he's bowling, but there's just no turn, so it just drifts and carries on going in that direction. Van Beek goes slightly short, and that's pulled away in front of square, and I think Josh Hull lost sight of it for a second. Wouldn't have got there anyway. It's pulled away out towards Cow Corner, where the covers are placed on the far side of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could have got Van Buren out on that pull shot with the catch that was taken by Hill off a no ball, the top edge that just went over Ben Mike, but you've got to get it high enough, because otherwise he will pick you off for runs.
Van Beek full and driven, but well fielded there at mid-off. Still throwing themselves around, Leicestershire in the field, but not creating opportunities with the ball. Is that about to change with them taking the second new ball?
Yeah, you feel they must, although Rishi Patel seems to be marching towards the bowling crease, but actually maybe he's just going to...
Fancies a go.
He's not going to, is he? Ben Cox had already got rid of his helmet, so that was definitely not happening. Just walking close to the bowling crease, but he'll take up his position at first slip. Ian Holland peeling off layers, and actually I think most people will be peeling off layers again, because thankfully that dark cloud appears to have indeed passed us by. It's amazing how quickly that seemed to have cleared up. Totally out of the woods as far as that's concerned, but I think we're good for at least the next little one. I say that is...
I was going to say,
where is it raining from? Where is it raining from? It's blue overhead.
It's the last knockings of that cloud.
Ian Holland with new ball in hand into Bracey, and that's dabbed towards cover. And there'll be a run.
It's raining quite hard though, actually. Looking in the trees, will they keep them out there? Spice up the pitch a bit? Gloucestershire probably wouldn't mind that.
I was going to say, at this point,
19 for 4.
We want to see something in it. Hasn't been a great deal. Few slips for Van Buren on 71. Holland into him, gets squared up there, skews it along the ground still, but to cover. And there's no run. Bright sunshine, mostly blue sky right overhead, but rain blowing off a cloud which looks as if it's about 15 miles away.
Extraordinary.
In comes Holland into his 20th over, bowls and drops it short. It's cut and not timed by Van Buren. Josh Hull, still a job to do there in the field. He's found himself at cover.
Punishment.
Runs, yeah.
Right, you go field there.
No longer down at fine leg for you. It's those who can bowl that get to field down at fine leg.
They have swapped him round now to mid-off.
Where's the ball going to go now? Surely no. Left alone through to the wicket keeper. The way it goes, the way that cricket so often goes, it just follows you. But not that time. Holland would have had to have bowled it much fuller than that. And the rain is still pretty steady. It's not getting lighter, if anything, it's getting a little bit heavier. Holland in and bowls, and another cut shot is mistimed by Van Buren, and yeah,
umpires are looking at each other now. They've only just realised underneath their Panamas that it is actually...
that is the problem with the umpiring hats. You sort of absorb enough moisture, and then gradually maybe you start to feel a little bit soaking through from the material rather than the actual rain that's falling. Oh, it's actually a bit heavier than I thought it was. Holland, last ball of the first over with the new ball. It's an unconvincing drive from Van Buren to wide mid-on. I'm assuming that is on the field there with the more lurid green cap on. They do sneak that single. 320 for 4 at the end of that over.
Leicestershire will be concerned. They don't want the new ball to get wet. But perhaps it's just in this half of the ground. Perhaps it's raining on us, but not out there in the middle.
I can't see any rain in the trees over towards the car park, and yet there's clearly rain as we look into the trees on the other side.
There's a lot of hands on hips out there and looking to the southwest. And it is odd. The cloud over there is sort of misty, presumably with the rain. But
so the umpires have said, well, we're not going off in bright sunshine.
Anyway, we go on. And Logan van Beek with the new ball is going to be bowling to Graham Van Buren. 320 for 4. Still 15 overs remain to be bowled in theory. Van Beek is in, and he's driven by Van Buren. Not too much foot movement, but plenty of the ball punched out into the extra cover region. Shan Masood now in the shade of the trees behind the Uptonsteel stand runs up the rope and fields. Van Buren picks up a couple, moves on to 74. Van Beek is in and bowls and falls in his follow through, but very obligingly Van Buren plays the ball back within his reach while he is on the ground, so he can stay on his knees and reach out his left hand and field the ball. Well, the rain now has just about stopped. You can still see a few drops in there. What a curious little episode that was. Doesn't disguise the fact, as in goes Van Buren and bowls wide and is driven out square-ish to Shan Masood by Van Buren, so it will be just one on this occasion, but you'll probably have to say it is close to being Leicestershire's worst bowling display of the season. Least consistent, unfortunately, by the Foxes.
There's better news in terms of the magic number.
Right.
Derbyshire are 259 for 8 at Lords.
Okay, so they've just got the one batting bonus point, and that is all they're going to get, as Van Beek is into the left-handed brace. He just tucks him towards mid-wicket, sufficiently wide of Ian Holland, who's at wide-ish mid-on, to call Graham Van Buren through for the single. So just keeping the scoreboard moving very nicely here. The run rate still falls. It's been a great day for Gloucestershire. It's turning into a great day. Ed's fears about one bad session have not been realised. In goes Van Beek outside off stump, thick inside part of the bat. Was that a chance? Did it get to the left?
I think it was well short,
Cox,
yeah.
wasn't it? And he did well to stop it, whatever. I say chance, and using the word in a technical sense, because he was completely wrong-footed, but managed to fling himself to his left. And it was short, yeah.
It's done amazingly well to stop it.
Save-
Body weight going
save
the other
for-
way. Yeah.
Really, rather than miss a chance. In goes Van Beek, and again he almost flings himself off his feet as he bowls wide of off stump, and it's chopped away by Van Buren to the wide third man boundary for 4 more. So, well, 19 overs for Logan Van Beek now, none for 59, and he looks a little disconsolate as he takes his cap from the umpire, heads off into the outfield. And he's not the only one out there at the moment looking that way from Leicestershire's point of view, or wearing Leicestershire kit. Tattersall jogs off the pitch. Lewis Hill comes back on. Ian Holland looks at the new ball. Where is this next wicket coming from for the Foxes?
It's to be a couple of overs before this second new ball's really talking. Holland to Bracey, well down the pitch to defend. Turning into a good day for Glamorgan as well. Ace of Tribe 167 not out. Chris Cook made 84, and they're 339 for 6 against Northamptonshire, having been 103 for 4, 164 for 5. Holland bowls, and Bracey guiding them out to point. No run. Kent have fallen away a little bit against Lancashire, 274 for 8. No wickets for future Gloucestershire bowler Will Williams, 12 overs for 36. 3 for Mitch Stanley, 3 for Tom Hartley. Holland bowls edge, caught a second slip. So Holland does provide the breakthrough. The partnership falls just 4 shy of the 150 mark, and James Bracey, the Gloucestershire captain for this game and the remaining ones this season, does perish going after a wide one that wasn't full enough to drive, and the catch snapped up at second slip. 328 for 5.
Scarati's first catch for Leicestershire was a reasonably comfortable one by slip standards, wasn't it? It was a slightly loose, tired-ish, perhaps, drive on the part of Bracey. But what a job he's done, the skipper.
Well, if you could pick a position for Jack Taylor to come out in, I think 328 for 5 would be would be about what Gloucestershire would have hoped for, because there's, I suppose he's coming in against the second new ball is the only thing, but making your first red ball appearance for a couple of years, I don't know, somebody of Jack Taylor's experience, there might still be a few nerves out there, I don't know, getting a red ball opportunity, and be joining Graham Van Buren out there with Gloucestershire in a really good position. They don't want to lose a couple more at the end of the day just to give Leicestershire something to take with them, but there are certainly worse positions to be coming out than this.
You know, it is the new ball, they'll probably be thinking, which is just coming into its own as well. So there's that, but yes.
First red ball innings in July 2023. In comes Holland bowls to Jack Taylor, who's forward and defends to extra cover, and I should stress first team red ball appearance, because it's not as though Jack Taylor's not played second friendly in championship cricket, but first county championship appearance for a couple of years. Leicestershire just need one more wicket for another point. The number comes down even further.
The magic number.
Holland to Taylor, who tries to flog this one into the offside and gets no timing at all. Back towards the bowler, who then kicks it away to cover. And no run. I wonder... I was wondering whether whether Jack Taylor would come out and play his shots, or whether he'll try and bed in, see off the new ball, that sort of thing. Which way he goes, just has a look at that one, leaves it alone behind the stumps. 328 for 5 at the end of that over. I mean, in 50 over cricket, he does tend to give himself 15 to 20 balls to have a look anyway, so I don't see why he wouldn't do anything like that in this situation anyway.
3 initials on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they seem to do that everywhere, because he's got his brother Matt playing in this one. One Price, one Charlesworth, but 2 Taylors. JMR Taylor, and then we'll have MD Taylor when the time comes.
But the J and the M would have been sufficient, wouldn't it, you would have thought? But
even just the J.
There you go. Indeed. Van Beek is in. He looked to me to drop his hands at Van Buren at that, but perhaps it was late, or so late, his decision, that Leicestershire thought it maybe had flicked the glove a little bit. Cox went up, Patel went up, but Van Beek's appeal was very much in response to those two going up, I suspect.
I've seen a few appeals like that today, haven't we? Where it's sort of, some people seem convinced and others aren't. Yeah,
indeed. In goes Van Beek, and Bowles driven by Van Buren out towards deep extra cover. Masood is sufficiently quickly on to the ball to prevent a second, so Van Beek will have Jack Taylor, the new batsman, to bowl at. 329 for 5.
Average 28.5 in first-class cricket for Jack Taylor, but when he has gone big in his career, he has tended to go big. He's converted 7 of his 19 50-plus scores into 3 figures.
In goes Van Beek, and bowls straight-ish to Taylor, who just nurdles it onto the onside, but only as far as Ben Mike, who's at a shortish mid-wicket.
He has been, I think, back, especially at Cheltenham. That was actually his last championship appearance. He has very much enjoyed batting at Cheltenham in his championship career, Jack Taylor.
Bowls and gets a foolish delivery that he can drive away, and that is his first championship boundary. I suspect that isn't going to be pulled back for those, what was it, 700 odd?
772, did I say something like that?
There you go, something like that. Well, he's going to afford to get his name, that will make him feel good. It was a nice hard volley to be put away off the front foot, but he's still got to do it, and he did.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, it may be that Gloucestershire are thinking about his leg spin a bit in terms of the selection as well. Had a very successful time of it with the ball in the One-Day Cup, his first list day fifer.
Van Beek bowls to him, he slashes away outside off stump and misses. That wasn't a particularly pleasing shot from the aesthetic point of view anyway. Not too much foot movement. Brackets none.
He maybe didn't have, and this is by his own incredibly lofty standards when it comes to the One-Day Cup. He had a couple of half-centuries, Jack Taylor, and still decent numbers, but he's had out-of-this-world numbers the previous couple of years.
Van Beek bowls to him, he leaves, having slashed and missed at the previous delivery. It does shape back in a touch, but not sufficiently so really to justify the cry of frustration from Rishi Patel at first slip. End of Van Beek's 20th over, none for 64. He's not been at his best either. He too looks like, as I say, of race horses, he's been in need of the gallop.
Yeah, and maybe that, well, I don't know if that probably doesn't affect at all what Gloucestershire decide to do at the toss. Mind you, you see batting sides look dodgy when it comes to transferring from red ball to white ball as well. I guess it's just about how you do it. Holland bowls and Van Buren nudges straight, and Holland almost redirected that away from Hull to allow them a single, but not quite far enough. So there's no run. I wonder what Jack Taylor's winter looks like. He played in the Abu Dhabi T10, I think it was. Went out to Zimbabwe, I believe, as well for a tournament there. Driving Van Buren and won't get a run. Holland at Hull. Even too many people whose names involve H's. This game for my liking. Hill, Hull, Holland, Hammond. Oh dear. Anyway, there was no run. I wonder what gigs Jack Taylor has lined up. Holland in and bowls down the leg side. Van Buren doesn't get a touch on it through to Cox. Ben Charlesworth played in the he went out to the ILT20 last year, which was a pretty prestigious gig. David Payne has been selected by the Perth Scorchers for the Big Bash.
Nice.
Again this winter, so back to the team that he won it with a couple of winters ago now. Holland in now and clipped away towards mid-on. They'll scramble through for 1. As Van Buren gets his total to 81, 334 for 5. I'm sure it'll be a busy winter one way or another for several players, and even if they're not playing franchise cricket, I'm sure it'll be off nearly all of them to sunnier climes, or warmer climes anyway. Holland into Taylor and just working this one away to mid-on, and there's no run there. Yeah, certainly plenty of gigs available these days, with leagues seemingly springing up by the day.
Indeed.
Last ball of the over from Holland, the 5th with this new ball. He bowls and Taylor drives not out of the meat of the bat. Holland lurched for it but didn't quite get there, but no matter, because once again Josh Hull fields at mid-off. So 334 for 5. They have moved the score off the dreaded Triple Nelson.
Looks like Van Beek. Well, he hasn't got too many options really in Holland, but it looks like Van Beek is going to continue. Hull can't bowl. Mike has probably bowled a few more overs than they'd like him to.
The time has never been more ripe after this new ball's done for Stevie Eskenazi then.
Well, this could be a historic moment, but you never quite know. In goes Van Beek. Oh, slightly short, pulled with a lot of time by Van Buren out to Hill. Oh, no, pretty much mid-wicket boundary. And it is just the single. Yeah, I'll have to check how many overs he's actually bowled in. He has bowled in first-class cricket, Eskenazi, but only a couple of overs, I believe. Amazing, wouldn't it, to do that on your debut. In goes Van Beek. Bowls outside off stump, swinging away left by Jack Taylor.
So according to this, he's bowled in 2 innings.
Yeah, 18 balls, so 3 overs.
And only gone for 4 runs.
Indeed, he's kept it tight.
But it's one of those where, I don't know about your book there, but this doesn't have his bowling style, but instead has fielding position wicketkeeper.
Yes, it. Van Beek is in, bowls and punched very nicely off the back foot, but a good tumbling stop away to his left at mid-off by Holland. Keeps Taylor just to the single. Nice shot. Punched away off the back foot. Yes, it doesn't mention his bowling at all.
It's never a great sign when they don't know what you're bowling.
Although his speciality subject in a pub quiz, Steve Eskenazi, would be coffee, and he is, or claims to be, a trained barista. In goes Van Beek and bowls, driven by Van Buren out to Shan Masood, again in the shade of the trees. I don't know how much training it requires to be a barista.
Well, him and Chris Dent could have some long conversations about
well.
yes, well, he's since his retirement now, I'm sure he'd be focusing completely on the coffee business, which was there at Cheltenham. Sampled some coffee and some cake. Absolutely wonderful.
Big bowls and nicely turned away through mid-wicket off his legs by Jack Taylor, and that'll be 4 more, in fact. Yeah, beautiful shot, beautiful piece of timing. Use the pace, let it come on to him from Van Beek. You heard the grunt of effort, and he gets a touch of punch on the gloves from Van Buren, because that was a super piece of timing. Taylor moves on to 9, 341 for 5. So Chris Dent has started a mobile coffee business, or?
Yeah, I think Jack's Coffee Shack does move around, yeah. At least they can take it.
Jack's Coffee Shack.
That's what it's called, yeah. I'm sure I'm contractually obliged to point out that other coffee outlets are available, just not owned by former Gloucestershire captains.
In goes Van Beek and bowls straight and pushed by Taylor gently out into the cover region. Buttinger has a few yards to make up to his right. By the time he does so, Taylor's picked up the single that takes him into double figures. End of the over, 342 for 5. And we have 10 overs left to be bowled tonight, so another at the current rate of scoring, 40 runs, 380. It's been a pretty good day for the visitors.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly not in any danger when it comes to scoring rate for the bonus points. It's just whether they lose quick wickets. Holland to Taylor, and that's played away into the onside by Jack Taylor with a roll of the wrists out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. In addition to Cheltenham, one of the other things that Jack Taylor had been used for in the past is in September. I mean, I say in the past. I mean, of course, he's been a regular in the Red Bull side before that for many years. Holland bowls air. He's driven that one in the air, but it's nobody at cover. So I suppose you could say, well, actually, he didn't need to keep it down. There was no bother, because there's a backward point and a mid-off, and whilst it was a slightly odd visual off the bat, actually it was miles away from anybody, and it's out for 2 runs, 2 deep cover, 344 for 5. But one of his strengths, has so often been, he can plunder big shots off the spinners, and that's been crashed away again in the air to the left hand side of Josh Hull. So he's deciding to have a go at Ian Holland. If it's pitched up, foot to the ball, big backlift as ever, and smack through extra cover, 348 for 5.
Yeah, why not? Had a taste of it the previous delivery. The field didn't change, the ball was the same, similar.
So they've actually brought a fielder in off the, or have they? No, it's just Hill who's disappeared out of our sight to go and retrieve the ball, so they're going to put an extra fielder at cover now. They keep the fielder out on the offside boundary. He's still actually jogging as the ball's being bowled. It's a good job that wasn't sent through point, because Hill would have struggled to get there. As it is, it's just defended. But what I was going to say was, in those sort of games at the end of the season where teams are sometimes trying to make the pitches the pitches are quite tired and dusty, and you expect spin to be a significant factor. Taylor, thinking back especially to the end of Gloucestershire's one season as it was in Division 1. So this is punched back to the bowler for no run. Taylor was a big part of the last few games in that season, a turning pitch at Bristol, which until they beat Kent this season, in September of 2022, that was their previous championship win at Bristol. Broke that run this year. Last ball of the over from Holland, and Taylor guides it to point. There's no run, 348 for 5. But his ability to loft spinners straight on turning surfaces, if you could go out and get a quick fire 40, 50 or 60, that could be a really defining
scorer in the game, and actually it proved to be a couple of times. So that is another situation in more recent times where he hasn't been a shoe-in into the Red Bull side. That has been a type of role he has fulfilled. It, with only Rishi Patel as a spin option, it wasn't likely to be that in this game, but he's certainly in a position where he can go out and play his shots.
From the manager, Chris Wright.
I've heard the announcement there. Back to the veteran Wright, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 38 for him. We'll get to swap round a little bit. Right is in and bowls, reaching for it a little bit there is Van Buren, and playing it in the air as Ed has been describing Taylor against Holland, but again unerringly picks the gap out towards Shan Masood, who's been pretty isolated for most of the day out there. He'll have gotten to know the denizens of the Uptonsteel stand, the Stench and Benno stand reasonably well, I would assume. Hopefully the conversations have been enjoyable for him.
Sure, they've been polite enough.
Third batting bonus point almost there. In goes Wright and bowls, and there it is as it's played by Taylor off the back foot. Sort of worked a little awkwardly out towards deep backward square, and one is taken to bring up the 350. A good few. There's a decent handful who've come up from Gloucestershire or Bristol or wherever, Cheltenham perhaps, and they're all wearing the colours and lead the applause there for that 350.
Seen some bucket hats as well, Gloucestershire bucket hats.
Right, looking for a second wicket is in and bowls. Van Buren has to adjust quite late, but he does tend to play the ball late, Graham Van Buren, and he did adjust successfully and block that one back out towards Wright. Looks like there's a shower sort of going across the ground to the south of us as well now, so we've been a little bit fortunate. They did say on BBC Radio Leicester this morning there was a chance of the odd shower this afternoon, but it would be absolutely hit and miss, and it's been missed so far. In goes Wright and bowls, thickish outside edge, but under control from Van Buren. That one guides it down through about 5th slip to 3rd man and takes one.
I think it looks set fair, doesn't it, for the next 8.2 overs, you'd think?
Yeah, we'll get done. We'll get done for sure.
I'm sure Leicestershire would love to get done and just come back fresh tomorrow.
Right is in, edged, caught. Really good catch by Rishi Patel, diving away to his right, got 2 hands to it, went at it a little bit hard-handed. Jack Taylor there flew away to Patel's right, and he is the only slip, but he got there, and Chris Wright picks up a second wicket, and Leicestershire a second bowling bonus point.
Yeah, really sharp catch there from Rishi Patel, so good in that slip position. Maybe they don't want to get done too soon, Leicestershire. They'd like to be out there for the next 8 overs or so, try and get another 1 or 2 wickets if they can. Sharp stuff there, and deserved wicket, I think, for Chris Wright. Second one for him, 2 for 41. There's been a few plays and misses through the day. The catch that was taken, the blinder by Lewis Hill off a no ball. So they've had a few opportunities, but not too many. So when they come your way, you've got to grab them, and that's what Rishi Patel did.
It was an amazing catch by Lewis Hill, diving low to his left. I'm sure he hadn't heard the call of no ball or seen umpire Akhtar's arm extended. Adnan, I beg his pardon, umpire Adnan at that end. Akhtar is the man at the crease at the moment for Gloucestershire. tall right-hander. Ismail Akhtar. Got a job to do. I'm sure Van Buren would like to, for all his experience, like to go past 3 figures tonight rather than go in on 90-something.
I think so. He's 15 away from those 3 figures.
But right, with his tail up, is in and bowls to Akhtar, who defends the straight delivery out towards mid-on. And there is no run. End of Wright's 14th over, 2 for 41. His figures, first spell wasn't great, but his second spell, 6 overs, 1 for 12. And now his third spell is pretty good as well. Started well anyway.
Zaman Akhtar, no mug with the bat. 23 is average over the course of a 30-match first-class career so far. He'll be looking to hang around certainly and support Van Buren the best he can.
Tony says the magic number is now 18. Is that subsequent to the second bowling bonus point, Tony? It will be, because presumably of Derbyshire's situation. It's definitely a new exercise that Ben Mike has brought into his repertoire. This sort of little, he often lies on his back and does stuff, but this sort of kicking of the legs, or feet against the ground, is an interesting one.
Anyway, Ben Mike into the attack then from the pavilion end, running away from us into Van Buren. It's short, it's pulled away, just past mid-on. There's a bit of a chase on here, back towards the boundary. Van Buren helps himself to a couple of runs. He'll fancy this, Van Buren. This is his opportunity, he'll think, to score quickly. There's been the odd loose ball from Ben Mike today. It's 13 away from 100, Van Buren. And less than 8 overs remaining. He'll dearly want to get that done and dusted tonight if possible. Mike bowls, and this one left alone outside the off stump. A bit of exaggerated movement away from the right-hander. That last delivery. .87 off just 115. And he slowed down, Van Buren, through the course of his innings. Was going at pretty much a runner ball there or thereabouts for his first half century. Another delivery outside off, left alone by Van Buren. Sun setting over to our right, over to the west. Not quite setting, but getting lower. The shadows are getting longer across the outfield. That time of the year, Richard, where you start looking at your watch and thinking, oh, it's getting dark around 7:30. It's completely dark. Mike runs in, delivers, and another patient leave from Van Buren. It's always when the clocks go back that gets me. It's always nice having the extra hour of sleep, but
not worth it for the
no
long hours of darkness.
Exactly. Number 8 on his back. Starts his run up from in front of us, running away from us. Bowls, and it's been cut away nicely, but only as far as deep third. So another single to Van Buren. He moves on to 88. Gets off the dreaded 87, according to Australians. 13 away from 100. Then 2 slips in place to Akhtar. Bustles in, bowls, and Akhtar Just prods his bat down, defends away towards point.
Another no ball.
It's 41 extras today. On the first day. 356 for 6 could have looked a lot different. It certainly would have done if that catch was taken and it was a legal delivery earlier on. It's Ben Mike from the far end that time, from the Bennett end. Mike in, and so a good delivery, well played by Actor. A little bit of extra bounce, but he got on top of it well, defended away into the offside. 356 for 6.
Sometimes that number of extras is understandable, if not forgivable, if the ball's sort of jagging around and it's buys or staying low or the bounce is all over the place, but more than half in no balls.
Yeah, that's been the issue. Josh Hull contributing quite a few of them.
On Mike, basically. And Wright with a... did he bowl one early on? In he goes, and bowls outside off stump, and Buren stays on the back foot and steers the ball through the vacant point area out towards Masood. Takes the single, comes on to 89. Two slips for Wright, bowling to the new batsman Zaman Akhtar, and Hill comes jogging in from his sweeping position on the leg side boundary, as one would hope, really. Just the 3 balls faced by Akhtar so far. Waits with bat raised as Wright goes in and bowls to him, squares him up. A little bit of shape to the delivery, thick outside edge as he looked to defend that one, and the ball runs out towards backward point where the sun-hatted Budinger is the fielder. Masood has come in now, so he's finally got someone within speaking distance rather than shouting distance. Umpire Baldwin between Masood and Sol Budinger as in goes Wright and bowls. Well played by Akhtar, just working it off his legs to mid-wicket, but straight to Hill. He was in there. 1 or 2 in the crowd are beginning to move towards the Curzon Road entrance. Yeah, could give. There are gates there. They could have a name.
Yeah. Who would you name them after?
Yeah,
is there anybody
Leicestershire
who's
player
crying out for
who secures promotion after 22 years? Who would it be? In goes Wright and bowls, walking forward into the defensive push, playing bit of French cricket really. Is Akhtar connecting cleanly enough.
Too early for Rehan Ahmed with 5 centuries and 20 odd wickets.
Well, England's Rehan Ahmed is not a bad call. Would it persuade him to stay, do you think?
It might do, yeah.
To turn down any offers from anywhere.
Picture up next to Aggers and Stuart Broad and all those guys.
In all seriousness, actually, as Wright is in and bowls, the man defends off the back foot, and he's going to get off the mark because he's pushed it into the gap or towards the gap between wide-ish, mid-off and extra cover, and takes 1. I don't think Leicestershire have done enough in recent years to sort of acknowledge the traditions and the history of the club in that respect. Yes, there are the display boards in the dining room, but there's often been talk about a museum or something like that, but it's never materialised. And it would be nice to think there would be a little bit more tribute paid to the long traditions and history of the club. In goes Wright, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Van Buren's bat as he walks forward into a rather squared up defensive push. 358 for 6 remains the score.
And also, in all seriousness, there has to be something significant named after Phil Simmons. If you're going to name something after a legendary player, he was instrumental in Leicestershire winning those 2 titles in the late 90s. He deserves something. Andy Roberts and another great West Indian that played for Leicestershire back in the 80s.
He sat in that seat not so very long ago, a couple of years
that's
ago.
Right.
Oh, I felt like a schoolboy again. It was amazing. That boy never bowled fast. He was telling me and explaining why.
Ben Mike then continues into Akhtar, who's hit on the thigh pad, and they sneak through for a quick single. There's no square leg fielder there, so Van Buren back on strike, back with an opportunity to try and get these 11 runs he needs for 100 before the 5.5 overs are up tonight.
I do know a fair few Leicestershire supporters who would agree with you. I think that for them, Simmons is their sort of favourite player from the past. Brian Davison comes in for a lot of praise as well.
Yeah. And David Gower's of course got his suite.
Indeed.
I'm not sure it's got the David Gower kind of vibe about it, because it's a little bit run down. Maybe he deserves a lick of paint or something. As Mike runs in and it's past the outside edge. That's a beauty. Just a bit of jag, a bit of extra bounce. Van Buren looking to just have a poke at it. It was nothing shot really.
Just beginning to look a little bit uncertain, Graham Van Buren. Going through an awkward patch.
Maybe the car alarm put him off. In the background, somebody's car alarm appears to be going off. I hope it's not mine.
Sounded like it was from the road, didn't it, rather than the car park.
Mike then, still with a slip in place here to Van Buren, runs in, and Van Buren has a slash, and it's just past that first slip, Rishi Patel, and away for 4.
Got his hand to it.
Yeah, just fingertips. It was low though, and it was hit hard, so it flew off the outside edge. He was looking to go square with that, was Van Buren, but he moves into the 90s with a streaky shot. He's 93 from 122.
Derby 283 all out. Tony says the magic number is now 14.
Tell you what, Richard.
That's not a bad return on the day, is it? 7 off.
Very good. Mike in bowls, and that's again past the outside edge. Nervous 90s for Van Buren. Looking for a big booming drive through extra cover. Just beaten by a little bit of extra zip there from Ben Mike, and slight movement away from the right-hander. So is that 14 in total or 14 from here? Let's already have 2.
They need 14 more.
14 more.
So it could come in terms of others dropping points.
Yes.
As well as points gained by Leicestershire.
Mike bowls, and this time he leaves it alone, Van Buren, but it's not too far away from the off stump. So Ben Mike making things happen late on in the day. Unlucky with that previous one, which was edged just past Rishi Patel, that first slip. One thing you will get from Ben Mike is he'll run in hard all day. Into his 15th over here. Mike charges in again, delivers. That's another good delivery, just outside off, left alone by Van Buren. Very good over that from Ben Mike. Unlucky perhaps not to pick up a wicket. Gloucestershire now 363 for 6. 5 overs remaining in the day's play.
We will presumably continue from the Bennett end. Sometimes I think Ben almost runs in too hard all the time and just needs to not temper his effort, but just, I don't know, gauge that effort according to the sort of pitch and conditions, and not necessarily try to bang it in all the time. It depends what he's been told, of course. In goes right and bowls to Akhtar, who times it sweetly off his legs to the mid-wicket boundary, just leant forward, no big stride, and clipped him away really nicely through mid-wicket. Or Hill can do his jog gently after the ball, which is nestling near those
hobbit holes.
Is that what you call the pizza pods?
A little bit. Pizza pods is better, really. Pizza pods is better. Not the greatest of views from over there.
Oh, you're a little bit far away, aren't you? Way beyond the boundary. I guess it depends which pitch they're playing on.
Still a long way. It feels that way. Right. Runs in and bowls. Stays a touch low, and Akhtar, who stayed on the back foot, is late on it, but he is down on it in time. Thickish inside part of the bat. Squeezes the ball down towards long leg. Josh Hull comes running in to meet it. And Akhtar takes one, moves on to 6, 368 for 6. Brings Graham Van Buren back on strike. Just in the last 3 or 4 overs, Van Buren has looked decidedly uncertain, and he's had one or two fortunate escapes, but just needs to get past the 3 figures, and then he'll be able to relax. Right is in, bowls to him, slightly squared up a little bit, which is why I jumped slightly as I described that deliberate on-off stump. Managed to keep it out.
He's not liking the late 80s and 90s, Van Buren. It's the most vulnerable he's looked all innings.
But Adnan takes a bail off to just remark the crease. At that Bennett end.
That's old school, isn't it?
Yeah, pleasingly. Right is in and bowls. Again, a sort of little jump into the air from Van Buren, slightly tensed up on off stump, and jabs it out towards backward point. And walks down the wicket, picks up a speck of dirt or something, flicks it away.
Not sure you're allowed to do that with the zing bails that they use in international cricket now. Probably too expensive. You get told off by the TV broadcasters, wouldn't you?
I would give you an electric shock or something.
Yeah.
Pick them up. Right is in and bowls. Van Buren strokes it, but defensively. If you can stroke something defensively, there's a little bit of a follow through as he pushes it out into the covers where Eskenazi fields. Presumably they're batteries of some kind in them.
Yes, I'm not sure what type. Probably cell batteries. Very heavy though. Don't always come off when the ball hits the stumps.
Ah, okay. Batteries in themselves aren't heavy, are they, these days? But in goes right, and bowls dabbed out into the offside, and realises there's a quick single to be taken. Van Buren. Akhtar responds, and Budinger, running in from point, doesn't bother shying at the stumps, so he's going to keep the strike. Graham Van Buren moves on to 94 within a blow of 3 figures. What would be his 2nd century in the county championship this season.
Doesn't look like he's going to get there in one blow though, the way he's playing at the moment. It's going to be Van Buren on strike, 369 for 6. Ben Mike continues running away from us. And he is to Van Buren. Oh, that's another absolute beauty. Squared him up, pitched on middle and off, past the outside edge of the bat. Van Buren can only stare down at the pitch and wonder where that delivery has come from. I've seen a few of them in the last couple of overs from Ben Mike, who seems to be into his groove from this end rather than the Bennett end. We welcome Ed Seaborn back on commentary.
I guess, yeah, it was the nervous late 80s before it was the nervous 90s, but the nerves certainly haven't gone away.
Absolutely. Mike bowls, and well, he needs a thicker bat, doesn't he?
Actually, if he'd had one slightly thicker, they'd have been nicked that one. It's a very good job. It wasn't thicker from that delivery's perspective. Now, Paul Baldwin's decided he's just going to use his boot to remark the crease. It's that low sun that's particularly tricky to see, especially white lines that were painted several hours ago.
There's the 3.4 overs remaining today. Mike in, and finally bat on ball. A nice looking square punch out towards deep point from Van Buren.
You do just have to watch if you're Zaman Akhtar here, because when Van Buren is nervous, he is one of those players that tends to look for extra runs that are not there. Rather than be somebody that's rooted to the crease, you know, sort of paralysed, he'll tend to be the opposite.
Well, every time Zaman Akhtar is on strike, and as I mentioned earlier, he's a more than capable bat, Van Buren is walking up to him nervously, uttering a few words. I don't think he really needs that much advice. He's looked solid enough. Mike into Akhtar, who gets nicely on top of the bounce and guides the ball away to deep third, just like that.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You've got somebody out there who's on 95, who's I mean, to all intents and purposes, he's played the innings that has ended up, I guess, defining the day, because it's been Van Buren and then Bracey's partnership that has really given it to Gloucestershire. And yet you've got somebody out there who's moving towards being a bowling all-rounder, Zaman Akhtar, but he's only just got out there and he's rotating the strike absolutely fine.
Mike into Van Buren, who's hopping around and manages to flick the ball into the gap at mid-wicket. That one keeping slightly low, but Van Buren adjusting well. So 4 away now from a century.
Yeah, I think you sort of give him more opportunity to be nervous when it's just dangled outside the off stump as well. Ones like that he can just comfortably play. I mean, I suppose you still try to target the stumps and target the pads occasionally, but it's on that 5th stump, 4th stump line that he's looked particularly uncertain.
Zaman Akhtar back on strike, 2 slips in place. Mike bowls, but that's way down the leg side. It's well stopped by Cox diving away to his left. End of the over, 372 for 6. 3 overs remaining. 4 runs for Van Buren to bring up a 2nd century of the season.
It's kind of airbrushed skies now that you often get when it's built up to be almost thundery in terms of the cloud, and then it's like the jet stream sort of smooths it all out once it hits it. We've got that at the moment. It's very pretty, but I don't think that Graham Van Buren's going to be admiring it too much on 96 and facing up to Chris Wright, who's had his tail up of late. In he comes, bowls to him, and Van Buren sort of going leg side and then offside, and eventually getting a decent amount of bat on it and playing it back to Wright, who displays the keepy-uppy skills. So flicking it into his hand. 372 for 6, and still a few more bowlers left who can bat, but we'd still have designs on these two putting together a decent partnership in the morning if they can stay there, as much of the focus is on the 3 figures. And Van Buren's gone after that one. He thought it was short and wide enough that he could have a go at it. He seemed a bit late on it as much as anything else, and he could have nicked that through. We've seen several edges go down into the ground and miss the stumps as well. At some point it feels as though the drag onto the stumps is a possibility, and eventually again it's just a dot.
Something's going to happen here. He's either going to smash a boundary, maybe streakily, or he's going to give a chance.
Right. Tall action bowl, short down the leg side, pulled down towards fine leg. It's going to go for 4. And Graham Van Buren, a trial through the 90s, but he's got there to a 2nd championship 100 of the summer from 136 balls, and he'll get a warm embrace from Zaman Akhtar, with his head in Zaman Akhtar's chest there, which is the height difference. But this has been a great knock, and a little bit of one of those, I guess, displays of actually how hard it is, even as an experienced player, to score a first-class 100. They've made him work for it. Leicestershire bowlers have probably had some of their best spells of the day so far to him, but he has got there. Facing up now to Wright, who bowls to him, and he defends out into the covers.
Yeah, fabulous knock. He can relax now, knowing that he's got to those 3 figures, and hopefully, from a Gloucestershire point of view, sees out the day, comes back fresh tomorrow, and looks to build this first innings even more. Outstanding partnership earlier on, as you say, with Bracey. Was scoring a lot quicker early on in his innings, had to then dig in a little bit, thanks to some good bowling from Leicestershire.
Right, in now, and a push up to mid-on. He's going for a quick single here. This is going to be tight, shy. The stumps misses from all of about 2 feet away. Van Buren then has to go jumping over the diving fielder. Fielder's on the floor, Van Buren's on the floor, and that's exactly what I mean. Sometimes they'll just go for these runs that, I mean, that wasn't a single, even if maybe, is it Holland who's up there at mid-on? If he hits, I think he might have been a goner, but even if not, it's not really a run anyway, certainly not at this stage.
Definitely not, definitely not. Silly attempted run there, no need for it at this stage of the day.
Well, he's doing well to create drama anyway. Wright bowls to Actor, and that's clipped out a fine leg, and weirdly to say, as Hull fields and will launch the throw in, with 2 overs to go now, I think it's almost the batter who's on now 8. You'd rather have on strike if you're Gloucestershire than the man who's on 100. A chance for Van Buren just to reset overnight and come back tomorrow. 378 for 6.
Well, if you were an alien and you were just flown into Grace Road right now for these last few overs, you didn't know which one's which, Van Buren, Actor, you just see the scorecard, oh yeah, one of these fellas is on 100 or 90 odd or whatever it was a few overs ago. You'd think it was Zaman Actor because he looks so comfortable out there. He's relaxed, he's getting on top of the bounce, he's guiding the ball around, rotating the strike, and then you've got Van Buren at the other end who's just very chaotic at the moment, and there's no need for it. He's got to his 3 figures now. He should be able to relax as Ben Mike runs into Zaman Akhtar, who nicely just leans out of the way of that one, lets it go through. No problem. There you go.
Chaotic.
It is though, isn't it? There was no need for that run. There's lots of prodding and poking at balls outside off, which he doesn't really need to be playing.
It's just been a little bit dramatic, really. There hasn't been much drama on the day, really, because it's either been pretty steady progress for Gloucestershire, or at times they have scored runs in some flurries, but the balance of power has never really changed in the day.
Mike back in, and Akhtar drives, but it's fielded by Mike and his follow-through, and then he just pulls his hamstring, or gives it a little rub anyway, as if to say he might have just tweaked something. Hopefully it's nothing more than a bit of cramp.
Of course,
good spell today.
If you are just joining us late in the day, one of the other big stories from today, Josh Hull removed from the attack for bowling 2 deliveries on the full above waist height. So Leicestershire down a seamer in this innings, and he's still not best pleased, Ben Mike. At least he's only got, well, I suppose he's got, what, 4 balls left in this over and in the day. Oh, he's still not happy.
Do you know what? It might just be an idea with 4 balls left. Just get someone else to bowl them for now. Get him off the field.
I think
what's happening.
He sort of wants to go off, but I think he doesn't want to go off. You see what I mean? I think he would rather not bowl these 4 deliveries, but somebody has got to tell him don't do it, because if you leave it up to him, he'll probably still think, oh, I'll give it a go.
He's trying, isn't he? He's at the top of his mark. He's taking a couple of steps, seeing how he feels, and he is going to bowl at least the next one by the looks of it, although having said that, he just takes another step, another little stretch of the hamstring. Is there any point here, Ben Mike?
Oh, gosh.
Don't think there is. No, he runs in and then pulls up, doesn't get into his delivery stride. Umpire signals dead ball. Just hand the ball back and get off the field, get some treatment.
That is such
There
a
you go,
shame
he takes his
to
cap
see.
back.
And yeah, I think it was a cry of frustration as well, which I do. I mean, of course, I guess you hope with something like that. The hope is it's just cramp, but the way that he's made that exclamation there, I think he's really concerned that it's not. But yeah, so the second time, unfortunately, in this day that we've had to see an over completed by another bowler.
It's going to be Logan van Beek who completes these last 4 deliveries of the over. Marking out his run up there. Part of Zaman Akhtar thought he was actually running in to deliver that ball.
I must
He was almost
admit,
ready in his stance, wasn't he?
I did do one of those things where I just looked up and saw him running in, and all of a sudden Akhtar was standing off at, you know, several feet away from the point where he's now facing.
Here comes Van Beek. He does bowl, and Zaman Akhtar just knocks it into a gap there at extra cover. Jogs through for the single.
We've seen quite a bit of Johnny Tattersall now. He's back on the field at mid-off.
He's got the bright green cap. Not been officially capped by Leicestershire yet, so he's got the bright green baseball cap on. Van Beek in, and that's, I think, off the pads, maybe a bit of inside edge from Van Buren down towards short fine leg. Leg by given.
That really was kicked away in the end. I know he tried to play a shot at it, but kicked round the corner. Off strike again. There's a little bit of time for him. Yeah, there's a little bit of time for him just to pause and reconsider.
Van Beek bowls to Akhtar, who drives towards extra cover. No run. Could do with getting a single here, Zaman Akhtar, and then just seeing out the final over.
At the very least, I suppose they can't be bowled out this evening. Gloucestershire, says the pessimistic follower.
Take 4 in 4. As Van Beek's in, and that's been played and guided away off the inside edge, actually. Where did that ball go? Did you see? Was it short fine or was it through?
Cover, yeah.
There you go. The sun's in my eye. Couldn't quite make out where it went, but they got their single. He is on strike for the start of the final over, and they'll hope it stays that way, Gloucestershire. He'd be a good night watchman, wouldn't he?
Akhtar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's been times where actually he's almost been too good a player to have as a night watchman of late, but he certainly did it. I'm sure he's done it in his earlier career, but he has grown in confidence with the bat as his career's gone on.
The first time I've seen him in the flesh, and he looks very solid.
I mean, in this side, it would probably be either Shaw or Matt Taylor who would do that. Right, last over of the day. That was Chris Wright, by the way, not just me going right. It's the last over, as Akhtar plays this one through square leg and gets off strike with another single, 382 for 6. It will be the end of the day if a wicket falls in this over, but Gloucestershire want their centurion in tomorrow. And from a selfish point of view, considering he's my likely interview victim, I'd rather not be talking about a late dismissal, but that's just selfish point of view. Right, into him bowls, left alone by Van Buren, and there are 4 balls to go in this day's play that started off with Gloucestershire winning the toss and electing to have a bat first, as Phillips and Charlesworth made a bright start, 53-run opening partnership in 13 overs. In comes Wright, bowls now to Van Buren, and that's pushed away to mid-on, and this time he doesn't fancy a ridiculous sprint up the pitch.
And there's no run. Nikesh Ragani is left us for the day. I'm sure we will see you back tomorrow. And Richard Rowe with me to see out the remaining deliveries in this first day. 3 to go. Wright bowls to Van Buren, who's forward and defending, back to looking rather more solid in that defensive shot. Ben Charlesworth making 74, opening the batting. That was the top score until Van Buren charging past that late on in the day. Ollie Price was dismissed without scoring 2, him and Phillips, that is 2 of the 3 wickets that Josh Hull took, 3 for 79. Hammond also dismissed by Hull for 50. James Bracey and Graham Van Buren with a partnership worth 146. That's really given this day to Gloucestershire. Right ball struck him on the pad and gone LBW, and the day will finish with Graham Van Buren out. There's a shake of the hands from Rishi Patel to Graham Van Buren to say well played, but Chris Wright, he probed away to Van Buren through the 80s and the 90s. He does get to 3 figures, but he is out to the penultimate ball of the day, which will mean that it is the last ball of the day, and Gloucestershire will close on 382 for 7.
Well, the day ends on a high note for Leicestershire and for Chris Wright in particular, but I think it still very much belongs to Gloucestershire and to Graham Van Buren. 382 for 7 on a pitch that wasn't easy, a little bit slow. There's been a really good effort by the visitors, and they're certainly in the box seat at the moment. Leicestershire stuck at it towards the end, and those late 3 wickets towards the end of the day have given it a slightly different sort of shine, so to speak, from their point of view, and they'll be pleased that they stuck at it, picked up a couple of bonus points. And the bigger picture, with what's going on elsewhere, particularly with Derbyshire only picking up 1 batting bonus point, means that they're actually quite a lot closer to securing promotion than they were at the start of the day. But they don't want to fall over the line here. They don't want to sort of limp over or sort of win it because other people, through other people's failings. I think, they really want to put together a decent performance, and hopefully they'll do that and come back stronger tomorrow. They look like a side that haven't played together for a while, and the loss of 2 bowlers potentially is going to be an issue. Certainly Hull will obviously be able to bowl in the second innings, but it doesn't look good for Ben Mike, not for the first time this season. So Gloucestershire's day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Ed and Nikesh and I, Richard Ray, will be back tomorrow nice and early. Remember, 10:30 start in September, and we'll see how Gloucestershire can go on to build a score. What they'll be looking for, 450, 430, 440. Try and get.
They would love to get close to the maximum batting points, but I think in some ways, you think back to last year when they batted on and on and on and got that 700 and ended up having to bowl for basically 2 and a bit days straight to try and bowl Leicestershire out and couldn't do so. Sometimes just getting 400 on the board and getting out there bowling is a better way possibly to win a game anyway, and Gloucestershire do have to think in terms of winning. They have to think positively, so I'm sure that will continue to be the case, but they've done well with the bat today, and 18 more runs to start with tomorrow for another point, and then see where it goes, I think.
Hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow. Thank you for your company today, whether you've been listening on BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol, Gloucestershire, or via the Foxes TV, the excellent Foxes TV stream, or of course on Sports Extra. It's been a pleasure being in your company, and hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow. Can Leicestershire play a little bit more like the promotion candidates that they are, and hopefully pick up a few more points and get themselves back into this game, or can Gloucestershire go on to sort of enforce the advantages that they've gained on what has been a very good day for the visitors. For now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, as the tractors bring out the covers, it's a very good night to you all. Good night.